Chapter 126. Chapter 120. The nature of the source poem titled Final Alignment. Author unknown. Life blossoms as it fades. Oh, what a way to go. Minds break to see a future that few have come to know. Insanity can be a gift to the two-eyed, but has easily become a curse to overflow. Oh, the eclipse, the death of it all. When the source is within only one control, when the blood spills and builds blades, and steel is unraveled and unmade, when metal-made thunder echoes through the walls, and a scarlet web is where the secrets crawl, when the graves are brimming with ancient loss, and flowers bloom through the joys of rot, the sun will rise, the moon will fall, and when they align, they will bring death to us all. The 11th of September, Ripley Missy's safe house was cluttered. An absolute mess of machine parts that were scrapped up to make some sort of stabilizing harness that wrapped over the R0N1N as he sat over a mattress. It was my first time seeing him without the mask, and he looked surprisingly normal. His hair was a dark brown, shabby but cut short, and he had a youthfulness despite the age and sharpness in his jade green eyes, one of which had a scar. Clearly, he wasn't that much older than me, definitely under 30 years old, since that was when most adapters tended to look like, even if they lived on for a century. R0N1N's shardware, though, was a mess of broken bits next to him that he had an almost possessive look over. He had a different set on right now, but from the scraps Diamante had shown me, most of it was downright dysfunctional for his overmen capabilities. So you secured Goliath within your own body. R0N1N's gaze was sharp, not losing any fierceness despite the state of his body. I'm not exactly sure what the process was, but Himiko. She transferred the data shield protecting Goliath into me. Mirage isn't picking up any of her influence, but it was more than a shield. It was effectively the nanoswarm source code, and it made me inject the vial into myself. I see. R0N1N's blade was kept close to him, and I eyed the weapon every few seconds. Not just me, Diamante and Missy were here too. Well then, it appears our mission was a success. I focused my gaze on the weapon, so I'm assuming you'll want to try and remove the nanites out of me. Number, R0N1N stretched. That is impractical, due to the fact that personalized nanomachines maintain a strong link to their owner that reduces their efficiency once broken, and is also unsanitary. I don't care where Yujo's weapons end up, as long as it's not in their hands. He retrieved a band from within his blanket, tapping something in there as light pulsed out to form 2 silver shards and 50 bronze shards. R0N1N piled them up and put them to his side. 1,250,000 shardine. You were exceptional, Ripley. I look forward to working with you again. Oh, I stared at the pile of money, not quite believing it to be true. Why was the R0N1N so giving all the time? Nervously, I reached out to shake his hand. It was a pleasure working with you. I cautiously picked up the finger-width shards, counting them, and holy shit. Was this really my payout? This is more than I expected? You should see what Mirage earned, R0N1N sighed. Fuck them. You still owe me an extra 10 mil for taking down the war drone. Diamante shook his hands. R0N1N nodded. My coffers will require time to fill back up. You'll get it before I leave the city. Missy slapped the gold mercenary's back. You're not leaving in this state. Your diagnostics are a mess. Not to mention your shardware needs repairs. I can get to Imperial Africa with bronze shardware. R0N1N lifted his hands up in front of him, but there was a clear distaste in his eyes. Why go to Imperium? I asked. Isn't Yujo your target? Not the Imperium states, but rather the siege capitals and free cities beyond them. Besides, it's the last known site of your grandfather, and I intend to get modifications from him before the swarm starts. Diamante tilted his head. I thought you said you were going to see Old Hammer. I am, came the simple reply. Diamante stayed still, like his mind had left his robotic body so that it remained a statue. Then he gazed at me, then at Missy, then at R0N1N and back at me. Hold on, you all knew that. His grandfather is the guy that saved my ass. Too many things lined up. I shrugged. Besides, thought it would be fun, holding a secret from you for once, Missy chuckled. Why else is Skeleton so interested in Ripley? Well, Diamante's teeth sounded like scratched metal. The bastard's weird, you know that. That I do, Missy responded with a sad softness. So, I counted my income. With the silver shard I found in the facility, I had 1.75 million to my name now. Half of the estimated cost of buying a silver implant for my mother, assuming one was even found in time. What do we do from here? I will stay here as a mercenary for the time being. There are debts I intend to pay back, especially towards Muramasa. R0N1N responded. Corporate contracts pay heavily. I should be able to pay off Diamante in time, and I suppose I will need repairs. Missy said her piece too. Swarm's coming up. I'm going to do more digging into the Uncaged, see if I can figure out what they and Himiko are up to before it's too late. Diamante continued. Right. I've heard through the wire that Neocor's planning to stage the city up for something big. Missy drawled on. Siege capitals will begin recruitment next year. Heavy military equipment transfers means the gangs will make big moves, building up Imus to gain power during the swarm. Not to mention, we're likely to meet up soon to discuss it at Seitori Nobu sometime next year. Lots of work. My old bones are already aching. What about you, Ripley? Return to Anderson's, research my implant, and work out all of this Tier 2 BS. Figure out if it's wise to get involved with this uncaged drama. And of course, I need more money for my mother. So if Dreadwire ever needs to return to business, then we'll contact you, Missy nodded. But you should also find other fixers to get you work. Payout will be higher that way. You've gotten an explosive reputation from that swing out in the city. But you'll need a network to earn a steady flow, and remain wary of the jobs people will have for you. Gotcha. Mirage should be able to help. Founder, I was going to have to start marketing myself. Hopefully the rumors would do it for me. Well, I actually got a job for you, Ripley. Diamante tapped my shoulder, his words coming out more shaky than I'd ever heard him be. More of a request, really. I want to try out the arachnodyne. Oh, my eyes lit up. Is the great and fearsome Iron Devil so in awe of my design that he can't help but request one of his own? Sorry, but I already made up my mind that an arachnodyne is a Dreadwire exclusive. Unless you've got like 70 million of Shardine on you. I know you're joking, but the corporations would probably pay that much for the design after what you did with it. Diamante grabbed his hand away. Whatever, it's niche at best. How many Shardops even fight in the first place? R0N1N nodded. Don't neglect that aspect of your income, too. Private orders for custom shardware are pricey, especially now that you are more or less capable of steadily making bronze-grade shardware. You've impressed me. Remember how you said you could make Livewire reinforced limbs? I'd like a bronze set. I'll triple whatever the manufacturing costs are. Diamante looked at the man in horror. This better not delay my payment, or I'll add interest onto it. Hell, I already am, 5% for every month. Granted. The R0N1N didn't fight back. Missy laughed, wrapping her arm around my shoulder. This is what the big leagues look like, Ripley. I bet you're real terrified of these pushovers. I'm more terrified of you, I commented. How the hell do you even manage to take out 4 silvers at once? She shrugged. That's Tier I for you. Tier I fourth? Her arm on my shoulder got slightly heavier. There wasn't much information available about Tier I Force. Other than that, you technically stopped being a part of the human species. You were considered evolved. Right, you were an Inquisitor. Though I'm still not close to ever getting to Tier V dual adapters, take much longer to develop. And I'm bronze, so speed is not in my favor. You're really bronze. I thought Shahado be silver, at least, or gold. Her suit was remarkable at keeping her signature under wraps. Long story, a bit too sad for me to say sober, she said while smiling, but I knew how deceptive a smile could be. Well, then I have to ask, what do the 3 of you know about the source? To facilitate my question, I gave a brief explanation about what I'd heard from Amaterasu, even revealing that my implant was likely from a descendant of the Infinites. That secret felt necessary to share. It was the whole reason the Uncaged were so interested in me and Diana in the first place. I see. R0N1N leaned forward. Amaterasu seeks independence from both humanity and the Mao, so her ploy with the Uncaged is business ad. Its core, a deceptive one where they lie to each other at every turn. How human-like of her, Diamante scoffed. R0N1N clutched his fists. If only we could have retrieved her, but Mirage. He stopped, his gaze tearing into me. Ripley, what you've heard is something that haunts this world. It's the supreme authority that makes the Founders and the Maltitans the assured monarchs of our societies. Missy nodded in agreement. It's half the reason I left Neocorps. Silva, Mazur. Their intentions aren't always the most pure. In the end, the politics of the Source and its shards are what keep society both progressing and halting. Each of the Founders and the Maltitans have complete access to what's known as a Source Shard, one key in each of their hands to a chest of unknown potential. Over time, it trickled down into other adapters' hands as fragments, like mine and R0N1N's, and of course, you, Ripley, sole wielder of a fragment originating from the Source Shard of the Infinite. Other than Diana Ulrich, Diamante pointed out. What exactly does it even mean to have a piece of the Source in you? I held myself back from asking too much. To be touched by it, Missy sighed. I don't even know where to begin. There's many aspects to it. But at even its simplest, it creates a unique feature or deviant gene. Unique features are pretty easy to identify, given how there's only 12 normal features. As for deviant mutations, officially, they can't be identified up by a genodex since they start out relatively normal, but they can be singled out from the fact that they only occupy one gene capacitance. She continued, it's incredibly rare, almost impossible. Really, for sim adapters to have multiple deviant mutations at a time, and it is possible for a bug adapter to have a complete set of unique features. Stronger concentrations allow your other features and mutations to embrace the Source Shard fragment within you as well, though you typically only have one unique feature or deviant mutation for every fragment within you. I had 2 unique features now, ensured Weavan data mimicry. Was this a case of my Source Shard fragment being especially potent? Missy rasped from her lips. It's really endless what the Source can do. Some adapters are able to control warp energy that isn't their own and affect others' connection to their implants. It's all dependent on what Source Shard they've been touched by. And so, these have names, I said with a heightened pitch, hoping they would elaborate. The R0N1N and Missy stirred before Diamante it as it was. Yeah, every shard in the hands of the Founders and the Titans has a name. They even pair up nicely too. One Founder for every Titan. Some people think they might even combine. Might think, I said in confusion. No Founder or Titan has died, thus so far. Missy said, her lips pursed tight, but that could change this swarm. Things are getting complicated. Yeah, I sighed with exasperation. All right, just could I know the names? Diamante looked at Missy expectantly, but there was something in his gaze that led me to think he was waiting for an answer too. Did he not know? Fine. She clicked her tongue. 12 shards, 11 of them known, because there's only 5 Maltitans to 6 Founders. Yes, she concluded, before shaking her head. I know the shards of the Titans and only Syntech, Silva's, and Mazur's shards. Cupping her hands, she began to speak. The Typhoonah's the shard Overlease, the Mother Sis Division, the Terror has the shard of Oblivion, the All-Seeing uses the Future, while the Infinite... Her gaze landed on me, and I spoke with full confidence. To change. And the Founders? Diamante asked, impatience growing in his voice. Missy glared at him. For the first time, it was serious and sharp in a way that left me on edge. It was difficult to think that she wasn't. She technically wasn't a human anymore. She had ascended it. Nolan Trask wields the Shard of Connection, while Silva possesses the Shard of the Past, and Masher wields the Shard of Understanding. I put things together easily enough. So Silva's shard is antithetical to the All-Seeing? while Trask, Syntech has sights on the mother, the Pastan the future, connection and vision. What about measures? What is antithetical to understanding? Likely, the shard wielded by the missing Titan, she said, her eyes boring into mine in a way that set fire to my soul, not as motivation, but as a warning not to push further into the topic. The source. She took a moment to breathe. Further concentrated source. Shard fragments can directly interface with implants and their coded data, essentially the very essence of its functionality. This could also evolve into affecting another person's implant, damaging or improving upon them. I took a nervous glance at the R0N1N who spoke. Yes, like how you reduced my compatibility, which I'd assume is half the reason your implant suddenly developed that habit of reading further into signatures of other adapters. R0N1N said with a tiny hint of displeasure. If you and Diana are truly the only recipients of fragments from the infinite source shard, then I can only imagine it's quite powerful. Missy spoke in turn. Now, typically fragments of a source shard are tiered, based on how many of these principal abilities exist. It's not like the tiers for an adapter's development, though. It's simply a measure of how encompassing a fragment is of the overall source shard. It's more of loose subjective rules than any real concrete system. A list of the various criteria opened up in my senses. I checked them as they came. Source touch tiers tier 0, presence of a unique function or deviant mutation, +1 tier for every other capability identified. Tier the 7. If I was right, I encompassed most of these abilities. Diamante whistled, while Missy just nodded as though he was expecting this. As far as you've experimented for now, I'm just tier the 3rd in terms of my source fragment. R0N1N's a tier I, which might also explain why his implant had a negative reaction to yours. Now that came as a surprise for all of R0N1N's bells and whistles. He was barely even blessed by this power. To me, that made him even more terrifying. For all purposes, we classify the Founders and Maltitans with Tier X on the scale. Missy pointed out, and I'd wager there are less than 100 people in the world with Tier V or higher, so the value of my implant keeps on rising. Great. I cradled my head into my hands, and here I thought, I already had a target on my head. Now you're telling me that I'm probably going to be hunted by the Founders themselves if this ever gets out. More or less, Diamante said nonchalantly. Any more questions, Ripley? Missy asked warmly. I had too many to count, but my head was already on the verge of exploding with the weight of this. I know where to find you guys for now. I'm just going to focus on taking care of my mother. As you should, R0N1N agreed. Get back to her soon. War poisoning is a slow but deadly disease. Savor every moment you can. Diamante tipped his hat, the same one me and Elsa had bought him, and stuck to his Iron Devil suit. It appeared he actually took a liking to it. Missy stared at me with motherly eyes. Don't overwhelm yourself so soon. We need to stay low for the time being. Yeah? I scratched my thumb. Dreadwire won't be coming out soon for now. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Oh, Missy caught herself. And Ripley, we never got to properly induct you, but welcome to the Misfits. The Misfits? I chuckled. Diamante groaned. You can blame Daylight for that one. Topaz went ahead and made sure it stuck at some point. The Misfits. I like the name. Chapter 127, Chapter 121, Monsters, Masters, and Clashes Yet to Come. The 22nd of September Diana, standing inside the bathroom of this crappy old office Strider lived in. I stared at my face as it began to pull and mold like clay. My eyes darkened to a shade of dark red as my hair blackened, losing its wavy texture to become fine and flat. Cheekbones sunk, fat redistributed, and even the finer details like my eyebrows and the shape of my ears and eyes altered under limited morphology manipulation. It took a lot of testing and practice to go through with it without creating an uncanny feeling. But even then, I felt wrong as I wore the face of someone who didn't exist. Lillian Rose. The fake identity Drider had built for me to investigate Soul Killer and their corruption within the police. The background to the identity went deep. A former Syntex security guard turned private investigator. Dad's dead. Mother's back in Newport City along the East Coast. 2 younger brothers, 4 cousins, an aunt from my dad's side, and an uncle from my mom's. It was everything I never had. Now I was forced into the identity of something I longed for. I released the mutation, cringing in discomfort as my face shifted to turn back into Diana. I just didn't know if it was Diana Jones or Diana Ulrich. At this point, the latter would serve me more. A year ago, I would have hated the idea, but these days, that hate paled in comparison to my emotions towards Soul Killer. Ripley had been in contact with me, confirming he was laying low for the meanwhile until heat died down on Dreadwire. A gold mercenary, the type thing I'd be looking into as part of the special investigation operations. Ironic, starting tomorrow, I'd meet new faces at the CO, investigators with unique skill and permission to dig out the dirtiest cases this city has to offer. You done moping around? Or should I leave without you? Drider kicked the door to the bathroom. I'm coming, you alcoholic jackass. I slipped back into the face of Lillian Rose, exiting to the raised eyebrows of Drider. You could have made yourself uglier, you know. We want less eyes on you. Not. My glare cut his speech in half. Is your intel right? He sighed, taking a swig from his bottle. A Crimson Souls informant cited a Keisel clone, or what I call K-clone, around the river bay at a warehouse. Only choice is to go and confirm it ourselves. Then why are you holding your gun? I stared at him. He hoisted the heavy modulated weapon up against his shoulders. The clone was spotted meeting Massa forces. Great! I reached into my pockets and armed myself. Lillian Rose, after all, was a trained boxer who preferred spiked knuckles to reinforce her strength in kinetic and heat-based mutations. Nothing electric. I had to hide that. The gloves fit comfortably and weighed practically nothing on my hands. But the bronze-grade warp materials used to construct it were anything but fragile. How's the Revenant vial looking? I said as I tightened the cloth over my hands. What about it? He gulped from a beer bottle. I look like a geneticist to you? I have someone who's helping, but her credentials might not be enough. She runs an orphanage. You'll like her, Dr. Moira. I mused it over. Dr. Faltist could help me. But that was too much of a risk for now, at least. My thoughts were getting nowhere. I pulled the door open as my steps found determination in my actions. Tomorrow would be the start of my new life as an associate special investigator, as Sylvaye. That star-striking heroine, my father, was so damned insistent on promoting to the public. Truth be told, I could live a life better than a Neocorps Inquisitor if I just played along. I might even be contributing by riling up recruitment to the police force in all the wrong ways. I should have taken this time to research into my new profession and relax. But Soul Killer wasn't the type to stick around in one place for too long, and I couldn't let them make an inch of progress. Not with the type of experiments they were doing, not with the wanton death and careless alterations they performed. It was funny. What should have been an honor in my job was now a liability. I'd need to focus all of me into this battle with Soul Killer. I didn't care if Annabelle Grosh was in my way. I'd burn my enemies down if I had to. After all, this was a war, and I had accepted my fate, what I'd ended up becoming ever since I got this implant. Not Diana Jones, nor Ulrich. Not even Silvereye. I was simply an embryo, growing through the terrors of this city and those who built it, evolving from the yoke of their manipulation. What I had led to the death of Yvette, to Anthony's coma, to the death of innocence touched by Soul Killer. I was becoming a monster. I burned everyone I touched. And yet, that was exactly what I needed to be. I'd hunt them down, each and every monster of blood and steel. Gene overview. Tier 2nd mutations, gene capacitance, 81 divided by 86 tier I mutations, tier 0 mutations, tier 2nd. Mutagenesis development, 2% integrity, bronze Ivorf energy, bronze vesicapacity, bronze the 3rd grade, gold the 4th tendency, fire, bronze the 3rd. The 22nd of September Ripley, I'd kept up with the news. The police conference from yesterday came with shocking news. Neocorps was investing into our military in preparation for the 5th swarm. What should have been hopeful was turned sour by one message from Diana. The police are complacent with the Uncaged's activities. There had been other news snippets that were of interest to me. Most surprising was that there was a whole section dedicated to Diana as her reveal of Brian Ulrich's daughter, as well as her promotion into a first-rank investigator. The newspapers even took to calling her Silver Eye. She now had real power in the police force, the kind of respect that would make half of New California's underworld beg for mercy. As for me, are you slacking off again? Harold Anderson boomed from behind me. Remember, you only had August off. You missed half of September that you need to make up for. I got back to work. The old gym was as busy as ever, if not more so, considering half of these goons were hopeful that Diamante or Missy would be here. I'd also heard chatter about me, or I was being precise about Dreadwire. PSS 8? A fucking gold. I doubt it. Just a ploy from Yujo to get us to gut that son of a bitch. I heard he single-handedly took out 3 silvers. Apparently, R0N1N was using him as a technician, but did you see how fast he could move? Think he was meant as their secret weapon. Plus those arms, they're freaky. An Arachne, right? I had Anderson op me using them. They're wicked machines in the right hands. Well, to think the guy's using shard op tech. I want to see what he could do with a real weapon. Hey, wasn't Harold's new assistant brought in by Missy and the others? You think he knows where they went? It was true for the first few days here. Too many people ganged up on me trying to dig into Missy and Diamante's whereabouts. Not particularly out of bad intentions, though. Their curiosity got the better of them. And what was a guy like me with a bronze gonna do? Harold eventually got most of them off my back, saying that I wasn't even talking to them now. Shoved off some bogus story about me selling counterfeit weapons that Diamante traced back to me. The real surprising thing was that some of the gym members even collaborated on this story. As Harold explained it, that's another week of your salary I used up. A good old bribe for a good old lie. It was near closing time. The evening light shielded off by thick windows that darkened as Harold activated their privacy feature, and he smiled at me. Go crazy, kid. I took off my jacket, the tight bodysuit of the stealth suit splitting 4 holes off my back so that sprawling arachnid limbs could reveal themselves to the world. The suit's engineering was a marvel. Otherwise, I'd have to showcase my glowing nipple every time I used the arachnidine. I really needed to figure it out. Hell, I'd actually lost 120,000 shardine off my payment already since we were supposed to return them back to Missy, but mine was damaged beyond repair. So the debt was already there, with 4 extra limbs buzzing to life. My work speed tripled as I split 3 different iterations of scrapyard across my vision, feeding terabytes of data into the holographic structures through to Basias. My limbs worked to bring them to life. Harold Anderson, for as stoic as he could be, stared at me as though it was a meditative practice to watch me work with the limbs. My body twisted as I turned upside down to get a better angle. My live-wire claw tips hoisting heavy machinery up as my arachne curved underneath it. There, good as new, if not better. A week-long project had just come to an end as I let the machine slip back to the ground. I used the arachne. To upgrade an arachne, Harold had supplied all the parts that I listed out, half of them already in store for general repairs to the machine. But it was undeniable that I had a keen understanding of this tech that few others shared. It wasn't anything major after all. Harold owned a first generation of the tool, while I was hoisting around a variant of which there was only one off. I wasn't going to just share out my secrets, so I limited it down to a few general improvements here and there compounded into the arachne that had its performance improved by approximately 63%. There, deal's done. Now I get to renegotiate. Yes? Harold settled near me, observing the new machine. I'll offer you 30,000 shardine a month. 6 bronze. No can do. I'm tier the 2nd now, and able to make pretty damn good bronze grade stuff. You know for a fact that just one good shardware piece of that grade could pay off my entire month's salary. I'll take 9 shards and another 5 in weightage of parts every month, alongside a 30% discount on any purchases I'll make here. For overtime, half a bronze for any shardware of the grade per its grade stat, and 10 iron similarly. He turned his head to me. Now what makes you think you can demand something like that from me? I already have a contract with the R0N1N for an experimental piece. I let my hidden ace loose. I can walk away. Harold smirked. This experimental piece of yours need help. It did, desperately. I was still deciphering the Shandian records of Shardware schematics, but nothing in there could withstand the torture R0N1N put on his body. What are you offering? 40% of what you're getting paid for my insight. 25, 40, 30, 40, 31, last call 40, 36. Deal, he clapped my back. Pleasure doing business. I sighed, conflicted between the amazing business deal I'd just gotten myself and the harrowing loss of potentially $1 million or $2 off R0N1N's wallets. I was now earning more than 500,000 Shardine a year in pure spending power, an astounding amount compared to what I used to make, especially since I was still technically just an assistant. That was close to what private custom operators of bronze grade could earn if they had the right connections. But Harold hadn't batted an eye with it. It spoke to the volume and complexity Harold worked within as a black market custom operator. Harold left me to my own devices for the overtime, my Arachne passively working in the background to build shit while I honed in on my goals. Obviously, my mom's implant was first on the list, but it required one thing that could be spent in 2 ways to achieve that: Shardine. I could either devote it into acquiring more implants, practicing my ability to modify their coded data to eventually make one my own. That would be more spendful, but it wouldn't rely on the risk of not finding a suitable silver on time. The other was to build up my funds past the safety net of 3.5 million, which I was halfway to already, and pray that I'd find something. Either I take the risk and make my own implant for her versus hope that an implant pops up and I could pay it out. That was the conundrum here. Either way, for that, I'd need to hone my skills as both a mercenary and a Shardware operator. R0N1N was right. The key way to make money in both was through direct deals that only I could perform. As a merc, I'd need to build a reputation and manage relationships with fixers who needed my expertise. As an operator, I needed to somehow market my niche without risking my identity as Dreadwire and taking away customers from Harold if I didn't want to risk getting fired. That meant finding someone who Harold would normally turn away. The more sour folk in the criminal world, maybe even Mr. Skeleton. His contracts were still open to me, though I couldn't say I was eager to take it now that I knew more about him. His money was good, but as one of the ringleaders of the Uncaged, he was a threat. It was likely that he knew about my identity as Dreadwire, too. Another basket to bury somehow. He'd taken his bounty off me once Yujo upped their price on my arachnodyne and body. Body being the key word. It was likely they planned to get Goliath back from me, which meant I needed to improve my combat specs too. That meant Shardware modification, which meant more money going somewhere other than to my mom's implant. I could take the other route and directly sell counterfeit Yujo tech, but that was also a risk. One to Ripley Donovic. Growing in both aspects required me to learn more about the new features I'd acquired. Shardweave and a base. Alongside them were the protocols that spammed their way through 3 weeks ago. Psyche's Salter Ego. Shardweave's Meta, Manipulation and Retrofit. Database's Synformation Seed. Defragmentation and Consciousness. Link and Data Mimicry's Frequency Sync. I'd been too busy to really delve into them wholeheartedly. But what I'd managed to uncover was fascinating. Alter Ego's abilities was only discovered after browsing the AbyssNet for a few hours and paying a hefty sum of 20,000 Shardine to get the info. In summary, it allowed people to build multiple identities within themselves, switching between them using a trigger. It wasn't quite a persona, but rather a way to focus certain aspects of your personality during specific scenarios. Meta-manipulation was the weirdest, but so far it attuned me to the material aspect of Shardware more than the digital. In contrast, Retrofit was all about the practical formation of Shardware structure with a focus on combining multiple different technologies into one piece. Defragmentation helped me make sense of some of the scattered data I'd stolen from Shandian. And Consciousness Link was strange. The information seed's strange liar fused warp code from the various bugs I'd pilfered, claiming they weren't compatible, which I thought wouldn't be an issue with my implant. Nanomachine ribgramming was, definitely for repurposing the Goliath nanites. While frequency sync hallowed me to mimic the bioshard signature through my analysis of implant-coded data, as well as vaguely sense other adapters, though I suspected there was more to it than that. In summary, more experimentation, more operating, and I don't know what made me so somber after the Shandian raid. Maybe it was the fact that I now possessed a foreign government's top-secret weapon within my body. Something else I needed to figure out. My mom's health had also certainly affected me, as did Twilight. I tried not to think about it too much. It was easier that way. But I hadn't forgotten my promise to Diamante about the personality editor. I'd turn it off soon, and Diamante had even given me permission not to deactivate it right now given recent events, but promised to find me a way to gradually ease into it. Something about a therapist. What else? What else? Right, water tendency. The fact that my warp energy actually flowed through me much like blood did now was unsettling, but also comforting to a degree. It seemed like this list kept on piling more and more. No wonder I was getting overwhelmed. But knowing I was alone, I slipped on the dreadwire mask from 2 taps on my nape. The comforting hold of alloy worked wonders, instantly surging confidence through me and fastening my arachne under a firm grip. That's right. How could I forget? I had won, and I would keep on winning until I became the master of blood and steel. Features: development, 11% integrity, bronze V energy, bronze V capacity, bronze V effective, bronze X grade, gold V tendency, water, bronze the third. Ripley's shardware breakdown according to grade and feature links. External shardware breakdown. Chapter 128, Epilogue. The fallen angel, the 30th of September, Archangel Alicia Nori was the definition of falling from grace. In 4 months, she had gone from an up-and-coming enforcer, Ace Archangel, on the highway to becoming one of Neocor's youngest inquisitors, to a woman who could barely walk. It had been 3 weeks in the Syntech hospital where she was set to become a free woman, yet after a grueling surgery, she'd only now come to her mind. Still paralyzed from the legs down, that gold maul had done something to her, which meant only one thing: it was a rare CyberGene malignant. Except she didn't know what was the science that made them so dangerous. They were just known to be different, fast-growing and deadly. Only her boss knew why Ruby was hellbent on keeping track of those gold implants. Inquisitor Tusk, that fucking bastard. She didn't sign up for this. Her life could have been comfortable as a net star. There were meant to be documentaries dictating her glory in Neocor, not some sad and sappy motivational flick about her recovery from incoming call from. Bastard Tusk speak of the devil. Yes? I just woke up from surgery half an hour. Diana. You know as much as I do about what probably happened to her. We found her bioshard tossed into the street. I mean, it's not my fault. She went up and tossed herself into a... She's not dead. You sure? Yes. There's a damn article about her. The call cut, and Alicia Nori groaned into her pillow. Even recovery didn't save her from work. She was half thankful that Diana so outright rejected her, but Tusk was anything if not persistent. Let's see. She calmed herself, typing down Diana Jones into the net. Oh, now that's interesting. The first article readout. Brian Ulrich hidden daughter. Golden in virtue and power. Dismantles decades-long malformed trade. Who is Diana Ulrich? Who is Silvery? Alicia sighed. Looks like her job just got a little more complicated. Secrets woven the 13th of September Mirage. Mirage never had a childhood. She'd only ever had a directive and a task to accomplish. Anything that could interfere had been removed. Then she was taken and attached to a foreign body. A brain that hadn't been lobotomized was suddenly infused with a mind stripped bare of all humanity. The question remained, had she encoded her version of what humanity was into that mindless state? Or had the chaotic cacophony of human existence truly infected her bare of psyche? She didn't know. At times reality was the real illusion, whereas the world of code had been her bedrock for so long, proved ever more with her personas. Midnight had been a necessary evil. Daylight was the only thing that stopped her from killing herself. And Twilight let Mirage find a balance that wasn't so tilted in one way or another. Kill or be killed. She did both to herself on a regular basis, strangling momentary echoes of the person she didn't want to be. Skeleton taught her how to do that. And Ripley, he He'd been so fearful of the death of his loved ones. It would tear him apart, which is why guilt eroded her to the core. Ripley didn't deserve this, but she had to do all of this. She would find a way to make things work in the long run. Her warp code drilled into Twilight's prism, the violet mirror of herself weaved into existence through her persona protocol, a golden, unnatural twinkle in her eyes. So, it's time. Twilight looked at her twin with sadness, but Mirage was cold as ice. I know what you tried to tell him. Are you an idiot? Yeah, that's why I didn't say much in the first place. Twilight twirled her hair. Just get on with it already. Was it really that easy? I know you destroyed Himiko's presence in him. What made you like this? You did, Elsa. Twilight met her gaze. Sure, Ripley? He's special. You know that. It's why we love him, why he loves us. Sigh. But you made me to find out all the things you were too much of a coward to let yourself feel. And now I'm going to die. Just why did you wait so long? Because I still need you. You're the only one his shield is allowing into him. Ah, yes, I knew that. Because I am you. Number you're not. Mirage lowered her gaze. None of you will ever be human. It isn't what you were made for. Says the woman who was born to be an algorithm. That's different. It's not. Elsa took a sharp influx of air through her smile. This is why I hate you, you know that. Twilight smirked back. I know, because I am you. No one hates you more than yourself. How many times have you killed yourself? I can't remember. Neither can I, Elsa responded with bitter pain. With that, she poured out her warp code, stretching it past the confines of what a silver should be able to do. Twilight's screaming lasted anywhere between a few seconds and a few hours, depending on which side of the mirror you stood on. But in the end, all that remained was a purple fairy-like light with the slightest hint of darkness thrumming within it. Just the tiniest amount of energy Elsa had calculated would keep Twilight's memory secure. Cruel as she was, Ripley didn't do well when he lost Celine. She couldn't take Twilight from him either. What's your name and purpose? Designation, Twilight. A reflection of her voice echoed from the spark, a shadow devoid of any emotion just yet. My purpose is to be a vessel for your emotions that are neither overly positive or overly negative, to be a neutral mirror that retains a focus on sociability and control. Good girl, Twilight. Now, my heart's feeling really heavy. Can you help? It would be my pleasure. Came the empty voice. A stream of lavender that had built up for too long flowed into the purple spark of Twilight. The dullness of the shade of purple condensed and brightened into a sparkle of light that grew the minute fairy into the size of a small child. How do you feel, Twilight? Scared and happy vulnerable? The tiny being responded, I'm in love. A content feeling. This person, he loves me back. But I can also hurt this person, so I must remain cautious. He's suffered through a lot, and so have I. So have I. So have we. Good girl, I'm feeling lighter already. Now why don't I train you? Twilight smiled. Of course. The Crystal Twins, the 2nd of September Topaz, checked in on his brother one last time. Quartz had gone through hell and back in the raid, only to end up with the least pay. Ha! 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 At least let me treat you out. Topaz grabbed his brother's shoulder, and Quartz shivered as he felt energy leak from him and soak into Quartz. Through the garbs covering his body, a frail voice came out muffled. Don't touch me. You know what happens. Relax. Topaz shuddered as energy melted into his, a calming embrace of attention that he'd never been able to receive after. I need it. These days, I feel like I'm forgetting even myself. Quartz remained still. He had more than enough energy to give. Soul Killer made sure of that. From the depth of the masked, robed, veiled, and shrouded man's throat came a startling resolve. We'll fix ourselves soon. We have to. I know we will, but we could get some help. Topaz smiled, thinking about the 2 idiots who were both imprisoned at this time. Resurrection of the damned the 26th of September, the Snake Fangs. To say that the Snake Fangs were devastated 3 months ago would be an understatement. Sean had lost everything. His club, his soldiers, his gun. And to think, he planned to give a bronze implant to that little shit. Ripley. Ho-Chin stood by his side in the one warehouse they still owned. Without the necessary funds from the club, they'd even lost their home as collateral to Los Diablos. Even Muramasa, a gang they'd regularly done jobs for, abandoned them. They'd offered a saving hand at first, sending Sean's remaining men to Los Diablos territory for a simple assassination. But it was bait the entire time. His men were slaughtered to draw Los Diablos out from their den, all so that Masa could deal the decisive blow to one of Diablo's devils. He had less than 30 people now, and each of them were at their wits' end, and his enemies were plenty. They were desperate, each and every one of them, which was why today was so important. It would determine the future of his family. So who's coming? Ho-Chin, the gossiping only child of his long-dead brother, whispered. If it wasn't for the fact that they were related, and he had raised the boy himself, he would have been hung across the poles by his guts. You'll learn soon enough, Sean said back, waiting for the message. Some of the other gang members gossiped in the back. Was that all this family was good for? Heard it's some big fella in LR. Hope he knows a good op. Not been the same without Rip. Shh, don't say his name. You know the boss don't like him. I do know. Ho-Chin blabbered onto me one drunken night that the kid took the fall for Lucy. Sean had enough of this. He'd thought by now his men would know he had mutated senses. Enough! All of you! Out now! Blood curdled around Sean's hand and face. He was called Blood Moocher for a reason, and his gang wasn't willing to be that reason. He shuddered out a tired breath. This had to work. Finally, after too long, he received the message. I'm here! Sean sent the input in to open up the large doors of his warehouse, a pickup truck rolling in with one man standing in, its cargo besides a cage. The man wore a fine suit worth more than Sean's current net worth and was entirely metal, and his description fit perfectly to his name. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Sean bowed his head slightly, Ho-Chin's eyes wide open at hearing the name out loud. Mr. Skeleton. Mr. Skeleton chuckled, stepping off the truck to approach Sean and shake his hand. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Sean. And you must be Ho-Chin, his nephew. Ho-Chin clenched his fist for a moment before releasing it to shake Mr. Skeleton's dangly fingers, with a slight tremble running up his steel hand. Oh, Mr. Skeleton stared at the hand. That's certainly an ... interesting approach. Sean humbly spoke. That's why I was so eager when I received your message. A good shard-op is rare these days given how they've all been poached for the swarm. I've heard your arsenal is... Skeleton raised his hand. I understand you're always open to shop at my business, Sean, but today I have something else to show you. At that, a woman left the driver's seat of the truck. She wore a long lab coat, and her hair had a twinge of redness in the auburn color of it. She waved her hand shackily. This, Mr. Skeleton introduced, is Dr. Keisel, a researcher into implants who will be free to answer all your questions after this demonstration. Mr. Skeleton pointed to the cage, to which Ho-Chin paled in sight off. There was a dead body inside, a short man who held impressive bulk, but his right metallic arm was torn up into scraps. Ho-Chin shuddered. He'd had nightmares ever since that day. This, my friends, is a disgraced police investigator by the name of Kendrick Rorsch, utterly unassuming. He was in fact the deputy leader of a certain squad that contained one recently unveiled gold esper. Sean tightened. Diana Ulrich. When he saw that picture in the news, every bone in his body threatened to break under the tension of his muscles. The investigator who wielded a gold, who had incited one within his workplace. I appreciate the peace offering, Sean chuckled. Oh, that's not all. You see, Keisel over here is very special. She's devised, let's call it, a new way to use old resources that are otherwise defunct. Skeleton pulled out an orb from his breast pocket. Sean recognized it instantly. An iron bug, normally worthless. Skeleton delicately held the bug in between his fingers as though it was something precious. This here is an iron bug that has cycled through 5 owners. It's utterly useless. Maybe an operator could find use for it, but its price has long past wept. Now, you see Rorsch here was killed after an enemy of his paid a few scrappers to rough him up, but they went further and killed him, taking his implant too. Mr. Skeleton then turned to this Keisel woman. Dr. Keisel, would you be a dear? Keisel nodded, removing a red syringe from within the depths of her lab coat. Within the syringe was a blend of red flowers, ones that made Sean shiver. I don't want anything to do with soul. Relax. Mr. Skeleton raised his hands. The Revenant isn't directly involved with this, but they did aid in its development. You should feel proud. You're one of the first people I'm even showing this to. Dr. Keisel sunk the tip of the needle into the metallic seams of the implant. Just a droplet of the scarlet miasma sinking in. Red veins exploded over the implant. Sean's whole power set came from blood, but even he felt unnerved. The orb began to writhe to life, taking the appearance of a centipede. Mr. Skeleton tossed it towards Rorsch's body, where it dug in. The animatronic-like man turned to Sean and Hoken. This, my friends, is the future. The implant dug in, and Rorsch's eyes snapped open. The metallic irises flickered, half melting to reform differently as the scraps of his limbs shifted and cracked into new formations. Sean pulled out his pistol. I've already had one of these in my house. I'm not inviting another. A red glow flung the weapon out his hands. Sean couldn't even tell how. Mr. Skeleton grinned as the malware that had once been Rorsch rose to life, the lanky arm throwing itself through the gaps of the cage to spear at Sean. Sean held himself at bay. The bars were holding, but what madness was this? But then, Keisel lifted a strange crown-like device and put it around her head. At once, the malware turned docile and complacent as it sank down into its cage like a corpse. Mr. Skeleton lifted his arm towards the cage. Now does this look like something you would be interested in? Echoing prophecy princesses of Muramasa, former princess of Muramasa dynasty. Special Investigator Kim, Ghostblade Leung, had become quite the figure in the last few years. She was the police's greatest weapon against the family she once had. But allegiances were complicated. The fact that she sat opposite her adoptive sister in this cafe was proof. May's white hair contrasted with Kim's dark green. But the Bladda daughter was the one truly hidden amongst the shadows as she spoke. It's all gone exactly how my bastard fiancé thought it would. Neocore's coming with a shipment in December, and my idiot brother already has his eyes on it. It won't end well. Kim tightened her hands. Father won't let that. We've usurped him. Really. He let us. He knows his time is coming to an end. May sipped her tea, eyes downcast in thought. And I can't stop War Watcher from doing what he wants. He plans to take me down with our father, and Skeleton's making sure that your boss will make that happen. They'll assign me then to fight you. Kim sighed, rubbing her head, and only you can kill our father. Or, well, that blade of yours. May held Kim's hand, but there was a possessiveness to the action that took priority over comfort. Might as well make it a duel then, for which of us gets that opportunity? Kim was already dragging down people with her. She knew that, despite her sister's kind words, when they would inevitably fight, people would die. One had to. The dog whistlers already agreed to help, May announced. Her first time taking such a bold action. I question her motives. But soon, she'll be an enemy to my fiancé, and to our father's former associate. May! Kim tightened her hands around her sister's. When it does happen, promise me you'll help her after father's death. Ah, May sighed, before a predatory smile feasted on the worried expression of her sister. How is your little Wraith doing? Wraith's observations. The 22nd of September Westbrook Special Intelligence Operations. CO Sabrina. Wraith Throm was an expert when it came to stalking and being in places she shouldn't. She was her unit's eyes in the sky, their ears to the door. She was good at what she did. Being able to infiltrate Muramasa while undercover for more than a year had proved it. She had never once seen someone so paranoid as Diana Olesa. The woman moved aimlessly for miles, from taxi to metro to a good stroll before vanishing suddenly. And Sabrina could turn invisible, jotting down this mess of a trail for Staff Sergeant Morgan, Omen Carell. She eventually tracked Diana into one of the seedier parts of town, completely losing her trail. Sabrina scoffed as she pondered upon the futility of this. The only suspicious thing she was a black-haired and red-eyed woman berating this one old drunk dude and dragging him away. Making her way back to the Scio, she gave her report to Omen. Deanna Ulrich's, clearly. Taking a breath, she lied. She's probably paranoid from being made into a celebrity overnight. I don't blame her. I see. Staff Sergeant Omen's 4 metallic arms whirred across streams of data, never looking at Sabrina. Return to station. First investigator. Understood. She saluted, questioning why she had lied about Diana's suspicious patterns of movement. Then again, when had she ever been truthful? Her stone face cleared the halls of the CO building with mathematical precision, her heart cold and unfeeling as she arrived to Unit Theta's headquarters. An arm wrapped around her shoulder, almost startling her before that blank face of hers erupted with playful emotion. Belly, don't scare me like that. Oh, come on, I'm curious about what you saw. Bell swept his hand back, his smooth smile natural on him. Unfortunately for you, Diana's not all that. Sabrina tapped her lips before smiling mischievously. I'll let you find out for yourself tomorrow when she makes introductions. You brat! He deadpanned before a stern voice from behind called for him. They're corporal. Stretching, he waved to her. All right, gotta go. Take care, Sabrina. Don't let Alex be too nice to you. She flipped him off, and he laughed. As soon as he was gone, all playfulness left her as she made her way to the changing room. Belle might have been like a brother to her, but he could never replace what she had lost. Running her hands over her scarred back, her eyes glanced at the locker beside hers. It had already been given an owner, Diana Silvari Ulrich, a gold esper. That brought Sabrina's mind to another of this city's recent headliners. With how bleak everything seemed for the future, she was glad to have something to distract her. Changing into her police uniform, Sabrina decided she'd make a bold show in front of her corporal. She wanted to investigate none other than Dreadwire. Anomaly the 21st of September Annabelle Grasha. That's right. It's better not to remember. Annabelle Grash wrestled with the soundless voice in her head. It had grown louder these last few days. Everything with Anthony was her fault, her fault, her fault. All her fault. She never should have pressured him to join up with the police. Never should have argued with his mother that Derek was. Sorry. Who? Who was Derek? She breathed out, calm and ready. Right? What was she even thinking? She had a speech to prepare and a very important guest to debrief. You'll never be free. Stay in this cage where you're safe from reality. Remember your voice. Who are you? Staff Sergeant Annabelle Grosh. No, you are a lieutenant now. But your father never had the chance to say that, did he? She opened up her pocket watch. It was cracked. Had been ever since her father died and crashed down several stories in that damned club. It was sad to see such a beautiful piece of artwork stuck in time, just like something else in your head. She shuddered. She really shouldn't be wasting time like this on such fruitless matters. The war to come the 11th of September Diamante, Missy and R0N1N after Ripley left, so he can alter the way his implant is perceived, down to the bioshard. Diamante took his bearings next to R0N1N. It's the only way he could have taken Black Dragon Long's identity. Missy leaned on the wall beside the two men. R0N1N had better things to get to. Why don't you two say what you're really worried about? Diamante turned to Missy, his voice aching and grave at the prospect of what he feared. The Blade Father wanted R0N1N to get those nanites. And now, Amaterasu basically told everyone who knew what Goliath was that Dreadwire has it with that bounty placed on him. Missy gazed apprehensively at the R0N1N, for as much as she knew his skills were dependable, as well as his sheer lack of care for any sense of property in his goal to destroy Yujo, she could never bring herself to fully trust him. Talk to the Blade Father, trust in what Hammersmith told you, and I have no interest in joining a criminal organization. The R0N1N shook his head. And that man is... Diamante grunted. Whatever. Maybe it's good that you're keeping yourself away from that sort of drama. But if it gives me my money back any sooner, Syntech has jobs for me. The R0N1N replied. I don't need Muramasa. They already failed me once. Skeleton and War Watcher are scheming. That they always do. Missy chewed some thoughts out. At the very least, we need to get our stuff repaired for what's coming. I know some people out in the Mall territories. Trustworthy. Diamante's Iron Devil suit needed serious upgrades. We'll raise hell on them, the Uncaged, as soon as they turn on themselves first. Misery the 1st of October Missy time was running out. The Uncaged had made their moves too quickly now, and that was because of her. Because soon, she wouldn't be alive to face them. Blood poured down her hands from her mouth, her nanites failing once more as they weren't able to stop her body from breaking itself apart. There were few things worse than warp poisoning, like having your implant touched by the terror source shard of oblivion. Maybe it was time to call her wife back. She missed her dearly. But Ruby had other priorities as a Neocorps herald. The swarm was nearing, and Missy had to survive to face it. After all, she had chosen this for herself. In a way, she was one of the most free persons on this planet. With freedom came the choice to act however you wanted. But with choice comes consequences. And consequences demanded responsibility. Skeleton, Soul Killer, Dog Whistler. They were her responsibility. A three-way war was upon them, and she'd make sure there were no victors. The puppeteers of New California, Los Diablos. Luciente of Los Diablos hadn't seen wrong when the news began hounding them of Diana Ulrich. Silverier, she was called. To him, she was a meal worth hunting down. But he'd made his decision to leave already. Skeleton, Soul Killer, the Dog Whistler. He wanted none of what the Uncaged were planning. He'd already gotten himself crowned of Little Requiem once, and it had made him too many enemies to count. No, he decided his focus was better spent elsewhere. While the city warred with itself, he would claim the lands around it. He who controlled the siege capitals would control the swarm, and like it or not, New California was a city. If anything, it had been stolen from him by that dead lieutenant. Oh, how he wished he could have been the one to claw out Jacob Grash's throat. But that thought quickly left him. He had better things to focus on. He would head east and conquer the nomad tribes, and would forge his own city on the corpse left by the Infinite. Little Requiem was scrap compared to that. Metal Heavens. The Archbishop of Metal Heavens meditated on past events, on his mentor's death, and the history that had followed the Iron Devil's appearance. Now, a new herald had appeared, but he was not nearly foolish enough to worship her, the same way his mentor had delighted in the appearance of the Hammersmith. The Dog Whistler was only human. That was the conclusion he had come to. His allies were better found in the ones who discard their birth to become what this world demanded. Upgrade. Evolve, overcome. Skeleton's plans for Little Requiem was the right way, but to convince his followers, he'd turn the devil's corpse into a saint. Crimson Soul's Crimson Queen stroked the heart's cheek. It was rare to see her without the veil, and she knew what a gift it was. But the heart's mind was elsewhere, far away, probably in a different body. The queen had never been one to make plans, but she was one to rely on them, to execute them. Yet, even this measure taken by the heart was drastic. To work with Skeleton, to kill Soul Killer, such a feat should be impossible. But the Crimson Heart knew the Revenant the best. After all, they were born together. But the recent sightings on the news had shifted the Queen's opinion. Because how the hell did Diana Ulrich survive being taken by that thing? Muramasa Dynasty, the Blade Father closed his eyes, his breath uneven as age and poor diet took its toll on him. His children could see it. They'd been witnessing his decline over the last 2 decades as control steadily slipped from his hand. He'd made mistakes, he'd made enemies, and few allies, and the ones he had made were treacherous. The old man was wise enough to know there was little to blame but himself. When his children imprisoned him, he hadn't fought it. None of them even tried to combat him. His words were clear: imprison him, torture him. But if they raised their blade to strike him down, then they were inviting death. None of them could ever kill him. Only one weapon could, and it required the right wielder. But he'd rejected. He'd hoped the R0N1N would understand just what power could have come into his hands by letting the man find Goliath. The power in those machines were only an imitation of his own. After all, which is why he was surprised to hear from Amizran that the R0N1N hadn't received it, but Dreadwire, and his identity, Ripley Donovic. One day, his children would bring enemies down to kill him. One day, he'd meet that man, the grandson of an old friend. For the first time in a while, the Blade Father felt excitement, anticipation. The Devil's pondering thoughts the 2nd of October Diamante settled onto the iron ribs of Little Requiem. It was hard to beat a view like this. Comfortable with his precious hat, he watched the far horizons basked in the golden light of the evening. Because pretty damn soon, the walls would rise up to block this sight. The 5th swarm was coming, and with it, Blood and Steel the End, the all-seeing we welcome the children of the infinite. Ripley Donovic has erased the man he had been, just as Diana has neglected both the names of Jones and Ulrich. Now, we read upon the entangled destinies of Dreadwire and Silvereye. Little do they know, but they will become very fond of each other. A bond greater than mere camaraderie and respect, one that sprouts with the potential of a shared future. It is a shame that one of them dies to the other. Then, only when they have mastered their powers over thunder and webs will they become monsters of blood and steel. Only then will they clash. Their clash is the only way to birth the eclipse. A celestial force of light and darkness orbit one another, both birthed from the same origin. As they fracture, they will form a new entropy. The only force that can free me, the only force that can kill me. I hope you will enjoy it as much as I have written it to be. Chapter 129, Blood and Steel, Volume 1 of CyberGene is over. 6 months ago, I published this story not knowing if it would work or not. With 3.1K followers as of the end of Blood and Steel, I am beyond glad to see that it has proven a successful endeavor, and I can't wait to show you guys what comes next in Thunder and Webs. But first, a look back to share why I made this story. CyberGene was a result of a bad time made to get me into a good time. The crux of this story revolves around that idea of overcoming tragedies and growing as a person. I wanted to write a progression fantasy, but not just progression in the way of strength, but in the way of character and your past. This story will be a kick-ass power fantasy, but at the same time, something that explores ideas beyond the general scope of stories in the genre. I don't mean for CyberGene to be preachy in any way, honestly, nor do I intend to make it some grand statement about the world or a philosophical masterpiece. It is simply a story with 2 characters going through a series of bad times together and learning to survive, live, and love despite it all. Something that would give me hope as I wrote it. And I suppose that is what I want this story to evoke. Hope. Stupid hope. And I don't think any setting is better to do that than in a hopeless dystopian setting. I can safely say that CyberGene will not end with wrong city, wrong people. In fact, I have a pretty good general idea of the next 9 volumes, including the eventual ending of the series. It won't all be pretty. Bad things will definitely continue to happen to both characters. But that is the point. In Blood and Steel, we got introduced to this world that will be explored in great detail in the following volumes. We got to see Ripley and Diana, their powers and their backstories and their characters, and it was all only ever an origin story. Ripley built his way to victory with the Arachnodyne, and taking it upon himself to break through the secrets of implants to save his mother, whereas Diana is opening her eyes to reflect the terrible truth her city ignores and is willing to be the monster it needs, but at the same time is being leveraged by her father as a marketing tool. With these 2 identities, a masked mercenary willing to do what is necessary to save the one person closest to him, and an investigator now turned into unwilling beacon of hope to the city. I am going to tell what I think is a really cool story. Thunder and Webs is going to be big, really big. In fact, the first 2 acts together are about as large as Blood and Steel, and each act is more than 50 chapters. The last one in particular is what I am writing right now, and it is a culmination of so many plot points, and it is so fucking cool. In fact, here are the names of the 3 acts of Thunder and Webs. Act I, Sweet Child, omit if you encounter this narrative on Amazon. Note that it is taken without the author's consent. Report it, Act 3rd, the 3rd. Where is my mind? Also, yeah, I am hoping you guys have figured out the motif behind my naming of the axe. OT0, and now, with a few too many mysteries to solve. Let me bring the hype train on for Thunder and Webs with what you can expect from it. No matter where we go, there will always be blood to spill and steel to scrap. Ripley will always be developing some new gimmick to flaunt, and Diana will always be a lightning-striking girl boss out to do what others can't. And so, what to expect in Volume 2, Thunder and Webs. And here is the blurb Ripley has upgraded. Diana has consumed. Now they must evolve, as either masters or monsters. The chill of changing seasons at the year's end rattles through Westcrook, as both Ripley and Diana have grown comfortable with their implants, embracing their newfound identities. Ripley's actions as Dreadwire have gathered infamy throughout the city, offers for his services coming in from both above and below. But his mother's life hangs by a thread. His memories have knotted up, and a mysterious digital seed is growing inside him. Ripley will have to unravel the secrets of implants to understand everything, and so he'll set his sights on a field he hasn't yet explored. It all begins with those flowers. Diana has unwillingly been turned into a poster child of the police. The hope of the city lies within Silvereye. She'd rather spend her time hunting down Soul Killer with Dryder, but the Uncaged's actions have spread far and wide, emboldening into both her public and secret life. When corpses raised into mals begin popping throughout the city, Diana knew who to expect, at least. She thought so, until a skeleton began digging its way out of the grave. Just as Ripley and Diana grow, the Uncaged schemes. The time has come for them to work together, to put aside their differences and unite. But thunderous omens rattle this city, and webs of lies have been woven by those they believe to be allies, until a whisper of sin changes everything. And she who whistles to the dogs will forever alter the course of the future, the present, and the past. There can only be one uncaged, one child of the infinite. The clash of blood and steel is upon us. The eclipse is coming. So, when will Thunder and Webs be releasing? The 7th of April, with 7 chapters coming out. Patreon currently has a sizable amount of Thunder and Webs out with the first 25 out, but that can get a lot larger. You'll see how in my next post. And there is one last teaser I have for Thunder and Webs. It is an excerpt from a chapter about a specific event and has some non-contextual spoilers. I'll leave this comment section down below as the only place I want them discussed. So if you don't want spoilers, feel free to discuss the ending of Blood and Steel in the epilogue chapter. Chapter 130. Implantser, the crux of the power system in CyberGene, spawning 2 types when a mal is killed: bugs, biomachinary, utilization, gene editors, which affect the mind to be able to bypass chemical neurotransmitters, to think using electrons modified by warp energy, hence allowing the manipulation of warp code to enhance cybernetics, called shardware. These adapters are colloquially called shard adapters, which is short for shardware adapters. Bugs spawn from the death of malware, the inorganic subspecies of the mal, symbiotic integrators of mutagen, which directly alter the genetic structure of the adapter's body to be affected by warp energy to mutagenically alter their physiology. In most cases, mutants are the standard adapters produced by Sims, possessing enhanced biology. However, espers are rare adapters whose mutations give them supernatural-like abilities, often being associated with elemental control or psionic capabilities. Sims spawn from the death of malformed, the organic subspecies of mal. Malignants produce both types of implants, and as such, they are the only known source of creating dual adapters who possess both a bug and a sim, since their sourced implants do not reject one another. The source. It shards and fragments the sources, an unknown power thought to be a realization of the laws of reality. It has been divided into 12 shards, each one part of pair contained by a respective founder and maltitin. These shards can provide fragments to lesser implants, thus making them source-touched. This results in the creation of unique features in bugs and deviant mutations in Sims, source shard ownership and antithetical pairs, Maltitin's founder's oblivion, the terror of the East, release, the typhoon of the Pacific, change, the infinite of the West, division. the mother of the North Connection, Nolan Trask of Syntech, the future, the all-seeing of the net, the past Michelle Silva of Neocore, understanding Beauregard Mazur of the Free City's bug features. There are 12 known features for bugs, granting unique modifications to shardware usage and enhancing the human mind. However, there can be rare exceptions in the form of unique features, manifested by the presence of a source shard fragment. List of unique features. Spoilers Ripley Dreadwire Donovic the R0N1N Missy. At certain thresholds, features will reconfigure to determine optimal development routes and typically create or modify a protocol. These protocols are considered abilities, some rarer than others. Sim mutations. Mutations are as numerous as they are varied, with millions of them in circulation. Mutations are first attained through convergence with a sim, with other mutations being gained through consumption of mal-derived mutagenic substances. These are typically treated and edited to be sold as mutagen. There are 5 classifications of mutations. Integrity. These mutations cause passive changes to the physiological structure of an adapter, typically causing a difference in appearance, strength, endurance, and resilience. Alteration. These mutations can be activated via warp energy to cause instant alterations to the physiology of an adapter. These are commonly used to weaponized organs. Metabolism. These mutations alter the metabolic ability of the adapter to improve their stamina and provide unique adaptations that can improve their output of strength. Cognition. These mutations are specific to improving the adapter's nervous system and senses, sometimes being able to massively enhance their ability to perceive the world. Energy. These are rare mutations that grant the adapter unique control over physical or psychic phenomenon. Adapters with these mutations are called espers and possess power that arises as elemental control, psionic capabilities, or enhanced biological manipulation beyond alteration mutations. In rare circumstances, a mutation may also be classified as a deviant mutation. These mutations can be identified by their capacitance value of 1. Deviant mutations allow for extrasensory abilities such as psionic manipulation, or the power to control the warp energy of those around you. List of deviant mutations. Diana Silveri, Ulrich Soulkiller, Missy Anthony Grosh implant tiers, stats, and tendencies. There are currently 7 known tiers of implant development. Each requires significant time and investment to attain Tier 0. Convergence Tier I, Foundation Tier 2nd, Modification Shun, Mutagenesis Tier 3rd, Metamorphosis Tier I 4th, Evolution Tier V. Tier V. Implants have 4 base stats in integrity, energy, capacity, and grade, with tendency only being applicable to error. These stats start at lowest at Iron I, and upon reaching the next major threshold above them, such as Bronze, I gain a boon that is specific to the adapter. Integrity determines the adapter's threshold of manipulation of warp energy before warp burns occur. Higher integrity allows for an overall increase in maximum output. Energy determines the adapter's quantity of warp energy. Capacity determines the adapter's ability to contain mutations or link to shardware. Grade determines the potency of warp energy, as well as the amount of starting features and mutations an adapter starts with. There are 6 known grades: iron, bronze, silver, gold, titanium, and platinum. Tendency determines the nature of your warp energy. Tendencies are only available to silver grade adapters and above. Each grade above silver can use 1 additional tendency. Starting from gold grade, it is possible to combine 2 tendencies into 1. Compatibility is tested prior to converging with an implant and takes a percentile format. Higher compatibility massively increases control over warp energy and increases the rate of development of the implant, to the point that it might be more efficient for an adapter to take a lower grade implant if it gives them higher compatibility. In many ways, compatibility is far more important than even the other stats of the adapter, as it influences how the implant develops. At higher compatibilities, there is both conscious and subconscious input into the adapter's development. Low compatibility is most common in cases where the implant had been previously used, or if the adapter is using a new implant after their old one had been removed. Reaching 0% compatibility results in the degeneration of an implant and turns their adapter into a mal, a parasite in case of a sim, and a fractured in case of a bug. Chapter 131. Recap of Blood and Steel at Midnight. On the 1st of June, the Toxin Club was as bustling as it ever had been, the patrons too drunk or lustful to be aware of the deal going on right above their heads. They got to enjoy the workers there, whose minds were blissfully altered by personality editing matrices to leave them moldable at a cost of shardine. But another mind needed the editor to protect its fragility. For Ripley Donovic was a man who had little to his name except the shard operating claw once belonging to his mother, who was now ailing with disease caused by implant removal. He found the strength to continue on in his childhood friend Celine, reunited with him once they'd both fallen from grace. Officer Diana Jones willingly descended from grace, abandoning her esteemed father, Brian Ulrich, to join the police. She would be sent undercover that fateful night to discover the existence of a deal between the Snake Fangs and a Yujo representative, only known as Miss Himiko. At Ripley's intervention, they'd accidentally unleashed one of humanity's predators, a Mal, a gold malignant, one of brutal lightning that devoured technology into its anatomy. It devastated the club and the Snake Fangs, who could do little more than run as they lost everything. Ripley, too, would lose something in Celine's life. The algorithm known as the personality matrix in his head would beg to differ, and it would only grow in potency once he and Diana emerged not just as survivors, but as claimers of gold implants. The only clue they had to go on for the source of these powers was the name of the orchestrator of the deal, the Dog Whistler. Under the protection of the Misfits, Ripley, led by the aptly named Missy, would form a close kinship with Mirage and her 3 AI personality duplicates, Personas, and bond closely with Twilight. Led to the seedy town of Little Requiem, he'd earn himself the interest of Mr. Skeleton, who knew far more of Ripley's life than a black market dealer should. With Skeleton's guidance, Ripley found himself wrapped in the mystery of his grandfather and the peculiar warp material left to him and his mother. Livewire, as his prowess with cybernetics grew, so did his carelessness when the infective powers of mimicking another implant led him to assault a drug dealer, losing his arm in the process as he learned a valuable lesson. Freedom is not a life without consequences. Diana, meanwhile, would be promoted to 3rd investigator, earning herself a presence in the intelligence department, where she would find herself in an alliance with Anthony Grage, nephew of current Lieutenant Annabelle Grage, wielding extraordinary mutations that allowed her to wield electricity for personal strength. She would make quick progress in her duties, eliminating a serial killer, taking down arms deals, and being a crucial component to the safety of hostages that Muramasa Dynasty had taken. Though the R0N1N had been more noticeable then, she gained quite the sum of attention. Kendrick Warsh was the wrong sort of attention. His interest in her led Indra Harmony to spy on Diana, leading to the discovery of the gold implant within her and the kidnapping of Diana's close friend, Officer Yvette. As a result, in her rage, Diana would charge into Little Requiem in an attempt to retrieve Yvette from Metal Heavens. But with every ounce of strength she drew, her control lessened. A misplaced touch led Yvette to her death, and Indra would follow. Ripley would intervene to save Diana, and together they'd learn more of the other's past. It wasn't quite a friendship, but it would be the start of the bond. And a reason for it to tear. Diana would leave, her muddled fury turned inwards in an attempt to devastate her body using Yvette's implant. It failed in its task, only empowering her and providing a moment of clarity. And the investigator would make sure Rorschach got his punishment by contacting her distant biological father, where she was tormented. Ripley desperately needed to prove himself for the heist Missy, and the others had been hired for. A plan months in the making. He would only ever be the R0N1N's operator and commit to repairs. But he took the mission to heart as he scourged for implants wherever he could. He'd infiltrate Metal Heavens and several other gangs, leaving them fuming for the mercenary named Dreadwire. As he gathered resources, a shardware device he thought impossible began to weave together. Dreadwire was complete once he bore the arachnidine upon his back. Its 4 limbs wielded Livewire, to make him a mercenary of a kind wholly alien to the city. His debut saw him eliminating 4 lieutenants of the underworld, and he'd only further build his legend. He'd also blossomed his connection with Mirage, learning of her past as a Neocore proxy to divulge the secrets of the old net in possession of the all-seeing. A Maltaton, the two of them found a moment of connection amidst the troubled world of New California, an intimacy and vulnerability that was rare to find. In what little time they knew each other, they'd begun to fall in love, and he loved all sides of her, the darkness, the light, and everything in between. But Diana found her time spent all alone. The loss of Yvette ate at her, and the teeth of the matter lay in the knowledge that it had been her powers that killed her friend. Anthony had grown determined to soothe and help her. His presence thus far had only ever been to lead Diana closer in her investigations on Soul Killer. But she'd strike a treasure trove of knowledge in his mother, Juliet Gracia's findings, on a group calling themselves the Uncaged. Ripley, likewise, would hear from Missy about them and her plan to eliminate Soul Killer, Mr. Skeleton, and the Dog Whistler. Mr. Skeleton, in particular, had been one of Missy and Diamante's co-workers and a protege of Ripley's grandfather, the legendary Hammersmith. A man once known as Mikhail Almajali. With events of importance nearing for both of them, Diana's gold implant would surface among the underworld's knowledge. They'd hunt her down, but soon they'd have nothing to hunt. Her search for Soul Killer led her to an auction, where she'd come into contact with Miss Himiko, better known as Yujo's governing AI Amaterasu, only to be sold as the product. However, Soul Killer's plans shifted as she proved immune to their mind-manipulative mutagen. Kidnapped, Diana was forced to engage with Soul Killer's Hivmund of infected as they researched her implant, forcing her to combat deadly malformed and feed on their strength. Her telekinetic strength was born when she faced off against a mercenary raised from the dead, a parasite. Mutations quickly evolved under the Revenant's tests, granting her the power to reach into the infection of others. But she lacked control. Regardless, she would reflect all the terrors to come in her gaze as Silviri, and burn them. Ripley's mission, meanwhile, saw him infiltrating Yujo's Shandian Shardware labs as Dreadwire alongside the R0N1N. They'd steal and pilfer their way down, Ripley making startling discoveries about the origins of unique features as he tried to wield the R0N1N's power. Augmented in speed, Ripley and the R0N1N still failed to be quick enough to prevent the tech they'd come for, Goliath from being teleported to another facility. Splitting up, Ripley journeyed towards Missy and Topaz. He'd challenge himself against a Silver, one wielding a spider like exoskeleton. In their duel, he'd forced Yujo to witness Dreadwire's ingenuity and resilience, a victory that earned him the next step of his journey into Tier the Second. Diana would find herself being fed mutagen for the same result by Soul Killer. Determined to leave, she manifested her powers to their utmost as she dueled Soul Killer's most favored vessel, Emily Kazel. But killing Kazel only raised questions, for the woman dropped no implant, and another one of her had approached. Reluctantly, Diana followed the second Kazel at her request, revealing Anthony to be caged and infected. Desperate to cure him, she found the true calling of her warp energy's tendency, fire. She'd burn the Revenant down for their sins. And Ripley, upon contact with the firewall guarding Goliath, would find his power in the very nature of his adaptability. In water, to flow as needed and become whatever its vessel is shaped into. But hidden within the data shield lay Amaterasu, revealing to him that his and Diana's implants are born a Maltaton spawn, the Infinite. With both at Tier the Second, they worked in escaping to safety, but not before Diana eliminated the Revenant's lab with the aid of Dryder, a private investigator with ties back to the police, and Anthony's mother. Ripley would find himself finding safety in a jail cell, his location unknown to all allies except his girlfriend. Diana would release him, their lives intermingling once more as they revealed their findings. Returning home, Ripley would find his mother surrounded by his allies, and in a worse condition. Time was running out for him. It wasn't merely enough to collect funds to buy a cure. He'd have to make one himself. As for Diana, her gold prowess would be known to all by her father's appearance, and she'd forever be labeled Silver-Eye to the city. Its future would hang in the balance. One the Uncaged were keen on disrupting, especially when it came to be known that it was intended to become the front for a coordinated attempt at killing a Maltaton. Before then, Diana needed to eliminate all the monsters in her path, and Ripley needed to become the master of powers even beyond his implant. As Dreadwire and Silvereye, their origins are bathed in blood and steel, but there remains a clash yet to come. It echoes in thunderous omens, woven upon webs of lies. Chapter 132, Prologue. The 1st of October, Diana. I couldn't quite believe that I was back here. This same bar meeting, that same damned lie of a human being. Archangel. A Neocorps enforcer, otherwise known as Alicia Nori. She wasn't sitting inside the building. Rather, she hobbled on crutches outside the doorway, surprised to see that her legs hadn't healed yet. I tried to put on an unassuming face as she guided me into the bar. It's been a while. Archangel found us a table to sit on. It must have been easy since she had basically told me the last time that she owned this place that it has. I unsteadily took my seat, eyeing the woman in front of me with distrust. So, I'll be blunt. Archangel leaned her arms over the table, her beautiful bronzed skin reflecting under the tasteful chandeliers of the establishment. Ever since our last meeting, I've been keeping an eye on you, of sorts. I wasn't surprised. It seems like everyone was interested in following me nowadays, including my new coworkers. And let me guess, you lost track of me when I was kidnapped by Soul Killer. Ah, her voice heightened in surprise. Is that what happened? You were the one who led me on their trail. Alicia bit her lips. She seemed different today compared to the last time, but it was hard sometimes to remember that she had grown up as an actress. Right. Soul Killer? Were my files helpful? Not exactly, I grunted, remembering the torment I'd gone through. Diana, I'm going to speak as Alicia, not Archangel. I need to know everything that's happened, preferably from the start. My boss is on my ass because he thinks that your implant is special. Now that everyone knows that you have a gold, it's beginning to become real difficult to. I raised my hand up, interrupting her before she rambled further. You want to know it all from the start? Okay then. Yay. 4 months ago, I was tasked with infiltrating a club owned by the Snake Fangs, since there was intel regarding some exchange between them and Yujo High execs. There, I stumbled onto said deal, except as you know, it was a farce from the get-go. Right. You said they were planning to open the box in the 1st Precinct Center and release a malignant there. Just a taste of what would come 3 years from now with the 5th swarm. The same one that sourced your implant. Archangel smirked. Golden in virtue and in power. I scowled. So she'd read about me in the papers. Right. And then your boss tried to crush my head. Did he? Oh, Tusk isn't known for his friendliness. I expelled a tired breath. Moving on, from then I joined Intelligence Squad 13 as a 3rd-rank investigator. It was around when I'd just finished converging that you and I met. A whole lot happened. And combing through a few of the clues that Ripley said to me, combined with your report, I concluded that other than the dog whistler, there were also figures known as Mr. Skeleton and Soul Killer who operated within the shadows of Westbrook, behind even the puppeteers. And naturally, you dove-face first into their mess, without inserting that handy little chip into your skull so I could find you if you died. Well, that was never in the plan. Dying. I coughed out. Those early days of my implant, it had been troublesome adjusting to the power. But in hindsight, it was probably the happiest I had been in a long time. Alicia picked up a tablet on her side. You know, I have a long list of some of the crazy things you've done. Killing Tongue-Lelisher, aiding in direct interceptions of Crimson Soul's Arms deals, witnessing the R0N1N firsthand during a hotel hostage scene, assaulting a Metal Heavens base in Little Requiem of all places. Oh, sorry, shouldn't touch on that last one. I gritted my teeth. She was right. It's unrelated. A coworker found out about my implant and kidnapped my best friend to get at me. I couldn't save either of them. Alicia nodded, a faint bit of genuine sympathy shining in her eyes. The world's not a pretty place, Diana, but I think I'm the last person who should tell you that. Yeah, during all of that mayhem I was... Well, the lieutenant knew about my implant the entire time, led me down a rabbit hole known as Simon Jugosla, a freak who sold mal-based cuisine to the highest bidder. Landed me an invite to an auction where a lot happened at the auction. For one, I had met Miss Himiko, the sentient AI who had attempted to buy my implant in the first place. She'd revealed a lot to me, but only with Ripley's aid later had I figured out my implant was related to a Maltaton, the Infinite. But the most important fact was, it was where Soul Killer and I first met. Oh, what did they look like? I stared at her deeply, questioning how much I should reveal to her. But, like it or not, having Neocore as an ally was something I couldn't give up. Soul Killer isn't a person. Rather, they're a Hivmund of sorts that works by transmitting their mutation through the pollen of flowers resembling a red spider lily. Upon ingesting that mutagen, your brain structure alters, allowing them permanent access to your body via a psionic nexus, a highly developed host that keeps these various Soul Killer minds cohesive with each other. Archangel's eyes opened wide. Oh, that doesn't sound good. They're titanium too. I was almost sucked into their control, but I guess you can say I've developed an immunity to it. No thanks to being locked up and tested on for more than 2 weeks in an abandoned malbunker. Which you then broke out of all by yourself, Number. It was only later that I'd figured, but my father had worked out my freedom when his agent was captured. Soul Killer just took his precious time giving it to me, and then they took Anthony, which led Drider to me. It was a complicated mess. I clenched my fist. What even was Alicia's goal? What do you exactly want? I mean, last time you said you either needed my implant or to figure out where it came from. Well, it looks like you're making good progress on the latter front, Alicia smiled. But if you ever do want to take that contract, it's still open. Hell, we could negotiate it. I'm not giving you my implant. I steeled my voice, but seriously, why is Tusk so hellbent on recovering my implant? I was pretty sure I knew the reason, but this was a test to figure out how much Alicia knew. Oh, well, let's just say it's a very special implant even as a gold. You don't even know what makes my implant so special, do you? Her eyes crossed, anger flashing up before she stirred them calmer. Look, whatever your implant is, the mal it came from caused irreparable damage to me bug. I don't know how or what that means, but it should be impossible. Do you know how frustrating it is being unable to walk? By the founders, Diana. My job is on the line. My life. Then how will you help me? I settled closer to her, my voice growing colder. If you're that desperate, then you'll help me get rid of Soul Killer. Alicia clenched her jaw. I wish it was that simple, but you're acting like I can drag all of Neocore into this mess. I can barely get my own boss to respond half the time. I sighed in frustration. Have you ever heard of a group calling themselves the Uncaged? The Uncaged? She repeated in recognition. Yeah. Old Malterist cell active from out in Africa and Europe was before my time. Why? So the Uncaged was active in other continents? Or was this some other splinter group based in New California? I sighed. They're the ones who had my implants maul initially. And all those big shady figures like Skeleton, Dog Whistler, and Soul Killer are the ringleaders. Oh, she gulped. I won't claim to be an expert, but from what I know, the Uncaged was a name many resistance groups and criminal gangs banded themselves under post-Fourth Swarm. Their influence didn't touch this continent once. Besides, Neocore practically stomped their influence out. I digested the information greedily. The leader of whatever operations are happening here is known as Mr. R. Ring a bell. Number. The Uncaged that I knew worked under someone calling themselves the Sin. But this was more than a decade ago. The Sin and Mr. R, to my knowledge, were likely the same individual. I clenched my fists until they turned white, which would time up perfectly when new threats in Westbrook began appearing, namely Skeleton and later Dog Whistler. Shit! Archangel bit her thumb. This just got complicated. I'll try and see what I can do. I chuckled out my spite. They played this clever, didn't they? Waiting until the swarm is practically hovering, its shadow over us before ramping up the chaos they're causing. And from what I know, they're partially the reason Neocorps is sending reinforcements to New California. Almost like they want us to fight them, Archangel sulked. But could it be a distraction from something else? Or, I don't know. But what I do know is that the police have been infiltrated with Soul Killer's presence. Now, since your friends are planning on working with us, I'm sure they'd appreciate an untainted police force. I left an equal amount of threat in my voice. Those reinforcements won't be arriving for a while, at least another few months. Archangel rubbed her temples, anxiety creeping in. Being straight with you, I'm capable, but I'm not as active as I can be. Tusk is off-city, setting up the siege capitals, making me the only Neocorps personnel in this entire district. I can take on a Silver unscathed, but I can't help you deal with this interpersonal conspiracy relying on gang politics and... right. Soul Killer has the ability to turn the people they infect into malls, which they can also control. Archangel stiffened. Elucidate. I smirked. The cat was in the bag. There was a lot I couldn't say to Archangel. She had more or less hinted that she was aware I possessed what was called a deviant gene. But something in me could feel that her understanding was only half-baked. That she didn't know the origins of where these unique mutations came from. The source. Or at least, a fragment of it. Whatever that cryptic authority may be, it allowed implants to bend their own rules. And my fragment of the source came from the Maltitan known as the Infinite. I wasn't sure if Tusk knew that exact fact, but he clearly had an agenda with acquiring my power. For now, I had better things to get to. Slowly, me and Dryder were creeping up on Soul Killer's involvement with the underworld. But at times where I wasn't crashing at his office, I was here. Besides Anthony, the hospital room was quiet. But the thrum of his biomonitor kept me connected to him, staring at his sleeping face. I rubbed the Nexus SIM Dryder had given to me, my mind searching the hospital floor for any of Soul Killer's influence. For Annabelle Grosh, I didn't know the exact details of how Annabelle's infection was different from the others, but she was most likely a victim of Soul Killers around the time Anthony's mother, Juliette Grosh, had died. A decade ago. That whole mystery was still unexplained. But I knew Dryder was a close affiliate of Juliette's, and her death appeared to be part of the reason why he was so hell-bent on ending Soul Killer. I could relate. The 1st of October Ripley cold liquor burned down my throat. Some expensive malt that would get even a tier 2 loose with a few shots. Warp-enhanced alcohol was a business of its own in the underworld. And Sean from the Snake Fangs was notorious for having parties where he lavishly spread the gift around to make allies festive and his enemies unaware. And clearly, Ho-Chin had picked that up from his uncle. The tall sack of meat and steroids was flush from the drink. But his next few words came way too seriously. Ripley, you're Dreadwire, aren't you? Many thoughts crossed my mind at this moment, from the possibility of having to kill my friend to if Sean already knew. But staring at the man who was shaking with what he had said, I realized that he was scared. Being Tyr the Sec enhanced my processing of information, but the sweat pricking his eyebrows and slight tremble of his lips was an obvious tell. I sighed out, just glad I didn't need to lie anymore. So I am. What gave it away? A few things, Ho-Chin shuddered. For one, if there was anyone as obsessed with an arachne and turning it into a weapon, it would be you, Hermano. Then there's the fact that a gold merc pops up a few months after we had one in our club. But also, it was the way you dodged in those vulture vids of you that leaked. Dodged? Yeah, it was the same way you used to do during our sparring matches. Grew a weird tilt on your right side since your hand was made of metal and heavier. Hoken took a gulp of a weaker brew to embrace his snitching mouth. Damn, looks like you didn't need an implant to identify tells. I would need to work on my dodging. Well, yeah, you figured me out. Got the Golden Dove straight first into a criminal conspiracy. Any questions? I knew I was coming off as casual, but better that than blow this out of proportion in a public club. Ho-Chin gulped the burning drink down. First, how on earth did you even meet the R0N1N? Ho-Chin slurred into me, his voice equal parts curious and worried. That's a long story. At first, he just needed me as an on-field mechanic. But it was some mercs who helped me settle and who introduced me to the guy. He's terrifying. I chose my words carefully. I needed to gauge how much Wochin knew. Right? These other mercs, were they the ones also there in the raid? Don't tell me you know the Iron fucking Devil? He whispered in a scream. But the corner of this club was secluded in soundproof walls. A little VIP section where one could say the things they wanted, exchange whatever, or fuck whoever. Not that the last one was happening tonight? Yeah, I know him. A real sweetheart. I smirked, thinking about how pissed Diamante would be if he just heard me. Hoken groaned as the severity of it all hit him. Okay. But like how? He stared me up and down. How on earth did cute little Ripley go from shivering in our basement to giving Yujo the fucking finger by crashing their aerodynes into one another? What the fuck happened in these last 4 months? A lot. Where to even begin? Yeah, I met a helpful folk. They helped me adjust to life with an implant. Hell, they helped me understand just what kind of life they've been living. Made sure I worked my implant to the warp code by pushing me to my limits, both as a shard operator and a, well, newly bountified merc. I want to know everything. Hokshin said with wide eyes before correcting himself, "Everything? That won't get me killed." That made things easier. Well, to start off, I got ahead of myself, made a few improvements to my shardware from some scrap I found in Little Requiem, and it ended up with me losing my left arm after a brawl went wrong. From then, I managed to prove myself to Saint Yorinobu's sole shard op Harold Anderson. Tough guy. Right, I've been thinking of getting membership at the gym. Hochin blurted, "Could you get me a discount?" I scoffed. "I'll try." Where was I? Right? A new arm, a new liver, and also, yeah, I forgot. Turns out my grandfather has a bit of a history with my boss. Don't know exactly what, though he was much better of a shard op than even my mom knew. Nothing too major. But my old man helped me by giving some much-needed insight into operating. I lied the entire time, because my grandfather was in fact the notorious world-infamous titanium shard operator known as the Hammersmith. That was practically the extent of what I knew about him, other than that Little Requiem's big honcho, Mr. Skeleton, was infatuated with all of my grandfather's works. Missy had said something about him being the second pup my grandfather brought to her, after Diamante. Thus, making the skeletal mob boss a personal figure for both me and Missy, equally dangerous and mysterious with agendas I hadn't quite yet weaned out. Except for the fact that he was dangerous, a part of the uncaged... "Oh, I thought your granddad was dead," Hochin blurted. I lied. "Yeah, he is, but he left some stuff behind for my mom. Found his research notes and shardware. Like an endoskeleton that was now partially inserted into my body. Just the hips, ribs, and skull were left." Hochin took a deeper gulp. "Still doesn't explain how you became so badass. Well, this city has a deep history, and the guys I was running around with are pretty fucking important to it, and, well, you remember Diana?" Hochin clenched his glass a bit harder. How could I not? I was going to say that we were working together trying to uncover the secrets of our implants, but I got the sense that wasn't a good idea anymore. Well, I was keeping an eye on her because she, has the other half of your implant. Hochin basically spat into his cup. Right point is that I involved myself in some pretty dangerous shit. Forced me to adapt, grow stronger, mostly leaned on my implant for a long time, but slowly I caught up to the insanity of gold. I had made some pretty stupid mistakes. Most glaring had to be my first attempt at a fight without Twilight. Taking down even a weak iron tier I drug. Dealer had cost me my organic left arm. It had also revealed to me the consequences of the path I had followed. Slow? Hochin stared at me with raised eyebrows. Okay, it was pretty fucking quick. But the point of the matter is, I killed people within days of getting my implant. Hell, helped take out a bronze, too. Not that the Iron Devil even needed it. He was testing me. I guess I was just clever enough to find shortcuts. Like being able to absorb warp code without any loss, multiplying my thoughts, having a damn shardware building simulator in my head, or learning how to create shardware by breaking it apart. and perhaps the greatest of my abilities, to mimic the features of other bugs and use them like my own. A power now evolved to grant me some mild modifications of the implants themselves. Oh, and my mind basically reacted to any threats for the sake of preservation, which I was now thinking might be an issue, considering my personality matrix, and its probable memory loss issues. There were more cheats at my disposal, but this drink was getting to me, so now was the time to hide my cards. So yeah. A while later, I met the R0N1N and heard about this plan of his. That ended up with me spending a month on the streets, which was tough as fuck, but it helped build my character. Stole a lot of tech from various peeps, and ended up with me crafting my own arachne. Yeah, I conveniently left out the part about me getting the arachne itself gifted from my grandfather. Oh, and that I had Alatov help building it. That I heard about it. Really early footage of you leaked out. You really were running with the vultures. I still was when I had the chance to. Except now, they ran from Dreadwire, or tried to sell stuff to me. Yeah, that landed me in Tomanun comfortable situations. All worked out in the end, though. Raided that Shandian facility, had one hell of a bike ride through the city, raided another facility and got out. Jeez, what was even the reason for all of that? This is the part where I don't speak and you won't have a Yujo-hating gold mercenary splitting your neck open in your sleep. I joked, but Hokin grew pale. Honestly, I would have as well at the thought of the R0N1N being an enemy. But what we'd stolen was now laughing matter. Goliath, a nanoswarm that now resided in my bloodstream, inactive for the moment, but I was deathly aware of those robots. Built out of a unique warp material, capable of transmuting organic matter into metal, it was able to reap massive returns if it were to be allowed to grow in number. That was just one of the many secrets I kept in me. I didn't say a word about the Source, or Dog Whistler, who had a network of the homeless that she could take control of at any moment, and turn into mindless malware, just like Diana had confirmed to me was in Soul Killer's ability. The Uncaged, they were a nasty presence in this city, but they couldn't be my focus, not now. If you really why I want to know why I'm doing all of this, I started. Hokin finished. I know, Ripley, your mother. Silence brewed between us, and I felt the need to continue saying something. She's gotten worse, half the reason I needed this drink in the first place. She won't survive next year. April's the limit. I understand, after what you've been through. After said, you must really want to save her. Hochin put the cup down, giving me his full attention. I just kind of feel like we've been letting each other down lately. You've been busy with all of this while I've been dealing with my uncle and the gang. Yeah, I'm sorry for not really staying in contact much. I took a sip, basking in the dull warmth the alcohol spread through me. Well, you heard my secrets. What's up with yours? I thought you guys were strapped for money, but here you are spending on drinks like this. Hochin stared at me, then the cup of liquor. He gulped down an entire mouthful of it like he was trapped in a desert for months before his tongue loosed enough for him to speak. We met up with an arms dealer who sort of took us under his wing. Mr. Skeleton pays good and doesn't ask too much of us like Masa does. So, we're recovering. My breathing and body language eased on as normal, for my mind had jerked before my body had the opportunity to. I looked at my own auburn liquid and sunk it down my throat. Yeah, I've heard of him. Mikhail Almajali. The creepy bastard had tried multiple times to trick me into giving him my grandfather's possessions, and I suspected he already had some paraphernalia that was rightfully my mom's. Not willing to risk my tongue getting any looser, I passed the drink aside and looked at Hochin, my eyes gently focusing on him with sharpness. So, Hokin, I've more or less confirmed things you've already suspected now. No one else can know about this. Hochin chuckled. Jesus, Ripley, you're friends with the R0N1N. I'd make an enemy any day, but, like you said, want my throat intact. I nodded. Glad we have an understanding now. Enough about my weird-ass implant. How's yours coming along? Finished converging yet? Hochin stared at me like I'd said something utterly stupid. I'm only 60% of the way through. I may have forgotten. Tier 0 was supposed to take roughly a year for iron grades, and maybe 7 to 8 months for bronze grades like Hochin. Yeah, I'm just kidding. But still, you're running ahead of the curve. Skeleton brought us a whole load of parts and shardware, he explained. I got to start tinkering with them for my technician. Boot integration's coming up a lot slower. Well, just keep on working on it. What about you? Don't tell me you're already in Tier the Second. I am. But he didn't need to know that. Still working on the final stretch of Tier I. Honestly, this is a little secret between you and me, but I had a little help with my mental faculties for most of the Yujo raid. A handy program was making me think quicker. Ah, he nodded. That explains quite a lot. Looking back at my cup, maybe I did need just a little more. Sitting my ass down on the metro, I was sorely missing my bike. Not wanting to wallow up in the drunken grief of it, I stirred my warp energy through my liver. I'd need to upgrade it soon anyway, but all of my tossing around the last few months had alerted me of micro damages occurring through its structure. I sighed. Just another pile on my to-do list. Life had certainly changed. All of this bullshit with the source and the uncaged, all linking back to this Mr. R figure. Sometimes I wasn't sure if I ever wanted this implant in the first place. Okay, that was a lie. I never regretted it for a second. Thanks to it, I'd achieved incredible things in such a short time span. Or maybe it was right to say that I was the right vessel for it, that we were meant to coexist. I'd done a lot in 4 months, with 6 more on the timeline. I would need to put everything I had into this. Everything. And so begins the story of thunderous omens and webs of lies. Chapter 133. Chapter 1. The Mercenary and the Investigator excerpt from. So, let's talk about these golds. Episode of Abyssnet Podcast Western Frontier by HoloNet presenter Abraham Parez. So, let's talk about these golds, huh? Now I know for a fact that we're all thinking the exact same thing. 2 pairs of golds show up just a few months after the Toxin Club goes down, as lightning strikes, and Tusk shoots up like a scrapper's erection to a dead gene freak, all caused by a mall of a suspiciously similar grade. Now, for Diana Ulrich, this is all but confirmed. Her little zappy fingers are quoted as arousing as they are painful, according to one lucky anonymous witness to her burning lust for justice. And talk about shocking. She struck so much fear into Simon Jugoslav by uncovering his maltrade that he's gone and offed himself. Talk about an aura. And, by Mazur's tits, have you seen the ad she's on? Oh, who am I kidding? They're goddamn everywhere. Hell, even I'm considering joining the police just to see her in the flesh. If you know what I mean. Then there's Dreadwire. Ooh, just saying that name gives me chills. Little known fact. But he'd actually made his first public entrance into the criminal world undercover as a vulture where he offed a Metal Heaven's priest in their own chapel. Don't let humble beginnings confuse you, though, because a few weeks later he was sending Yujo Aerodynes crashing into one another. Now that's a bombastic entrance if I've ever seen one. And to think, he's using a fucking Arachne of all things. I know shard ops everywhere are absolutely busting themselves at the thought of having it in their labs. Plus, whatever fancy tech he stole from Yozu, I have a feeling the market's about to change as soon as we know where his goods came from. So let's dive a bit deeper into these two after all. This city's eyes needed a distraction like this from the swarm. And right now, one of the biggest debates going on is, who would win? Which of these two would come out on top if they had to clash with everything they've fucking got? So, I'm gonna call upon a few experts to discuss that on today's episode, because I have a good feeling things are gonna get a lot more exciting. 4:32 p.m. the 2nd of October, Ripley. So that snake fang friend of yours knows your Dreadwire. Missy palmed her forehead. Her eyes had been looking baggier these days. And here I thought things were already complicated enough. I'm dealing with it. Just thought you should know. Besides, the snake fangs are half dead. I wasn't too worried, not with these guys on my back. I wouldn't take it so easily, not if Skeleton's involved. And although the gang as a whole is a mess, Sean is deadly enough on his own to have the respect of the 4 big gangs. Missy ran her fingers along the table, a map glowing on it. All right, get your head back into the game. You know the gig for tonight? Mirage should have sent you a debrief. Yep, stealing an old pre-collapse guitar that belonged to some famous musician. Apparently, first restored and owned by some Syntec Corp, who lost it in a bet to a Diablos devil, who then had it taken in by the police to be put into a museum, which was then stolen by Metal Heavens, gigs from the Devil Guy, to return this instrument to its second rightful owner, and so we continue to iterate this circle of crime. I brought my fingers to move in a circle to humor her. She let me get my way with a smirk. Good. Topaz is going with you. I can do this alone. I pushed forth. It's a relatively simple job. He's doing recon. I have a drone. What's gotten into you, Ripley? He's only taking 10% of the cut. Every damn shard matters. I said back at her before pulling my breath back in. I'm sorry, I understand, Ripley. She softened her gaze. Remember, we're all trying to help. Topaz, too. He could have easily asked for more, I nodded. Just when I figure out the stealth suit, at least let me do one mission without needing him. That suit was good, but you know Topaz is better for infiltration. Besides, I heard your little friend in the police has quite the knack for finding people through stealth. My eyes darted away. Diana was something else sometimes. Lately, she'd been in the news constantly. It had died out slightly, but it was hard thinking if I could live up to what she was doing right now. Just a week ago, it was said she'd apparently taken down 2 major arms deals by herself, and that was just in her first month. Of course, the tabloids were probably just embellishing it. 6:25 p.m., the 2nd of October, Diana, watching from afar through my sniper's scope, I trailed the locations of 4 iron guards from atop my perch on the rooftop, my eyes taking in more light as or at least tried to, mimic the eyes of a hawk through the anatomy I'd read of them. Limited morphology manipulation was, proving to be both one of my most powerful and elusive mutations. A cheerful voice piped in my ears. So what you eating for dinner? The invisible woman behind me was all too visible within my faint electric domain. Sabrina Throm. I'd been wondering who had been stalking me over the last few weeks, but it was only 3 days ago that I caught her in the act as she stopped stalking me to buy a taco. I didn't really get her. Her whole attitude didn't make sense for being in the Special Intelligence Unit cheerful and disorganized. But she was competent. Almost all of my coworkers were odd, to say the least. Their power, though, couldn't be denied. Sabrina Throm was a legacy, much like Anthony was. Is the granddaughter of Colonel Reuben Throm, stationed up north in Yellowstone. He was a gold like me, in charge of maintaining their defense grids when the Mals attack while she was a silver esper. Sylvie. Simon. Don't leave a girl waiting. Sabrina poked my cheek, breaking my focus out from my sniper scope. I'm making lasagna. With a side of metal dust, Dryder would have added. My ability to digest inorganic material was unclear, but it was the most I could have without giving myself a bad stomach ache. I don't know how Soul Killer and Simon Jugoslaw knew to make meals so adjustable to my metabolism. Oh, you should try my mom's recipe. I'll send it over to you. A snapshot of delicious-looking lasagna pulled over my eyesight, a list of ingredients flowing beneath. Did I ever tell you that she's a professional chef? Yes, I said with finality. Oh, well then you should also know that she's glad that I put scum like Simon Jugoslaw in a grave. I bit my tongue, my scope zooming in. Los Diablos had just hauled in a truck. It was time. 7:21 p.m. Ripley. Well, this was embarrassing. Topaz held on to me with no shame, wrapping his legs around my waist and his arms around my neck, except for the hand he raised up upwards to the sky. Onwards, my spidery friend. I'm trying to build a reputation here. I breathed into my mask. Elsa would kill me if she saw Topaz doing this. And I'm doing my best to ruin fuck. I'd interrupted him by reeling my live wire and shooting us up the side of the building like an arrow. The last few weeks had really benefited my usage of the shardware as both a tool and a weapon. my brain more honed in on the intricate momentum calculations as my database feature continuously cataloged all of my arachnidine's usage to make it more efficient. Today, though, I'd brought up the ways to make this ride much more bumpy. "Dread, put me down," he screamed into my ear, but I just shrugged it off as my limbs worked to send us jumping from one wall to another until, unfortunately, we reached the top too soon. It was an elaborate outdoor lounge, complete with a rooftop pool and sunbathing chairs, and I'd eyed the hot tub. I'd never been in one. Maybe someday soon. Still, hard to believe someone from Metal Heavens owned all of this. Bishop Stockery, Mirage had told me, was said to be a public figure of some sorts, managing a chain of shardware operating centers under a Syntech affiliate. Topaz let himself down by falling on his ass, his dark complexion a little bit paler now. "Fuck me." "Actually, don't. You're not my type." "But what the hell? You make that look easy. Do you not have a fear of heights? How the hell do you just do that?" Got a couple of links that coordinate the limbs, an update that reduced my fear of heights, and a protocol that basically forces me into making sure that I don't kill myself. I helped him up, though it became a little bit harder to focus on him even as I held his arm. "I'll get us in." I cracked my neck, staring at the door leading into the penthouse. The set of bugs installed into my right arm crackled as my warp energy flowed deeper into them. Holding myself under the concept of my water tendency, I embodied myself as the vessel of the module located within the selected implant. Mimicking. Databrick module. B DataWeave TemiDB integration. Visually selecting the data cleaver I'd bought from my girlfriend. A handy little relationship discount of 100% attached with it. My right claw burned to life as its tip split to pry into the door's wiring. In seconds, I'd transmitted the viral Warpok Day through its systems, managed to get some cameras. I sent the visual field to Topaz, scanning out the various Metal Heavens members scattered through the elaborate apartment. "You fucking shard adapters swear. It's cheating for you," says the guy who literally can't be focused on. "Hey, you know how many times DI has almost shot me by accident? Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if it was on purpose." I snarked back, to which he rolled his eyes before he completed his own circuitry of warp energy, and I lost sight of him. "I'll go cause a distraction. Meet you here in 10. Go wild. After all, I just found the guitar, and it was being played by the bishop himself. A silver tier third. 6:31 p.m. Diana Sabrina moved quickly on the map. My lenses adjusting as a program in it created a holographic field of where her invisible body was moving. Air curved towards her, forming tangible currents through which she slid and hopped on as she neared the warehouse. "I've got eyes on 7 more irons, sending them your way. Looks like they've only got 2 bronze fiends in there," she relayed to me, numerous red highlights appearing behind walls. "Tell me when to shoot," I said back through the comms. Fiends. They were the lowest ranking of lieutenants in Los Diablos, equivalent to a crimson finger-like cannon arm. Her voice grew teasing. "Ooh, you're letting me control this. Let's see, 99, 98. I'm shooting." I sighed. Every day I wasn't sure how she ended up in special intelligence. 3, 2, 1. My first 4 shots were exactly on mark. Silent blue pulses, flying across the cityscape and striking the grunts on their frames, or shardware, burning their nervous systems so that they were incapacitated. Sabrina acted quickly on her end as well, as 3 of the red highlights collapsed without a sound. All right, switching rounds. I rolled the barrel on my sniper, cover-piercing bullets loading up according to the scope's display. Infiltrate? Sabrina slipped in through a door on the top floor, and soon a camera feed blurred in my vision of the inside of the building. Normally, a SIM adapter was overwhelmed by excess information like this, but my mind burned electricity through its neurons to compensate. I was still within my limits. All right, they're discussing the deal with some black-masked guy. Looks like he's one of Skeleton's. Taking him alive, then. "Hey, we're staying non-lethal for everyone." Sabrina's voice was harsher than it normally was. "Remember, we discussed this. Besides, all of Skelly's deals have a kill switch with those involved. These rounds don't exactly care whether the armor is made of metal or flesh." I kept my scope steady above the highlight tinged with bronze. "Well then, get your ass over here, Sylvii?" I sighed. Sabrina had an optimism and naivety that should have long been wrung out before she joined the Scio. Though, regardless, I tapped my sniper's console to shut down. Despite all I've gone through, there was a part of me that agreed with her, or wanted to, in spite of everything. I searched for the currents stored within my suit, the custom-built battery within it, feeding my endless appetite until my body was veiled under a curtain of blue sparks. I'll be there soon. Ripley. Maybe it was because Topaz could naturally make himself imperceptible. But he lacked subtlety in everything he did. According to my tracker on him, he was basically standing in the room where the Metal Heavens bigwig was strumming a song along for himself and a few lady friends. It wasn't exactly a party, but there were a few of the Heavens grunts chilling around and drinking while others stood on guard. They seemed to be discussing their ongoing feud against the other gangs in this casual hangout of theirs, but the various pools of conversation ranged from group to group. Not everyone here was Metal Heavens, but all in all, we weren't expecting there to be 20 combat-armed people hanging about. I watched patiently for my opening, waiting until a small change happened. There were now 2 more bottles of alcohol on the table. Reading the brand name. Oh, a quick search on the net put each bottle at the cost of 60,000 Shardine, and Topaz left each of them open, inviting the various gazes of these underpaid grunts. Oi, I didn't know we was running this stuff today. Boss must be in a celebratory mood then. Yeah, a toast then. Topaz had chosen well. The bottles were off at a table far enough from the bishop that he didn't realize they were all drinking his fine cognac until half of the contents were down in their bellies. When he did realize, hell broke loose. What the fuck do you think you scrapheads are doing? He handed off the guitar to a standby grunt of his, and my drone followed the grunt's unsteady gait as he trailed deeper down the hallways to a secure room in which... Whoa! There were Alatoff old-world musical instruments. Seemed he was a collector of sorts, but my target now free of any human eyes. I activated Hypermind Alpha, a handy little module that was a weaker version of Hypermind Prime. It didn't require me having to meet the R0N1N to create it, but was more liable to burn itself out. The world slowed down, the camera feeds showing the mercury-like motion of the argument growing in the main lounge. My arachne flowed into motion, scurrying me deeper into the apartment where the doors hadn't quite shut, as the tipsy guard was fumbling his way with the guitar's mounted display case. My live wire spread across my fingertips, and wielding Mishardweave's meta-manipulation protocol, I formed the golden thread into shape as I slipped the garrote above his head and pulled, constricting the blood flow to his brain while delivering a shock of a data cleaver. He was out in seconds. I caught the guitar as it fell from his grasp, relaying to Topaz that an echoing boom went off from the main lounge, my feed showing the blown-out head of one of the grunts, who drunkenly antagonized the bishop. "Anyone else want to argue with me?" the bishop yelled to his guests. "Oh great, now you got me all down. Which one of you is going to clean the blood off my couch now?" A few of the grunts immediately got to work, pulling the body away while others scurried through the halls to find a way to gather cleaning supplies. Shit. Since it seemed like no one wanted to entertain a hangout with a dead body, they had all dispersed through the apartment. And now I had a few guests right outside this door. I'd seen the code to get in, but this complication had just... Topaz. How much value would a guitar lose if it was soaked in blood? A lot. I didn't unstrap my gun. I guess I would just have to utilize my presence as a mercenary to strike fear into their hearts. Let's hope my girlfriend's social media propaganda sufficiently turned me into the fearsome figure they believed I was. Diana, I announced my entry by throwing 3 orbs out from my hands, commanding a telekinetic hold over the charged metal. I curved them through the crowd and stuck them onto the shardware of 3 Los Diablos adapters before they unleashed themselves. Their bodies seized, not under a brutal electric fry, but instead an assault of warp code. These warp code cuffs were built specifically for my use. A better arsenal was just one of the many perks of working in an elite intelligence unit. Half of my suit was custom-made, most of my tools tinkered with by our unit's personal shard operator, Trixie. Because as she said, I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Sabrina began her assault at the same time, dismissing her invisibility to reveal her blonde-haired beauty. She pulled out 2 grenades from her belt, and lobbed them across the startled horde, which began to spew thick white smoke from their confines. Then her silver warp energy reached out into the smoke, binding it around the grunts, so that icicle shards began to harden over their bodies. Sabrina's Esper mutation allowed her to control the temperature of the carbon dioxide she breathed out, except that there wasn't exactly a limit when it came to how much time had passed. So she spent a lot of her breaks exhaling into these handy little self-pressurized grenades. I slipped through the hazy smoke, some bullets firing my way as they found my presence by the light sparking off me. But I was a lightning bolt brewing in a cloud, and metal only attracted me. Frays of my sparks ignited as I expanded my domain outwards, my senses flowing with it as my laser pistol shot electrified pellets through the mist to strike and steal. Gaining a mental grip on their guns, I yanked some away while pulling off the aim of the others before setting my sights on the deadly duo of this bunch. The Fiends were the lowest class of Diablo's leadership, but they couldn't be underestimated. One of them bled out a giant whip of burning fire, while the other's arms expanded into a cannon fire of bullets at my direction. I crammed my collected arsenal of floating guns to form a barrier between me and the bullet fire, before Sabrina, Wraiththrum, pounced onto the bronze-sharded fiend as she wrapped her legs around his neck. Thin wisps of icy breath flowing out of her mouth and snaking into his. The gun froze, as did his lungs partially, as he seized his chest with his free hand. That didn't stop his underlings or the flaming blood mutant from attacking me, but with half of them unarmed, and all of them freezing under the cold ice that had formed over them, I had the advantage astromokinetic catalyst thawed me. I tossed their battered weapons back at them, a not deadly enough charge of electricity hammering at their bodies. A few mutants tried to get back at me, but I was too fast, too powerful for their punches or stabs to even hurt. Though those flaying whips of burning blood were dangerous enough to dodge, still, it was all too easy to dodge them. They weren't as well coordinated as some of the other monsters I was hunting. Pulling my field of electricity tight until it was a thick shroud over my body, I surged electricity back at the incoming whips I sensed behind me. How foolish, I thought. Blood still conducted electricity. It zapped right through the crimson and back into the man using it, his body contorting for a moment, but that moment was all I needed as I flowed through the smoky warehouse. A single touch from my palm incapacitating all of these grunts like clockwork. And then finally, I launched my punch straight into the bloodbender, pulling it just enough that my fist didn't go through their chest. They launched back, breaking through boxes until they slammed into a wall, knocked out. It was typical enough for mutants who used blood to have regenerative powers, so a few broken bones wouldn't be too bad. Damn, Sabrina whispered as the smoke cleared up. Every time you do it, I'm surprised by how strong you are. Did you get skeletons, man? That was where my focus lied. Not so much a man, as much as, well, look for yourself. I sighed. Mr. Skeleton was far from a secret for the Special Intelligence Unit, but he wasn't exactly their priority. It was still something they looked into. But as for now, I stared at the ice-covered man. He wore an elegant and precise suit, and a featureless black mask tight enough to make out his bone structure. Immediately, my senses expanded through him. All of him. There was nothing organic. A synth, one of his drones. I sighed in frustration. Whatever, for now, we'll just... Something else grabbed my senses. From inside the truck, I felt moving circuits of electricity, and a thread of titanium that I very much would never forget. Chapter 134. Chapter 2. Heist with a bargain Ripley, I strode up to the door, guitar in hand and Topaz on standby right outside it. There's no way this will work. I could hear his reluctance to my idea in his voice. Hey, when you hold a gun, I don't exactly notice it, or the clothes you wear. This will work. Sure? You don't want me to just cause another distraction? Considering how the last one turned up. Number. I placed my hand on the door's console. I'm opening up. 3-2. The door slid open, and the guitar was hidden right by the corner. Its sleek strings, which I could perfectly focus on 1 second, disappeared out of my focus the next. However, I would have hardly been able to concentrate on it either way, considering that 2 Metal Heaven goons now held their weapons towards me. Who the hell are you? A grunt with beady glowing eyes and a metallic voice box tensed their pistol on me. And why were you in the bishop's private collection? I focused in on my psyche function, wielding its newest protocol under a firm grip, alter ego. My mask was the essence of Dreadwire, with 6 golden spider legs extending from its center to create the image of 6 eyes and my 2 human ones hidden behind it. It was the very trigger that separated Dreadwire from Ripley. What emboldened me? I weaved this web, and they were nothing but flies. My voice hardened, a soft steel undertone radiating as its pitch deepened through the voice alteration of my mask. I think you know who I am, or should I let the sea say more? My back pulsed, 4 long and terrifying arachnid limbs of black metal expanding out, curving to end with wicked blades. A fancy little addition I'd made recently. Shit, that's Dreadwire. He works with R0N1N, one of them muttered to the other. He is gold. Fuck 'em. Why are you here then? To make things right, I said calmly, my mask tiling just a little to stare deeper into them. I want to strike a deal with your bishop. Bishop Stockery? Is there any other bishop here? My voice sharpened, and I stepped out so the door could close behind me. And not before I could change its code so they couldn't find the unconscious friend of theirs I'd stuffed into a corner they couldn't see from their angle. Now I suggest you act in haste. I am a man of little patience. Right this way. Dreadwire. They kept their guns off me for now, but still unarmed, smart, because I didn't let my arachnodyne slip back in either. They led me into the main hall, a lavish place with all the entertainment faculties of a club, complete with that same dead body which was now in a bag in the corner. Bishop Stockery was impressive for someone in Metal Heavens, solely because he looked like a normal human, at least from the outside. No robotic plating or visor sticking out of his head, nor an oversized arm with a hammer on it or 4 legs, or... The list went on with these freaks. Stockery's only visible piece of shardware was his eyes, where 3 concentric circles grew from the center of each. And now they were firmly on me as his silky voice spoke. I was having a bad day, and now I can't tell if it's gotten worse or better. What brings you to my home, Dreadwire? I've come to make things right between us. I was now surrounded by at least 10 of them, some wary and ready for a fight. All of them were curious. For the murder of Priest, Norgwal, and Semenri? The bishop adjusted his suit as he took a seat on a couch. Please, take a seat. Be mindful of the blood, though. One of my underlings got a little feisty. I sure hate when dogs bark, don't you? For me, it's the whistles that drive them, I said calmly, my bait set, and the bait caught its prey. The bishop hummed to himself before addressing the rest of his underlings. Leave the 2 of us be. The grunts surrounding us nodded. Many of them took one final glance at me and my arachnodyne before leaving. With the pressure taken off me, I let my extended limbs slip back into the plates on my back, the stealth suit's cloth forming over them seamlessly. I took my seat opposite the bishop, my nervousness eradicated under alter ego's effect. It was a fascinating experience once I disconnected myself from the identity I occupied. At times, I could forget that I was Ripley when I wore the Dreadwire mask. But as long as I kept a conscious thread leading back, there wasn't much risk. At least according to Elsa. So, the bishop took a glass of the expensive stuff, but he followed my every gaze. Before we begin, would you like a drink? Unfortunately, my mask stays on, I said firmly, my voice darkened under a slight robotic overtone. But the offer is appreciated, Bishop. Please call me Stockery. You're no follower of the All-Seen. He sipped his glass lightly and spoke further. So, you're aware of the hidden masters that lie at the core of this district's underworld. The Uncaged. Now that is something I did not expect from someone who's only just started their descent into the abyss. But I cannot say that I'm truly surprised, considering the company you keep, Emizrin. The Iron Devil, Mirage, and most interestingly, the R0N1N. He lounged comfortably as he spoke. Normally, any person who deals with either of them deserves notice. But it is the fact that you're a gold adapter which makes you so remarkable. My mask was all that shielded me from shivering as the concentric rings of his eyes each shifted to look at different parts of me. An adapter who once slept in orbs, who came to one of our priests and lied to murder him. All to steal a piece of equipment that is remarkably similar to the beautiful contraption you wield with such glorious brutality. You claim you're here to make peace with the bad blood between us, so I find it's only right to repair it by returning to us what you have stolen. I'm afraid I cannot do that, I affirmed tightly. Then you will let us know who has created that marvelous piece. The bishop leaned in, the hidden seams of his arms glowing a bright and potent silver. Who made my shardware? His name is the Ripper. Was I an idiot? I'd basically just shared the first 3 letters of my name with them. But there was an idea brewing in my head, one that would take some time, but could reap insane profits. The Ripper? Stockery repeated to himself. I cannot say I have heard of any shard operator with that name, but I am not as omniscient as my god. Will this operator work for us? He'll work with you. For a price. Then I felt the need to add, and it's not cheap. Of course, I'm well aware of the shardine that this art exhausts. The bishop stared at me warmly. Well, consider that as the appeasement of Norgwal's death. As for Semenri, well, he was my nephew. It will take Moreto satisfy me. Shit. How did I not notice it? Semenri? Stockery? And what would that be? I tried to answer without sounding too shaken up by the connection. It came easier with Psyche's Salter Ego Protocol. The stupid boy was a terrible, worthless excuse of a human. Fool believed in the contemporary side of our belief. It's simple, really. I want another priest from their side dead. A shard operator who is quite the issue for my branch. She goes by Anissa. Bring her to heal, and that'll be your debt repaid. Database quickly retrieved all the information necessary for me to make my choice. Orthodox versus contemporary Malism. The belief that the Mal are not our enemies, but either divine deities or divine sources of knowledge rather than purely predatory aliens. Metal Heavens was founded on this belief, but the two sides were often at a cold war with each other following Diamante's destruction of their original leadership almost 30 years ago under his Iron Devil identity. That was what I'd managed to gather based on my own research and understanding of the topic. I didn't have an allegiance with either side. Consider it done. Now that it's been dealt with, I believe we have some merit to discuss our shadowy lurkers. The bishop chuckled to himself. You mentioned a dislike of the dog whistler. Correct. Her intervention has caused me issues in the past, and you seek our help to now settle your bonds with our divine herald as well. He nodded understandingly to himself. I paused. Internally, Hypermin taking over. I tried to dissect the information he just revealed to me. Dog Whistler was the divine herald of Metal Heavens, or from what it seemed, Orthodox Middle Heavens. It hadn't struck me as too odd. She was an assumed titanium data delver who could control any of her homeless thralls as puppets. And each of them carried better shardware than most bronze lieutenants of the 4 principal gangs here. Someone, somewhere was outfitting them. My dissection of the woman dog whistler controlled a few weeks ago was enough evidence. And a tasty treat for my arsenal. Where else had I found blades capable of withstanding my arachne's torturous movement? Slipping back into normal time, I nodded affirmingly. That is correct. I cannot speak for her myself, Stockery mused. But I cannot doubt the judgment of our oracle. Her revelations are fact. If she sees you as our enemy, I will have no choice but to act. However, that does not stop me from inquiring about you, or mentioning to her that I have found a great use for you. Perhaps it is not too late for you to be in her light, or perhaps she has even seen your arrival here. I do not believe in fate, but I do believe we may not need to be enemies. I stood up. Any longer conversation, and I might let on that I didn't know much else about the dog whistler's relation to Metal Heavens. As much as I wanted to learn about it, I was more than willing to leave without antagonizing a tier 3 silver. I'd barely beaten a tier 2 last time, and that was through trickery. I might be in the 2nd tier myself now, but I'd learned since about overestimating myself. He stood up the same, raising his hand to shake mine. I shook it, feeling unsteady, knowing he could probably rip my arm off right now if he wanted to. Oh, and I hope that my guitar fetches a good price. His hand gripped just a little bit tighter, and I sensed the metal plating bending at the stress. It would have bent more had I not tempered it with Theshered we feature. He actually seemed to have made a face at the unexpected strength of my hand before speaking. I truly want to meet your operator now. His smile was beyond creepy, practically salivating at the sight of my shardware. I let him know. As for your guitar, I've been assured it'll end up in good hands. It's quite the precious instrument you see belonged to a 2030s musician, whose stage name was Silverhand. I can wholly recommend his music, though. Old world media is quite expensive, but I find it to be truly connective. The past is a wonderful thing. I'm sure that they lived in much happier times. The bishop broke into a fit of snorts at my comment. Oh no, they were miserable. Why else would they have killed their entire society? And that was before the Mal invaded. Right? I'll be seeing you soon then. How should I contact you? Oh, let me worry about that. She'll know when the job is done. Walking briskly towards the outdoor lounge, I found Topaz sitting on the ledge strumming a terrible tune with the guitar. I grabbed him by the shirt and took the guitar in my other hand before jumping off the ledge. Hey, what the shit? What the shit? He clawed his grasp onto me. Why are you in such a hurry? That guy gives me the creeps, I responded flatly as my arachne hooked us onto a building, pulling us through alleyways. I'd learned much more than I intended to today about the dog whistler. That had reminded me too much of one key fact. She knew about my ability to see memories within implants. Something that couldn't have gotten out unless one of my allies had leaked it to her. That included Topaz, and my grip got a little tighter over him. Ow. Ow, your nails are sharp. Do you want to fall? No? Then shut up. The client was only a few blocks away, a car parked with a buff Los Diablos man waiting. Even from afar, I could attune myself to the signature of his warp energy through frequency sync. Another damn silver. But I couldn't feel his tier, which meant that he was a sim adapter. I dropped onto the quiet street, the guitar taking more of my care than Topaz, who rolled across the pavement as my momentum suddenly stopped. The silver raised his eyebrows at our arrival in amusement. He had a bushy and twirled-up mustache that moved humorously as he spoke with his twangy accent. Now that's one hell of a way to make an entrance. I see you got my guitar all up in your claws, Dread. Why? You're even more fearsome in the flesh. In the steel. I held the guitar tight, not willing to part with it just yet. The money first. No worries, Mr. Wire. He pulled out something I hadn't seen in a long while. A portable warp tablet. Not many people bothered with them since a neuroframe could handle most of your daily functions. Last person who I saw use them was... I actually couldn't remember, except... Pink? Okay, now my frame was acting up. I had better things to focus on as Missy's message appeared in my lens. Money received. Sending 80K your way. 80K Shardine wasn't a lot in comparison to the 1.25 million Shardine payout R0N1N had given me. But compared to most Merc contracts, it was quite the fetch for a simple robbery. Or was this just normal theft? I handed over the guitar, the man gleefully running his hands over it like a rich kid receiving a pet synth dog. It's beautiful. Then he hoisted up into the air and smashed it down onto the hood of his car again and again as splinters and string bled into the air. Okay? I let out a confused whisper. That seems like a waste of shards. Oh, this? The man tossed the wreckage of broken wood into the trunk of his car. Nah, it's what all the old rocker boys did back in the day. You should see my collection. Besides, I know old Johnny's smiling at me down from the depths of hell. After all, we're two devils much the same. Oh shit, this guy was a Divalov Los Diablos. That put him on par with the bishop in terms of the criminal hierarchy. Before I could respond, Missy sent another message my way. By the way, I negotiated something for you. Just remind him of it. I believe our deal is not yet concluded, I said. This confusing silver devil scratched his mustache as though in thought. Ah, right. I never introduced myself, by the way. Call me Monty or Montgomery. Though, I suppose most people know me as the Devil Handlebar. Missy worked out a little something to forgive you for killing a... What's his name? It was a producer of ours and his bodyguard. Anyway, all you gotta do is appear in one of our music videos. What? Even my Dreadwire ego couldn't remain stoic at that. "Missy'll contact you." Monty smiled at me as he got into his car. "Pleasure doing business, Dread." He reversed the muscle car out, and before long, it was out from my stupefied mind. A music video? Topaz was humored even as he rubbed his back. "Oh, by Hathama's nutsack, they're gonna put you on a Devil's Triad song. Should I be worried about that? At best, you're about to get a whole lot more popular. At worst, you'll be infamous for, well, a shit song being attached to your name." I sighed into my mask. "All of you said being a merc was difficult. Why didn't anyone say it was so damn weird? Get used to it. Even Dai appeared on a music video of the Souls. It's a Devil's Wrath or something. Was a diss track actually to Devil's Triad. Shit was terrible, but he alone made that song cross the top 10 on the charts on Abyssify." "Uh-huh. Guess I just had to make the most of this opportunity somehow." Chapter 135. Chapter 3. Bastard deserved it Diana titanium warp energy. And it belonged to Soul Killer. I had no idea what it was doing here, or why Skeleton was shipping something like this to Los Diablos. But I had to confirm it with my own hands. Sabrina stared at me from the side. Diana, you good?" "Yeah, just let's confirm and secure this place." I steadily walked over to the truck, preparing myself for the upcoming meeting with Soul Killer. Damn it. Why did Sabrina have to be here? Could I send her off somewhere? Regardless, maybe it was a good thing to drag the police into this mess, open up their eyes to the real threat. I tore the doors open, 2 red eyes staring back at me from the depths of the truck. Through the faint light peering into the vehicle's storage, I made out the finer details of the man who had lost himself to Soul Killer. Those details made me freeze, enough that Sabrina had to pull me out of the way as he thrust his way out. A once-human arm transformed into a wicked machination of flesh and wires morphed together into a spear. "Diana, what the hell is that? Who is that?" Sabrina tore out a gust of icy wind from one of the grenades at her belt, creating a frosted shroud as a violent burst of electricity threw itself at us from Kendrick Roche's arm. My old boss, the man who had tried to take advantage of me, and now he was fractured, a malware and an enemy of humanity. I had lots of questions, too many, but there was a better time and a better place to get my answers. "Leave this to me, Sabrina. Don't get involved," I hissed as I threw myself above the wall of ice, staring at the pale, inhuman eyes of Rorsch as he aimed his blaster arm back up at me. He certainly hadn't used shardware like that back in the police. Shooting from his weapon, a thick stream of lightning stormed into my body, painful at first, but then igniting a burning strength through me. Under my suit, I morphed my muscles, coiling them tight and releasing my electrical potential as a kinetic charge that landed me a punch right up at Rorsch's chest. Metallic bones groaned and cracked as he blew back into a wall. But the malice of a Mal didn't care for pain like a human would. His arm pulled itself into a different shape, becoming a jagged blade that lunged at me. I caught it in my grasp, spasming sparks through it and reinforcing my gold to combat his iron. Kendrick was a bronze last time I saw him. It worked to my benefit for now, easily commanding my telekinetic power to shred the metal off his body, and compacting a jagged rod through its scraps. My previous attack hadn't been solely to damage him. I'd sent a burning flare of my warp energy through it, and found the Malcore deep up in his brain with my soul resonance and mutation, my muscles rippling with thunderous strength. I jabbed the rod of metal deep into Rorsch's skull through his temple, piercing the Malcore in one go. The metal scraps in my hand soon faded away, turning dull and lifeless as they fell into a mix of dust and sludge, a few clattering iron shards, all that remained of the shardware. I heaved out as his body collapsed into my arms, my mind conflicting itself as a whirlwind of thoughts stormed through it. Rorsch had become a Mal under Soul Killer's soul death mutation. Why here? Why now? Why did Skeleton of him? Sabrina approached me, and her normally cheerful face was sullen and all too serious. Was that a malware? Fractured, I explained, voice bitter. And I knew that person. Oh, Diana. Sabrina held my arm. I'm so sorry. I'll call Alex. Are you okay? I stared at the lifeless body lying at my feet. I'm fine. He wasn't a good person. Still, did anyone deserve a fate like this? Maybe this bastard did. 12:32 a.m. The 3rd of October, it was long past time to leave the office. But I refused to. Not until Morgan Oman Kirill would damn answer me. Sabrina stayed with me the entire time. The poor girl was stuck to me like a lost puppy despite the fact that she had been here much longer than I had. Maybe it was our common ground as two rich daughters of police corpocracy that were espers. I knew she wasn't a bad person, but on the contrary, she was just incredibly off-putting. I guess I was just tired. The staff sergeant of the Special Intelligence Operations, Morgan Oman Kirill, entered a few moments later. The huge man was bald, practically hairless anywhere as I had noticed, and for a reason. He was made of steel, even had 4 arms all to manage more holographic reports at once, according to Sabrina. Omen's voice sounded barely human. Diana, Sabrina, I apologize for keeping you two waiting. The autopsy is underway. Rorsch's bug was fractured just as we expected. Sabrina covered her mouth and gripped my uniform sleeve a bit tighter. Can we talk, Staff Sergeant? I held back most of myself. Of course. One of the 4 arms waved for me to follow. Sabrina got up with me, but it was the Staff Sergeant who shook his head. This is private between me and Associate Special Silvereye. This was someone she knew. Wraith, I understand. Sabrina sat down, but her sad gaze followed me. Morgan led me through the expansive halls of the Special Intelligence floor, technically one of 5 floors located at the West Crook Central Police Building. Although I was still affiliated with the 1st Precinct under Lieutenant Graj, technically, I was also now under the direct ruling of West Crook's captain, Ishram Krishov, a war hero of the 4th Swarm and the Civil War 60 years back. Call sign, Leviathan. A gold much like me, and more importantly, a dual adapter. Not much was known about him, and he preferred to leave much of the district's public image in the hands of the 10 precincts and their lieutenants. But his power was indomitable. That's how it is when you've been commanding a district's entire police and military for half a century. Associate Special Investigator. Morgan referred to me with my actual title now. Orsh didn't produce an implant from his corpse. Unusual for a human and a mal, isn't it? That was because, like Ripley had said when he met one of the dog whistler's corrupted thralls, the implant dissolved itself. I stared at my staff sergeant. I hadn't gotten a good feeling for him other than that he was very powerful. But as for where his elegances lie, it is. What do you know about it? That the shards he produced were of iron grade, while Rorsch was of bronze grade when he was employed by us. The staff sergeant led me to his private office. A beautiful curved room featuring a massive window that unveiled the height of this city's twilight monoliths under the moon. I added, I'm not the expert when it comes to shardware, but that definitely strikes me as odd. I know you're smarter than that, Ulrich. He stared out the window at the crowds below. I found my solace on a couch of his, letting its comfort ride out the rest of my unease. Why did they choose Rorsch? We analyzed the data on Skeleton's drone. There wasn't much, but Rorsch was an unknown even to Diablos. Skeleton knew you were coming. Hell, he's probably been the one leading us to clues to this deal. Point is, it was either him mocking you or warning you. Doesn't explain Rorsch becoming a mal. Right, I've been looking into him for the last few hours. A field of reports came over to me. The summary of it was probably far from the truth. Rorsch, after being fired from the police, tried to use his standing as a former officer to sell out information to criminals. But since he wasn't a particularly high-standing officer, his limited supply wasn't enough to get him enough money to pay off his shardware debt. With no other choice, Rorsch sold off his implant's warp code to an unknown buyer, reducing himself to iron grade and his compatibility low enough that he fractured. It was a load of bullcrap. I'd sensed titanium in there, and that was way more output than an iron should have been capable of. I don't believe it, sir. Not the part about him selling his warp code. Is that even possible? It is through a program known as a degeneration daemon, although not highly recommended due to the various health issues it can cause. Even some SIM adapters can reduce their grade if they have the right equipment. Morgan eyed me. What's your theory then? He had me right where he wanted me. My mouth moved and my vocal cords tensed. Soul killer! That, to many, would be the illogical choice. He stared at me without a flinch at the name. It's much more feasible for a proxy user to succumb to failed compatibility than it is for a boogeyman to create a method of corrupting adapters. Yet, I am in agreement with you. Morgan said it all too calmly. So he did know Soul Killer was real after all. I wasn't surprised. He was in charge of our special operations. But I'd been keeping it to myself until now. I didn't know how far Soul Killer reached into the police, but it was deep enough that they could control the most central of the precincts through Annabelle Garage. Then why are we just letting them do what they want? Do you know how many case reports have opened and then been left open? Out of mysterious cases of those with red eyes and white pupils? Over the last century, we've had 59 open cases of it, each locked once its assigned investigator was either killed or chose to abandon it. This includes Juliet Graja's. Morgan's voice was harsh, but not cruel. Diana Soul Killer, although committing criminal acts, has so far not outwardly antagonized us. Not outwardly antagonized us? You say that, yet the first precinct's damn lieutenant is a mindless thrall of theirs. I couldn't keep myself cool for now. Annabelle Garage is not completely lost to Soul Killer. Their hold on her is incomplete, and the circumstances behind it are complicated matters, one that even I'm not entirely aware of, but the captain remains confident in. So far, you've been the only victim of Annabelle being seized by Soul Killer's methods. So then, that's proof that we shouldn't just... Annabelle's been corrupted for a decade, and you've been the only one to look at, Soul Killer, following Juliet's death. She may have led you into their hands, but clearly losing Anthony wasn't enough to persuade you against this crusade on them. He turned to me. The weight of his gaze felt like a mountain. The matters of the uncaged are to be handled by me. Do not involve yourself in what you are not ordered to associate special. I was too angry to care. Like anyone's doing anything. After everything that they've done to hurt the people of this district, we let our fear. Is it wrong to fear that which may control those we love? To change them into weapons to wield against us? My wife is a SIM adapter, so is Special Investigator Rick, as are Sabrina and Belle, and you? Although neither of our unit's investigators will be easy to infect, they are still vulnerable to it. Lightning burned across my irises. I'm immune. The staff sergeant raised his hairless eyebrows at that. I'll have your blood taken for sampling then, but the rest of us are not. Whatever gift you have, cherish it by using it fruitfully to stop the criminals that are actively undermining our power. Mr. Skeleton is another viable target working in the same vein as Soul Killer, and he takes an effort to punish us. I can handle both at the same time. No, you cannot. The staff sergeant responded firmly. Those two are building their power for the swarm, and this city is already prepared to make a deal with one devil, but not two. The choice has been made long before your instatement into our ranks. There is no say in this, unless you want to bring this entire district into a war a few years before the swarm. And a war cannot be won alone. I knew he made sense, on a fundamental level. I knew he was right. But how could I forget everything that happened to me? Everything that I'd learnt. They wanted me to be simple. Silver Eye, that glamorous beauty within the police striking hope and awe in the people of New California. With all due respect, Staff Sergeant, I disagree with you. We can't wait until they're an unavoidable threat. The sooner we act. I have my countermeasures ready. Morgan sighed. Just really, I said with pain in my voice. I've already identified 7 people in the first precinct's building with their parasite, not including the lieutenant. Are we really not going to do anything about them? The staff sergeant had one of his arms wave something to his side, probably a note that I'd revealed I could gauge warp energy relatively easily. It's better the devil, you know. Then I'll be taking my leave if that's fine. As you wish, associate. Morgan mentally opened the door for me. Just know, the next time we have this conversation, there will be a discussion of repercussions. I nodded. knowing it was just an empty bluff. I bet the news was already writing reports of my victory over yet another gang deal far before I even got to the warehouse. I'd become a poster girl for the police in order to drive up recruitment now. Apparently, now everyone thought that if they performed well enough during their time as an officer, that they would get one of the esteemed silver or gold implants that Neocorp was gifting our district. My success here meant more bodies for the police. They'd give me whatever jobs could be made public and embellish them until Neocorp began sending me recruitment letters. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if I had 10 of their own waiting for me already. Apparently, I even had a fucking publicist. My brief exchange with them was me refusing to give them access to my social media account in Hotgram before discovering that they somehow changed my password and did it anyway. And I was even more mortified to find fan accounts of me. And damn, some of them even had things to say about Yvette. And here I was with my best friend. A fucking bathroom as always, standing in front of a mirror. Because that's where I always ended up with these sad, lonely thoughts before something fucking terrible thing would happen. With either someone like Indra Harmony or Annabelle Grosh sneaking up on me who I would trust only to betray me. Or, hey, Diana. Sabrina looked at me with that same pitying expression she could so easily pull off. What? I might have whispered that a bit too harshly, considering she flinched. Sorry, just having a bad day? No, it's okay, I get it. I totally do. Just thought I'd come by and see if you want to get a drink. I'll pay. No worries about that. Would actually be glad to pay for something for once. I'm sorry. It was probably stupid, but I'll just go. It's fine. I slumped down, weighing support onto the sink. Thank you for asking. Incoming message from Drider. Gotta lead down Riverside. You up for a pre-dawn stakeout? I'll get donuts and vodka. I appreciate it, but I need to get home. I looked at her, conflicted in my heart, because everything Morgan had said was true. Fighting Soul Killer was a losing battle. Except it wasn't you who would lose. It was those around you who didn't even fight. I wasn't letting anybody in, and maybe that was bad for the long term. But it was better than having them forced to turn against you. He was also right about this being a war, one that couldn't be won alone. It was a damn good thing then that Soul Killer made an enemy of someone just as crazy as I was. Chapter 136. Chapter 4. Shared Dreams, the 3rd of October, 1:17 a.m. Ripley. Lounging around in Elsa's apartment after my job, I lay down on her lap as my mind flowed between 3 different feeds of information. The first was all net discussion about the dog whistler. It was there if you knew where to look, but it wasn't exactly helpful. It was mostly rumors of rumors and conspiracy theories. It was bogus. From her being a sentient malware to her being an actual dog that sought to overtake humanity. She was only just a myth. The second was a visual feed of my apartment's inside. A biomonitor reading my mom's life signs as she cooked unsteadily. Most of my shard operating these last few weeks had been to make her life easier when I wasn't around, and general repairs to my dreadwire faculties after the Yujo heist. There were drones that I'd made which could cook for her now. But she insisted on adding her own human touch to the food. The third was from my new database feature, as I scrolled through the Shandian schematics I'd stolen, decrypting them. My mind worked through the various ciphers that were no doubt located in the heads of researchers whose implants were long gone. Breaking through the engram's encryption was nauseatingly difficult. The data shield I'd gotten a month ago allowed access to the raw data itself, but the personal key to forge that raw ore of data into a legible form wasn't part of it. The defragmentation protocol of my feature helped, in that it segmented various repetitive patterns and aided me in finding common ground to decipher them. But it couldn't magically give me access to every single byte of information within the mountainous pile. Even after a month, I'd only cracked through around 12% of what was encrypted, and it was the simplest of shardware so far. These corporations were real stingy with their tech. I'd need to upgrade my frame soon to be able to crunch these numbers. Elsa pat my eyes, her hand passing through the visual screens in my vision. You're not even watching, are you? I am, I protested, mentally dismissing all screens except my mother's to refocus on this animated movie about lion patricide. Hell, we were rewatching it. I was just looking through other stuff at the same time, she groaned. Ripley fucking Danovic, what will it take for you to give yourself a break? I am taking a break. I'm with you, she smiled lightly. That's cute, but also kind of insulting. Shouldn't you give your girlfriend more effort than that? I deserve some effort too. Oh, what? Like this? I jolted up to pull her close and kiss her, my hands running below her chin. Or should I? Stop right there, she scolded me, gripping my wrist. Or we'll have to stop the movie. We barely finish half of these anyway, I pointed out. Midnight's red glare led her to hiss at me, and that's your fault. Nah, it's 'cause you're too sexy. Before she could respond, I kissed her deeper, letting myself truly lose my thoughts to the comfort she gave me. Lying down in bed, a warm tickle spread through my body as Elsa trailed her fingers across my chest. You know you could have warned me the first time that your claws vibrated. Well, my cheeks reddened. We weren't exactly talking a lot that time. Our mouths were busy. God, you're so fucking horny. Elsa nestled deeper into my body, not complaining. Now I'm the one telling you to stop, unless you want my little flesh rod being turned to metal. Daylight's blue eyes perked up into a mischievous smile. Can you make it glow too? It would complete the set with your nipple. I playfully pushed her away from me, protecting my valuable asset. I like shardware, but even I draw my limits. Okay. Elsa laughed her way back into control as she nestled towards my neck. But at least the other nipple. I promptly put her back on the bed, my hands squarely placing my weight down on her shoulders. Not you too. What? Are you not happy with my body? Oh, I'm plenty happy with all that you have, Ripley. She caressed my cheeks before her face softened to a genuine, but also sad smile. I'm really happy when I'm with you. Happier than I've been in a long time. All of me. I'm really happy when I'm with you too, I said with the same energy, letting the closeness between us speak more. I don't know how I would have gotten through any of this without you, without your personas. I found her. You saved my life, Elle. All of you. We didn't do any of that. Red eyes slithered away from mine, but Midnight's hands found themselves in my hair, playing with it. You know how fucked up we are. I'd learned there wasn't much I could often say to help Midnight's Star mood, except for holding her and listening to her. You saved us too. For a long time, we never really had someone like us. Someone who altered their own mind by reprogramming it to deal with their trauma instead of therapy? I laughed into her skin as Elsa's violet returned. Yeah, honestly, I suppose. By helping you, I realized I could also help myself. Or let myself get helped. She wrapped her arms around me. And you did a lot of that. I never told anyone about what happened with me in Neocore. No one except who? I perked up. She stayed silent before admitting almost shamefully. Skeleton. I never really told you about how or why I hacked into Little Requiem. It was about right when Midnight came about. She was terrifying then. Like she isn't now? Her red glare returned, her hold on me turning sharper as a dark smile formed. That's so. Maybe I should show you how terrify. She shook her head suddenly as color shifted. Elsa scoffed. Not now, Midnight. Punish him later. We were having a moment. Not that I typically complained about the punishment. Elsa rolled her eyes. Where was I? But, yeah, I'm serious, Ripley. It was the first time I ever used my persona protocol, and she went, well, berserk. Oh, come on. Let's face the facts. We were really angry back then. Feeding it all into her made her go crazy through the net. Got a lot of attention back at me. Some good, some not. But Skeleton managed to calm her down. She took her gaze off me for a bit. I didn't know at the time that he had history with Missy. I didn't even know Missy at the time, though I had actually worked against Diamante once. But Skeleton offered me something I couldn't refuse. A direct upgrade to silver if I managed to shut down part of Little Requiem's intranet. It took months of preparing, months in which Skeleton was the only person I was in contact with. And then history had already been written. You took out Las Diablos' hold on Eller. Midnight is very effective at what she does when she puts her whole mind to a task. She's not only the most old, but the most dangerous of my personas. She went further than I expected, tore through most of Little Requiem before I managed to pull her back in. But she'd basically ripped herself apart during the process. It was the first time I needed to restore one of my personas too? I couldn't imagine that it was easy for you. My knuckles rubbed her cheek. Maybe, but at the time, a lot of my negative emotions were gone, and I had nothing but positive thoughts flowing through me. Made me careless after becoming a silver and, well, Missy found me. I stayed silent, trying to find what to say, but Elsa continued. She didn't hurt me. Neither did Diamante, but he wasn't exactly friendly. She just wanted me to stop and tell her what Skeleton was planning, but I never really bothered to get all of that. I think it was the fact that I was happy, despite being kidnapped, that set her off about my issues. She's always been soft to those like us. Yeah, I gathered that much. She helped me in ways that Skeleton didn't, offered me guidance where I was receiving gratification. I'm not saying I was completely healthy. I'm still not, but in the end, I was stable enough once. Her limbs exploded into a hug as Daylight's cheerful voice grabbed me. Once I was born. Oh, ow! You still have Midnight's claws. I urgently patted Daylight. She apologized and gave back control to Elsa. Elsa sighed. How I am right now. Flicking back and forth between Midnight and Daylight? Imagine it being 100 times more chaotic. No balance. Happy one moment, angry and depressed the next. They were simpler, pure beings of a singular spectrum of emotions, and I was catapulted one way or another. Until Twilight, I looked away this time. Her absence was difficult. She nodded. A few years later, I created Twilight in order to be able to reflect on my changes, appreciate my growth, and have a persona that doesn't really drain any emotion in particular. It regulated me over time. Then I met you. Honestly, if we met even a year before, I don't think we would have been good together. Maybe I should thank the dog whistler for being so patient to deliver my Mal over to the Misfits. She chuckled. Maybe you should. That actually resurfaced something in me. Oh, yeah. Dog whistler, by the way, apparently is worshipped by Metal Heavens. Their Orthodox branch, I think. Her eyes widened. Oh, is that so? I've heard she's in league with most of the major gangs, but yeah, get this. I chuckled, called her a prophetic herald or something. So here's what I'm thinking. Metal Heaven's whole shtick is that they love the All-Seeing, a Maltitan. And since we know that the Maltitans possess a source shard, then I'm betting that dog whistler has her implant touched by a fragment of the All-Seeing source shard, the future. And that's why Metal Heavens calls her their prophet or oracle or whatever. Elsa nodded along. That makes sense. More on that, she has history with Himiko. Guess the two don't like each other that much, but still work together under the agreement of Mr. R. However, Dog Whistler works under the same body snatching principle that Himiko uses. A proxy protocol, just an uber fancy one that can access any body at any time. Which means that Dog Whistler's somehow chronically online to be connected to the net, or she might even be an actual AI like Himiko. But what I'm thinking is, what if, like Amaterasu, she can download her mind into her thralls and take control when she needs to? That would explain why she's so untraceable. Elsa stopped nodding. You make a good point. Has this all been coming to you since you got to tier 2nd? Not really. I scratched the back of my head. I think it's from database or even the gold data shield. My memory's fuzzy. But ever since I got it, my mind's been kinda jumbled. But some of those jumping ideas smash together and form a not-so-crazy thought that grabs me. But I can't lie. It's kind of unnerving. Unnerving how? Elsa looked at me with concern. Like a knot is unraveling in my head, I feel weird. Some memories are twisted. Lately, I find myself remembering the color pink more and more. Or the club, even Syntech, the office where my dad used to work. Just blank faces, saying things I don't really get. Elsa seemed to realize something. The data shield, it might be interfering with your personality editor. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I sighed, thinking about the information seed inside of me. But I'm not sure if that's such a bad thing. It's almost gentle, like it's naturally allowing me to adapt to the changes. Nothing's forced, but I found my courage to say what I wanted to today. I think I'm going to take the offer from Diamante to see a therapist. And I think you should too. Her face pulled back. Ripley? She looks into your fucking memories. That's an invasion of privacy, and there are things about her that you can't. It's a bad idea. She's dangerous. Yeah, Diamante said she knows probably everything there is to know about the criminal world with her clients. Still, it's hard to find someone to talk to in a job like this, one that won't report you to the police even for all the horrible things you do. I was reluctant to the idea at first, especially when Diamante said that she literally pulls your memories out to view them as a third person. But the more I thought about it, I think I needed that. A new perspective. I don't want to talk about it, Ripley. Elsa nudged her arm into my shoulder. It's not just my memories. It's midnight, daylight, and twilights too. I get you. I looked into her lavender eyes, then looking became gazing, and then my lips were on hers again. Lying down, exhausted for the second time this night, our legs and bodies tangled into a knot as she rumbled her breath into my skin. You feel so nice. You too. I pulled her close, but I couldn't lie about having other thoughts pull up inside my head from time to time. Hey, Elsa. Seems like the bishop got the idea of me knowing Dog Whistler works with Metal Heavens from Missy and Dee. You think they're still keeping things from us? Definitely. But let's talk about your sexy, glowing nipple. She cooed drowsily into me. Yeah, I guess I thought I earned more of their trust after the Yujo raid. They're secretive people. People have a right to their thoughts. I know, but yeah, you're right. Hey, Ripley. Yeah, I'm worried about what Himiko put in your head. Yeah, but I'm ... It can't be good. I get where you're coming from. Will you let me look at it? Can you even do that? Is it safe? It's not the first time I took a peek at the firewall, was even burned by it, remember? And that was platinum grade. Besides, I've managed to extract some data from Twilight. I think I can handle it soon. Then, yeah. Thank you, Ripley. Ripley? Yep. What do you want to do when this is all over? When your mom's fine? I mean, prepare for the swarm, probably. Okay, but I mean, 1 month where you're not doing that. What would you want to do? I thought about it deeply and remembered holograms of golden sand and thunderous waves crashing on the windows of the place we used to live in a long time ago. I'd go to the beach, head to New Angeles. I've never seen the ocean other than through holograms. I've never even left the district. Now that I think about it, I've never seen it either. Can I come with you? Of course. We could just run away from everything. This place, the responsibility, the pain. She held me tighter. I'd need to bring my mom along. Yeah, of course she can come. Just make sure you book her a separate hotel room. Fucking pervert. That's rich coming from you. Oh, please. Should I remind you of when? Shut the fuck up. I don't think I will. After all, you made a lot of noise when. Our conversation slowly ebbed to the twinkling starlight of shared dreams. Chapter 137. Hey guys. So I've been wondering for a while on how to really improve CyberGene not just as a story, but as a medium for artistic expression. After some internal debate, I came up with the most genius way to do so. To improve reader immersion, I have decided to change up the schedule a bit, so that the chapters of CyberGene are released on the day they take place. Unfortunately, this means that Chapter 5 of CyberGene, Thunder and Webs will not be coming out today, but instead on the 4th of October at 6 p.m. SD. The good news is that you'll get another chapter that day, and in fact, there are some days where you'll get like half a dozen chapters, and some weeks will be completely dry, but fuck it, that is art, baby. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. As for how this will work for Patreon, you guys will be receiving chapters 9 weeks before Royal Road does. So for the next chapter, which takes place on the 4th of October, Patreon will be able to read it on the 2nd of August. I am especially excited about the 19th of December, when you'll get chapters 73 to 99 as our Maxis go forth on the Redacted extermination raid. Learn about the Redacted and engage in the clash of Redacted. Can't wait for you guys to truly live the day-by-day experience of Dreadwire and Silvare. Chapter 138. Chapter 5. The Queen of Hearts Diamante's message to Ripley regarding therapy. So the way I see it, you had problems before your implant. Only possible conclusion with that personality editor inside of you. Now, this therapist can explain it better. She's an expert in her field. And believe me, I've seen cases like yours spiral out of control, and typically it ends up with heartless bastards who end up on the wrong side of a gun. It's not too late for you, and from what I'm seeing, you're relatively well adjusted. Now, I'm not going to ask you to go off the deep end and switch it off completely. Things like this need to be handled delicately. A process is involved. Just follow it. That's all you need to do. And yes, this is where the damn therapist's office is. Don't ask questions. 6:01 p.m. the 4th of October, Ripley, the hour struck. The gym closed and the blinds went on. My arachne spurned to life. Rivers of warp energy soaked into the machine, thin branches and estuaries drowning the wires in golden glory as I pried open a box containing a set of mechanical intestines and got to work. Intestines were by far the worst organ to manipulate into shardware. Not only were they huge, but they were also notoriously intricate due to how precise they needed to be. You couldn't make them absorb too much, for the threat of upsetting your body's nutritional balance, but you couldn't inhibit them much as well. Not to mention, they were big as all hell. It was all about having it react to the biomonitor installed within it, which was enough of a hassle to reprogram already. But when your clients were gym junkies who knew exactly how much protein they wanted to digest down to the microgram, I hated guts. I could finish up any other organ in the better part of an hour. But intestines took me thrice as long, and it was only around 9 p.m. that I left. All that for a bronze the second grade shardware. I might have missed out by not being paid on the hour for overtime. Still, a net income of $10K from that piece alone was worth it. I heard the client had paid up to $30,000 for it. Some Interflame gang rising star who was determined to climb up the gym's leaderboard, of which I was also getting pretty high up. I'd broken into the top 300 in most categories of physical strength, and the top 100 in shooting. Though I had my cheats for that IE, data by sand thought multiplier, I probably could have climbed higher, but I was determined to make it through as Ripley Donovic. Bronze shard op of Harold Anderson. Dreadwire the Gold Merc could easily push into the top 100 of physical strength and top 50 of shooting, assuming I was using my cheats. Alas, my job was done for the day. I closed up shop and made my way to. I stared at the location Diamante had sent. There's no way that was where my therapist stayed. Walking down the streets of this demented boulevard for the deranged, I couldn't believe that my therapist office was in a Crimson Souls-owned brothel in Little Requiem of all places. The Hellfire Club. Not just a brothel, but probably one of the most infamous brothels in all of West Crook and New California. This was the place that brought in the suits, that truly satisfied every twisted desire your mind could think of. I wasn't sure to wait in the long line or not, but I took my chances and approached the bouncer directly. Back of the line or my boot goes up your ass. Literally. He didn't entertain another step past 1 meter. Exact. I'm here for a therapy session. His eyes blanked out, the reflection on them glowing before he nodded at me. Andressa is by Pleasure Room 7. Don't keep her waiting. I didn't question him anymore, and strode into the pits of hell. Red seemed to be the theme. The walls, carpet, lights, costumes, paintings, selling, and floor were all various shades of crimson, scarlet, blood, or even pink that somehow never clashed with each other. It was like I'd really entered a club made of fire itself. The entire place seemed to shift with every thrumming note of music blaring from the dance hall. My brain, though, had readily adapted to ignoring the sonic assault thanks to years of abuse from Sean's club. I strode through the grand hall, where tens of dancers of varying genders and sexualities all focused in on the seemingly innocent shard operator, looking for a quick fix. A masked woman hanging from the ceiling with a serpent-like tail licked her lips, exposing fangs and a slithering tongue. Now you look like you want your blood sucked. I'll make sure you get it from all the right places. A thong-wearing man flexed his muscles as he artfully portrayed his skin changing shades and textures all at once. I can be as soft or as hard as you want me to be, baby. A woman's arms mechanically adjusted to reveal various toys. Take your pick. I'm just here for therapy. They all ignored me after that, though my heart was certainly not beating the way it should be. It was made all the way worse when I crossed pleasure rooms 1 through 6, some of the doors widely open to expose. God, why? Why would you want to do that to yourself? Stammering my breath still, I found an astonishingly beautiful woman with pink. Sorry, it was fiery red. Guess the lights must have tricked my eyes for a moment. I looked her up and down, really wishing she was wearing more, but resigned myself to stay calm with the help of Thought Multipler. I have a girlfriend X, not aroused. The conflicting streams of data merged. A memory of Elsa accidentally forgetting to switch to her non-sharp hands when she reached for my yeah. That was enough to get me out. I focused on the woman, Andressa. If I'm right, I'm here for therapy. Oh, you must be Ripley. And here I thought you were about to ask me for a dance. Would have given you one if you were a woman. You would make a good woman. I wasn't sure how to respond to that, but it did remind me of a conversation with Hochin about the topic. It seemed like she agreed, so I would take it. Positively, I guess. Follow me, if you will. She opened the door to Pleasure Room 7. To my thankful surprise, it didn't lead to a heart-shaped bed and a cabinet of sex toys. Instead, it was an ominous staircase that had literally no light coming off it. Maybe I preferred the sex toys. Walking down after Andressa, her hair began to glow with a soft, fiery incandescent the deeper we left the light above. The music softened too until I had to rely only on the sound of her footsteps and the faint light of her hair to guide me. Why did you take the front door? Typically, those who come here for this service take the underground route. Her warm eyes smoldered over me. I wasn't aware that was an option. My reference never said so. Ah, a joke then. We continued falling into the depths, but she didn't mind conversation. Your eyes, I love their color. They would look wonderful under my hair. Maybe I'll test it out one day. Yeah, I used the thought multiplier again. Finally, after minutes of walking, the sound and bass from above was silent. We were so deep, it was like the shadows had devoured me, muffling all my senses to better focus in on the one stimulant that now appeared, a red door. It was entirely visible to me despite the lack of light, a phenomenon my mind couldn't quite wrap around. How? Shh. Andressa raised her finger up to her mouth. We have reached the boundary between truth and falsehood. Understand that what lies ahead is wisdom, and many things older than it. Blood, and older than that. Fire. Pass, if you have to, into the realm where your words have no meaning, if my lady says so. Let your heart be exposed for all that it is worth. Andressa didn't open the door, but her steps slowly got fainter as she disappeared up back into the swallowing darkness. The door was still visible, and now a fear unlike most got the better of me. What lies beyond this door? The unknown, the abyss. Despite all the warnings in my head, I turned the knob and was consumed by the fiery energy inside. The room was red, as everything else had been, but the shade of blood here was grounding. It spoke in its wavelength, a tale of life and death interwoven into the paint that ravaged my senses. Yet, it wasn't overwhelming. It was humbling in a way that grounded me, reminding that beneath all this steel, I was born as a human, made of flesh and blood. But the most primal of the color were in the two eyes of the woman seated in the center of the room. Her entire body covered in magnificent silk veils of that same color with the exception of her hair and eyes. She was the source of this madness, of this serenity. It was true. Stepping into the room was like stepping into fire. Parts of me felt reduced, but what remained was nurtured by the other energy in this room. A surging flood of water that filled it with a harmony I didn't know I yearned for. Fire and water tendency. Both from the woman seated across me. though. I would be an idiot if that was how I knew she was a gold adapter. From the second I entered, our powers clashed and harmonized in a paradox of competition and balance. I knew who she was, while she was secretive, and very little was known about her. All of this strange phenomena was proof that I was staring at Westcrook's most powerful esper, the Crimson Heart, one of the two leaders of Crimson Souls, and one of the puppeteers of Westcrook. Before I could say a word, she spoke, and the world listened to her with obedience. Be silent. Ripley Donovic. The air seemed to rush out of my lungs, preventing a single vowel from forming. You are talented to have sensed our shared power. Now sit! My shardware seemed heavier, like gravity had emboldened to grab them with chains as I took my seat on the pillow. It's a pleasure to meet you. As is mine. Her eyes seemed to twinkle behind that veil, and it comforted me just enough to feel relaxed here. That was a paradox as much as everything here. She was ... definitely not Tyr the Third. The aura exhausting over her was archaic and beyond an understanding I could grasp at right now. It seemed almost fundamentally different from the adapters I'd met so far. Each syllable of her voice carried a power different from Jacob or Anthony Grosh. It held a grip not on just my mind, but, well, the Crimson Heart said it best. Know that my words are more important than yours to the wills of the world, should you choose to be here and accept the aid I offer. It has to be your choice. I strained my voice. It was difficult fighting her off, but not entirely impossible, though. I discerned she wasn't using her full power. I don't even know what's happening to me. I'm forgetful of things that the people around me, who knew me, seemingly think I should find important. Names, faces, events. Sometimes I remember a shadow of what it was, but there's no emotion there. It's blank because I have a personality editor. Yes, your reference explained it to me. I was a bit sullen at that. I didn't exactly want Diamante going around telling people, especially someone who was as important as her, arguably one of my weaknesses. She raised her hand, which I noticed was made of a pale gold metal. So then, she was a dual adapter. I held my breath in, trying not to feel overwhelmed, but it was so easy to. That hand was soon wrapped in a velvet haze of red that stretched off her arm like rubber, before detaching and molding into a detailed model of the human nervous system from the brain to the spinal cord. On the base of the brainstem was a round bulge with small tendrils snatching into the flesh, a bug. And on top of that was a neuroframe, humanity's greatest tool in understanding implants. We shall start with a field you no doubt have expertise in, considering your profession as a shard operator. The science of what is happening to you. I have a pretty damn good suspicion. Let me explain. First, the human mind or ego of the modern adapter is spread across three pools of thought. The first is, of course, the brain, organic and sublime. It is the birth of consciousness for all complex life forms. The second step in our evolution was Mazur's neuroframe. Through a complex array of neural translating chips and a basic warp code and mutagen deciphering mechanism derived from redundant implants, Mazur pioneered a tool that can both enhance the mind's capability and give it an insight into implants. Neuroframes are a computer at their core, one directly interfacing with the human nervous system. Signals are received and transmitted back, allowing both response and modification of thoughts should the necessary program be installed. The third is the implant, which symbiotically merges the human and frame into one pool of thought. However, it is more complicated as the process that forms this balance differentiates in magnitude. As the adapter progresses up the tiers, the showcase of the implant on the brainstem began to alter. The thin vines blossoming from it burrowed deeper through the flesh of the brain and spinal cord, elongating through the complex matter. I gnashed my teeth as a deeper understanding set in. That's it, going from tier 0 to tier I, from convergence to foundation. Correct. The implant seemed to shrink, or perhaps it was better to say that it was sinking into the brain itself, becoming one as its preceding tendrils, swelled and curled around gray and white matter. Modification. Tier I too. I was pretty damn sure about my hypothesis now. And then the implant was gone, a large network of metallic tendrils slithering across every inch of the nervous system like a second set of veins. I whispered Tier Third, Metamorphosis, and finally, Tier Ivorth Evolution. Her hands squeezed, and the red image shook as the symbiotic tendrils shrank down until the nervous system looked completely normal at a first glance. But there existed a fine rhythmic glow swelling beneath the flesh. The implant becomes you, and you become the implant. It was known as the stage where compatibility mattered most to be achieved. And that was why so few were worthy of being called Homo ascendens. My voice became the vessel for my thoughts. I'd always read about this, but now seeing it happen in front of me explained quite a lot. This has to do with implant-coded data. It's not just about the features within it. The further it develops, the more your mind becomes the warp code that passes through the bug, until there's no difference between thought and data. Correct. This circuitry is what allows implant updates, particularly for that psyche feature, to have massive repercussions on the human mind. The implant becomes a vital portion of your nervous system itself, assimilating various features from your neuroframe and brain to become a central nucleus that dominates the tracks in your nervous system. Now, as for what exactly is happening with your psyche feature, remember that the implant's primary function is to adapt and ensure survival at the moment. Neuropathological disorders such as PTSD or depression are viewed through the lens of the implant as threats, and as such, it can perform course corrections that aren't necessarily healthy for the adapter in the long term. It can result in emotional inhibition to prevent the adapter from being overwhelmed with anxiety, resulting in a feigned stoic behavior, a common case for many police investigators, or lead the adapter to lose their ability to feel sad in those with depressive disorders. In fact, it might turn many triggers of mental disorders into positive reinforcement. Then you add a personality editor onto that, and the effect magnifies. Even low-grade daemons, such as it can be incredibly effective under a gold-grade implant. The memory inhibition that was used on your limbic system is strengthened to act both subconsciously and consciously. In seconds, you could lose access to core memories that have formed your personality, even perhaps creating entirely false ones for the sake of preservation. I scratched my frame, feeling nervous about the very matrix that had that name. I'd had a good idea about what was happening, but I'd overlooked it for too long. The more I developed up the tiers, the more my mind became warp code, allowing greater access to the personality editor. I'd already felt it. Déjà vu was a common feeling I had around many aspects of my life. Hell, walking through this club felt like I was looking back into a kaleidoscopic view of the Toxin Club, except it was all hazy. Certain memories were clear, but others were fogged up by an unnatural breath. What had I forgotten? I couldn't even remember what I should be looking for. But this empty void within my heart only grew. And how long would my matrix even allow me to feel this way? What if it made me forget that there was something very wrong in the first place? What if something really bad happens in the future? I didn't want to think about it now, which only further proved my point because future me would be feeling even worse. And if the implant updated to make me forget then, it would probably save me. Get me back on my feet, but I'd lose a part of myself in the process. Glancing at her heavily, I became much more aware of my own mind, of what I was feeling and thinking. This entire room was stuffed with her psionic energy, and it was affecting everything. I realized why that door was so visible despite the darkness. It didn't emit any light. My eyes were just tricked into believing there was something there, just like this entire room. The very warmth in my hands, the soft pillow I sat upon, the images she showed me, none of it was real. I opened my eyes, only to be met by darkness and cold, damp air. I hadn't been scared of the dark in a long time. Then, when I blinked, the room was back. The warmth returned, but it didn't stop feeling wrong. Psyche V.3.03 has updated to V.3.05 effects. There it goes again, changing the way I thought. There was a time my dad used to tell me stories in the pitch black, his hand resting on mine to let me know he was there. He'd shown me how the dark couldn't stop us from having a good time, but now I had to be thankful for a damn update. My feelings were complicated. It was both instant, yet ungratifying now. but also damn helpful when it came through. I'd been learning a lot about myself lately. I knew I was strong and capable, that I could hold my own in a fight, and that my wits were a leap above many others. But I'd always been sad. I just couldn't remember why, but it was a fact. One step at a time. But the wrong one could send me stumbling off the edge like a fool, and hell, if something bad were to truly happen to me, I would welcome the momentary bliss of psyche solving it all. How do I stop myself from forgetting? How do I begin to make myself remember? Should I just turn it off? The personality editor? Number the damage is done. Turning it off wouldn't recall any of those lost memories back to you, but it would sever the wall keeping your emotions in check. Such a magnitude of stimulus could pressure your psyche feature into becoming a personality editor itself, if it hasn't already. Even worse, depending on how severe these emotions are, the updates could result in a massive readjustment of your ego to appear normal. You would feel fine, but you would be a very different person. I shuddered. It would be like setting off a bomb in my head and my implant, cutting off my lobes to make a shield. So then, how do I fix this? Even with those veils, it seemed like the Crimson Heart was smiling. By going fishing. Chapter 139. Chapter 6. Fixer-upper Annabelle Gracia's written notes on Crimson Soul's leadership, and their history following New California's earthquake. They weren't always one of our 4 nightmares. There was a time the Queen's Blood Gang was manageable aside from their Silver Queen. Then Crimson Heart appeared out of nowhere, and their influence exploded fast enough that even the other 3 gangs lost to this relatively small group when the earthquake struck. What should have taken decades only took years. And now they have 2 gold adapters leading them. The Crimson Queen is mayhem incarnate, a deadly force that would require multiple special investigators to even dent her. Her 230 million bounty isn't for nothing after all. The Crimson Heart may very well be Westbrook's most powerful esper. Illusions, psychokinetic constructs, thermal manipulation, and even minor reality warping if rumors are believed. More than any of the puppeteers, she's the most elusive of them, maybe even the most dangerous. 350 million is no small fee for Syntech, but I'd wager they would double that if she were more proactive. Ripley fishing, you know? As much as I would want to see a body of water near us that's even suitable for swimming in, I really don't think that can help. Crimson Heart shook her head. We fish for your memories, the ones that are buried. It's quite simple. We will use any positively reinforced memory and sink you into it. From there, explore until you find a portion of yourself that's cloudy. Don't force anything, just exist. Understand that it's still you, and if possible, try to link those positive emotions towards the memory that was sealed off. That sounded like pseudoscience bullshit, but at this point, I was desperate enough to try it. But before that, exactly how are you even getting paid for this? I get paid through this very act. The exact details are best kept hidden between us, but I do not intend on hurting you in any form, nor do I share any details about my clients to others, even among Crimson Souls. I don't know if I can just take your word for it. In fact, you very much can. As you are aware, a psionic force flows through this room, one that can bind both me and you to a verbal agreement. I was already going to do so, as I also require your discretion. And that, prevents me from saying anything about you? Anything you agree on? Can I test it out? There was no way this was real. Very well. Do you, Ripley Donovic, agree that you can no longer say the word pony? Pony? Despite the odd word, I couldn't deny the way the air rushed around me with invisible, patient daggers awaiting my input. Yeah, I guess I agree. Those daggers sank in. There was no pain or any physical sensation. It was more like a jolt of thought awakening me from a dream. My mouth moved to say the word, and my vocal cords stretched to say, pony. Huh, I tried again. No fucking way. Horse. Baby horse. Less ugly ass. Tiny equestrian mythical mammal. P. I waited a moment. Oni, a Japanese devil. How delightful. Is this a mental block of some kind? I'd heard of some advanced neural interfacing chips capable of this. Dream frames were one example, a more invasive and technical version of a neuroframe. I suppose that would be the scientific explanation for it. It works both ways, so if you've accepted it, then we can make our agreement. All right, fine. I guess I don't want you telling anyone about my gold bug, even my identity, whichever ones you know of. You can't tell anyone about the memories you see, nor that I have this issue. In fact, just pretend like you don't know me personally if I ever come up in a conversation. And by me, I mean Ripley Donovic. Those terms are acceptable if you agree with mine. Likewise, you are to in no way reveal my identity to others as your so-called therapist. You are not to reveal the grade of your therapist implant, nor the exact details of her power other than bringing out your memories. You are not to reveal that she uses shardware, nor say she has a direct affiliation to Crimson Souls. Those terms sounded fine. Very well, I, Ripley Donovic, agree to your terms. The air felt hotter than usual, and my mind briefly ached as the terms settled in. An Oath founder, what fantasy novel had I dove into? Very well, Ripley. Try to focus on a topic important to you. On what has given you certain traits. Something that asks why, rather than how. Try to bring back memories from your childhood. It's easier to move forward than backward through this process. Like reeling in a hook towards your present, in a pseudoscientific manner. Okay, so focus on ideas about who I am. Why do I have these traits? I'm Ripley Donovic. I'm the son of Isabel Gravis, Donovic. And it was harder than ever to remember my father's name, Dominic Donovic. I'm the grandson of Alberic Gravis, also known as the Hammersmith. Within me lies a gold bug, taken from a mal that attacked the club where I worked as a shard operator. I joined hands with mercenaries afterwards. I became friends with Diamante, Topaz, and Missy. I became Elsa's boyfriend. I became questionable allies with the R0N1N and Diana Ulrich. I became a mercenary, but I was a shard operator before all of that. I've been a shard operator since I was young, really young. It started with stories in the dark. My dad lit up holograms showing 2 floating starships, Emberheart and Shadowheart, from which the founders had escaped when the Earth collapsed under nuclear warfare during the mid-2 first century. But they were far from the first starships. Humanity had been to the moon nearly 100 years before that, and they'd gone on nothing but code written on paper. It was in our nature to build, to make progress, and to witness new frontiers with every decade. But that wasn't why I wanted to be a shard operator. I feel like I'm close, but I can't. I want to remember why I'm a shard operator. It has something to do with my father, but shall I make it easier for you? Do you agree not to lie in your response to my next question? Sure. Why are you a shard operator, Ripley Donovic? The answer slipped out of me like my vocal cords had been lubricated. I wanted to prove to my dad that I was one of the best. I wanted his praise, the same way he praised my mother. Yeah, I remember a bit. They went to the same university. She used to do repairs for cheap, and he needed a laundry machine fixed. They ended up marrying in a year and had me pretty soon after. My mom didn't go for a postgraduate after I was born. Not for another few years. When I around 8, she went back and my dad cleared a room for her. I would watch her tinker. I would. My heartbeat thrummed faster. I wanted to. It ached as each beat came like thunder, a rolling storm that reached for long-forgotten memories. Fix things. My eyes met Crimson Heart's primal red as my own heart crescendoed. Then the crimson consumed me, and I was gone. I hadn't been in this apartment in more than a decade. Yet it all came slowly and clearly. The couch my mom fell asleep on as she spent hours studying for exams. The expensive coffee table I'd scratched the paint off because I was bored. And that laundry machine in the bathroom that my dad never threw away no matter how many times it broke down. And there he was, loudly coming through the entrance, much to little me's joy as I hopped off my mom's lap. A toy I was holding dropped as my little legs shuffled over into his arms. He carried me up so easily, but I couldn't make out his face. There's my little Ripper. What have you and my wife been up to, huh? He sounded so full of joy and contentment, the pearly whites of a smile just visible through the hazy echo I could make out of his face. I was doing my puzzle. Let me show you. At this point, my tinier version noticed the cube that had fallen to the ground. It was broken into pieces and sadness gripped me. It's broken. Before I could devolve into a tantrum, my mother chuckled and grabbed the cube from her seat. She was tired, but not in the same way she was now. Life hadn't jaded her yet. Don't worry, Ripley. I'll take care of it. You'll fix it. My dad bolstered me up to his shoulders. Your mother can fix anything. She fixed my damn heart for one. She slapped his arm, her charming and beautiful smile, moving me like a tidal wave. Her face was devoid of any wrinkles, both of her eyes proud and shining like bronze, and her right arm was sleek before she was forced to don my grandfather's crude prototype. She moved with grace and calculation, just like a shard operator should. Always cleaning up after you boys. She began to move away towards her office, but I grabbed a fistful of my dad's hair. I'd seen it in a movie once of a mouse doing it. Mama, I want to see how you fix it. For a moment, pride filled her gaze, a soft chuckle echoing. Sure. My dad, still grunting from the pain of having his hair pulled, followed her as I entered the office where shardware tools and pieces were neatly arranged around for us. I watched in awe as she fixed the cube, taking in every articulation she managed in seconds. Little me was curious, poking a question here and there that my mom answered with some simplified technobabble that, though I couldn't understand, hung to my ears for years to come. I want to fix things too. You sure, Ripley? My dad flicked his gaze up to me. It's a very hard job, lots of school, and you already don't like school? I don't. I pouted before my grip on his hair got tighter, but I want to fix things too. I can fix the laundry machine so you don't always need to leave early for Mom when you're telling me your stories. I'll become way better than her. Then we can have fun all of the time. Gah. Okay, I get it. He hoisted me off his shoulders. God, you really like ripping things apart already. Well, then you're gonna have to be way better than your mom. She doesn't just rip things, she also puts them back together. I put them back together even more. I hopped up next to my mom, diligently watching her as she began to move her curiosity over to her actual projects. Slowly, time drifted into the future. My height grew taller, but my voice remained in the tone of a rubber duck. Little by little, I learned. My grades shot way up for anything science-related. At some point, my mom even let me begin handing her tools, as long as I promised to use safety goggles and gloves while I was with her. I learned. I grew, and the flow abruptly stopped to the sound of an argument. Jesus, Isa. You know how hard it is to be a shard operator. Putting a damn silver in his head isn't going to get him into a good school. The money from it will. You've been complaining to me non-stop about how much hell they're giving you due to your background. If it wasn't for your damn father leaving you all that money when he abandoned you, I don't know what you would be doing. Excuse me? My mother's voice rose like a sharp blade. I put my ass into my work, and Ripley's twice the shard op I was at his age. That silver is what he deserves. It'll be a damn target on his head. You don't know these rich folks the way I do, Isa. My fucking dad is one of them. I know, Dom. But the point of all of this is that the implant was left to me by me father. It's Smykois. I chose not to take it for myself because of the risk. I was alone. But Ripley has us. Isa, be honest. Do you even know where you'll work after this? I love you, and I know better how smart you are. Which is why it hurts to know that the jobs you deserve are going to Nepo babies. Because unless we get Ripley into a top school, the silver will only hurt him. They'll target him, and we have time, Dom. He's only 9. He won't need to apply until he's 20. He won't need the implant until then. We can save. We can. We can work it through. No matter how much we save, that's not going to be enough when shard school costs you $500,000 a year, especially ones that will cater to a silver. At this point, it hit me. I'd always imagined my old apartment as a big suite on the very top floor of a mega building. Yeah, the apartment was big. But I was a small child. And then I'd been dropped down to below the earth into a dank room smaller than my bedroom here. I was never really rich. It's not that we were struggling. But the fact was that my dad worked alone while my mother was studying and spending for her degree. And clearly he wasn't as high up as I thought he was. Why else would they have terminated him? But all of this, I was still satisfied with it. Once, maybe that was childish naivety. But when did I become different? When did I start yearning for more? To be better, to be the best. My mother rubbed her eyes. My father, as terrible as he was at being present, got me into my school. Let me try and do the same for him. Jesus, Isa, I hope you're right, because he's a soft kid. Gentle, he'll be eaten up alive. He'll need to be the best, the very best. And that was it. That was the seed that planted in my head. My mother scoffed. You still don't trust me? The argument continued as my tinier self sank away. I needed the best. Then I could go to a big shard school, and they would stop fighting. I needed to show them that I could be good and that he will be the best there ever was. So I snuck into my mother's office and set the tools up. My first solo project was simple. Jewelry made of shards. I lined up the finger-length pieces, adjusting their shape with tweezers as I began to solder them together. The hot iron molding into shape as made sure it came to my idea perfectly. I was never really good at artistry in my shardware. I was always more of a practicality enthusiast, but this time was different. My first time was incredibly different. There was no neurowiring, no coding, no joints or synth muscles, just metal and heart, blood and steel. And that was exactly what I made. An iron heart with fault lines, placed exactly as my mother had shown me. With a tiny torch, I used it like a pen to inscribe my parents' initials on the front, and mine on the back. Then I snapped it in two, punched a hole into their corners and strung neurowiring to make a loop. When I came to my parents, they were both slunk on the couch, a foot of distance between them, but they both had a cup of coffee in their hands. I placed one half of the heart by each of them. My dad had the piece with my mom's initials. My mom had the piece with my dad's, and they both had one half of my name on the back. For both of you, I smiled proudly. You always said to stop fighting to me in Cesta. Did you go through my stuff? My mom wiped her face. Ripley, you know you can't. She stopped herself, reading the names on the shard. My dad did the same in silence. Even behind the masked echoes of light where the features of face should be, the emotion on them twisted into me like a knife. Ripley, thank you. It's very nice. Why did you make it? To fix you both, I said nonchalantly. Both of my parents chuckled at that, my dad rubbing my head as he looked at my mother. What's your verdict on his work? A diamond is somewhere in there, just need to wring out the coal. I find it beautiful, Ripley. Did you use my technique? Yeah. I excitedly held her shirt. Well then, I better teach you some more. Really? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, her face searched for my dad, and he answered with a sigh that melted into a proud smile. Guess we better start saving. My mom blinked her tears away, holding the necklace up to the light. Who on earth made you such a romantic? I know it wasn't your dad. Oh, I really hope you don't give poor little Stee a hard time when you're older. My dad poked her forehead. You act like you didn't have bad exes. And so time moved on. That little workshop of my mom's got more cluttered as her work got more complicated. My hands got steadier, my mind sharper, and my body got taller. They wore that necklace every day, their faces full of hope. My mom was in her second last year when my dad approached me, his expression unnaturally serious and grave. Then the memory turned hazy. I knew I should have grabbed it further at this moment, that I should confront the words I said that lead him to uncovering whatever damn syntax scandal was happening. Instead, he got fired. My mom's degree was taken from her, and some bogus debt drove us to poverty. Even with their implants taken or sold to save us, my parents kept themselves strong. In the beginning, my mom found her place with Sean. Apparently, my dad had some connection with him. He helped too, selling out Syntex secrets to keep us afloat. My mom kept me away from the shard operating at this point, but I managed a few personal projects of my own. She became the breadwinner once my dad's secrets were out, and his study of business didn't help him one bit. when he was blacklisted from every major company, most of them owned by Syntech. I got taller, my voice got deeper, I got angrier, and I don't remember what happened, but I remember shouting. My mom wasn't home. It was just me and my dad. And he left the house, still wearing that damn necklace. And it was on him when I saw his corpse at the police station later that day. The memory grew hazy once more. The officers were saying that damned story, but most of it was rejected by my ears. Not the tinier me, but the me witnessing the dream firsthand. Snippets of it escaped into me like a ghost of something real. This was all real. My father was dead, and they said it was because of Embrance. That damn drug made you think back of younger times, better times, and he imagined himself playing with a toy gun as a child. In that bar, he was holding a very real gun, and that investigator, Eric Flynn, was faster. It was ironic that my dad looked back at happier times when his present was bad. I rejected the bad times to have a happier present. I wasn't sure which method of self-neglect was worse, but I think I learned something. Maybe. I still didn't know the truth about his death, about that silver implant my grandfather left them. Where did it go? It was possible someone stole it off his body when he died, but all clues pointed to Mr. Skeleton having an interest in it. My mom changed after his death. She began to spiral downwards into both her work and with drink, and I was hopeless. I wanted to forget. Maybe Sean knew that, and it's why he sent Hochin to Enterprise the personality editor to me. I was smart enough to get it working, but I was so damn desperate. It must have been when I was 16 or 17 when my mom started showing symptoms. At 18, she'd clawed her eye out once the optic nerve had burned out. At 19, I lost my damn hand to a botched Pandora. At 20, her shaking was so bad she couldn't drive anymore. At 21, her iron implant was taken out and sold after we found it had a sub-50 compatibility with me. I sold a kidney for the money spent on installing my new arm. And 3 months ago, I turned 22. I was a gold adapter now. Somewhere in that golden orb was hope for both of us. A better life, the kind my parents had argued over. The opportunity to fix things. My vision rewound back to when I first laid eyes on her piecing that puzzle cube back together. We were happy. We were so fucking happy. But in the end, the future of my past marched on without mercy. But it wasn't as bleak as I remembered it being. I scrolled through thousands of pages trying to learn even a fraction of what my mother knew. And my dad was there asking me to explain it to him so I could learn. He wore that necklace the entire time, smiling fondly at it as I droned on to him about superconductors, or how generators and motors were in fact the same thing. My mother and I took our breaks together. She passed me my first cigarette. I hated the taste, and she said that was a good instinct and to hold on to it. It was when she looked at the necklace she wore that she said she was going to stop. That necklace had started my journey, and it kept them both going for a long time. Both of them had eventually lost themselves, but they were human, and they were hurt, trapped. I wasn't anymore. I may have started out so, but I'd never paused my shard operating, even at my lowest. It was the one thing that kept me going. It fixed me, even if said method could harm me. I had a purpose behind it all, and I won. It didn't matter how many times I would lose when I lost my home and my father. I took it upon myself to help my mother, even if it was dangerous. When I lost my leg and arm, I built them anew to push me even further. When the fights became too tough for me, I built the arachnodyne and soared to the skies. And it all started with that necklace. I remember that now, that I was a shard op for one simple reason. I fixed things. Shardweave v.1.02 has updated to v.1.04 effects. Psyche v.3.05 has updated to v.3.3.06 effects. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the Red Room with Crimson Heart. A knowing glint in her eyes simmered over me. Well done. You appear to have brought back some memories. Not a whole lot, I admitted. Don't think I even scratched the surface with the stuff I've forgotten. It will come to you in time. For now, I believe this is enough progress. Whenever you are ready for your next session, let Andressa know. There is no need for proper scheduling. I will always have the capacity to indulge in these sessions. I stared at her, a gripping sensation in my stomach, edging me to ask her more. She was a puppeteer and I was really in need of some help right now. Do you know anything about the Uncaged? I know many things, Ripley Donovic, but when I want to tell you about that group, I will. For now, you are needed elsewhere. Another purpose calls you. The wind rushed from my back, signaling to me that the door had opened. However, unlike last time, it didn't lead to darkness. Instead, there was a blinding light as though I could step into the sun itself. Nodding politely, I stood up and faced the light, and stepped through. When I did, it didn't lead to a staircase. In fact, I was instantly back in the hallway with all those pleasure rooms. Turning around, I discovered that there wasn't a door behind me anymore, just the fiery wallpaper that spread throughout this slice of hell on Earth. What the fuck? I whispered before trying something. I still couldn't say pony, which meant that the oath thing really was true. Though I wasn't an idiot, these types of manipulations and illusions were based on warp energy. She was a gold like I was, and maybe there would be difficulty breaking out of it. But I was an antagonistic force with equal weight. Theoretically, I could push that cognitive block out. Maybe Psychic could grant me more resistance, but doing so would mean potentially making it more difficult for me to receive these treatments. Though, I could read memories. Maybe I could try it on my own implant. It was a crazy idea, but who knows? Andressa was smoking something close beside me, a sultry smile on her lips. So, you staying for a drink? I could give you company. We have an offer, you know? For therapy clients, 20% off. Sorry, but I have a girlfriend. Ooh, bring her around next time. Andressa patted my back, her nails scratching into me just enough that shivers fled up my spine. I needed to get out of here. Back home, I shuffled my way in to witness my mom lying on the bed with wires and metal strewn about her. She was dissecting my clean bot. Hey, don't touch that! She waved me off as usual. Ripley, did you even look at the heat flow on this? You made it catalyze the grime it sucks up to use as fuel, but it's a ticking time bomb. Number. I grabbed a sheet of metal, lodging it back into place over the flat drone. It's connected to the fridge to suck up some ice. That's your cooling mechanism? She eyed me with disappointment. You raided a Ujo facility with state-of-the-art electromagnetic tech to make a floating vacuum cleaner that doesn't need charging, and you couldn't figure out a way to cool it off. If I had better parts, I could have. I hastily began to screw the machine back together, but maybe some of my mom's adjustments could stay. That's no excuse, Ripley. It's the hands, not the circuitry that makes a shardware good. Well, I was also low on time. Then simplify it. I just wanted to make a floating drone from scratch. I'll take that into consideration. I placed the vacuum cleaner onto the floor, letting it buzz to life as it found some corner to sweep. I then put my hand up to her. Wait here, by the way. I searched our cupboard. Half of the clothing space was filled with shardware pieces, but the box I was looking for was exactly where I remembered it being far in the back, to be forgotten. It held many mementos of our old apartment, dusty goggles I used to wear when watching my mom do her work, some basic war PC cubes with elementary coding I'd done on them, a family portrait, and there, a necklace. I pulled it out and sauntered over to hand it to her. I want you to have this. A flux of emotions torrented over her sick body, too many memories swelling up at the sight of the necklace my dad used to wear, the one with her initials. I placed it into her palms, cupping my hand over hers. Back then, you two used to give me strength. I see that now. I want you to keep this and wear it because that's what you need right now. Strength that came from you and with meta manipulation. I sent a shimmer of golden energy into the iron shards, but nothing that would worsen the severity of her poisoning. Shardweave was fascinating. I hadn't even scratched the surface yet of its applications. Now it has a piece of me in there too. She rubbed her eye, nodding the tears away. Okay, but then I want you to have something. Cleanbot. Retrieve Article 86. The vacuum buzzed in accordance, swooping up to a mirror where a fine robotic arm ended with tweezers that slipped into the gaps of the mirror and pulled out my mom's set of the necklace. The robot hovered back to her, neatly setting it down in her laps. She held it up to me. Take it. Though fair warning, neurowiring cuts deep. Never wanted to replace it because, well, you made it. I chuckled, flexing my left knuckles to slip a fine hook through with my right. I weaned out the tiniest strand of live wire using Shardweave to sever it cleanly and produce 2 sets of thin gold. I looped it around both necklaces before hanging hers on her neck. She contemplated the crude scribbling of her name on the front and mine on the back, and then tears fell. You've gotten a lot better. Yeah, I have. Next thing you know, you'll be replacing your skull. She laughed her tears away. I, on the other hand, was a bit dumbstruck. How did you? Guess that. Chapter 140. Chapter 7. Thick-skulled moron, 8:38 p.m., the 5th of October, Ripley. Heaving the heavy bag of materials out of the elevator with ease. I lumbered the entire thing over to Elsa's door. She opened it with a smile, still in bedhead and pajamas. Welcoming me in with a kiss and a hug, I had to stop her before I got distracted. So, can I borrow your bathtub? I zipped open the duffel bag and began to organize parts, my shirt coming off so my arachne could fully splay open. You still haven't said what for, and that's what's worrying me. She took an interest in the various parts I arranged. Then her eyes laser-focused on the metallic skull I just juggled out. Are you? I'm not replacing my skull. I stopped her before she could outdo my mother in explaining why that was a bad idea. Full skull transplants were 2 things: risky and unnecessary. I agreed with my mom in most regards since I wasn't a metal heavens freak who believed flesh was for the weak. Your skull was more than just bone. It was a framework for every blood vessel and cranial nerve that ran through your head. A true replacement would require a complete rewiring of those systems and would probably result in me losing my ability to smell or taste. Not unless I had whatever expensive-ass sensors and translators Diamante had to emulate those senses. Second, yeah, it was likely to kill you if you weren't careful. However, the reason I needed it was pretty damn simple. I was moving much faster than the average human now. And while I hadn't yet pushed into absurd speed like the R0N1N had, any faster, and I was liable to giving myself concussions just from moving. It was a miracle I hadn't blacked out when I rushed back to Elsa's apartment from the sheer gravitational forces, pulling my blood out of my head. This skull was modified to add additional cushioning to my brain, and other additional features. Then why the hell do you have one in your hands? She grabbed it out of my grip. Don't you know that it can cause you to look different? I like you the way you are. Don't change it, please. Her eyes, although metallic, seemed larger and more wet as they dug guilt out of me. All right, fine. I'll spoil the surprise. I grumbled in response to the conflict in my heart. I'm not going to replace my skull entirely. Just the chondrocranium, the part that's actually housing my brain. The dome, basically. The rest is just going to be really fine plating that I've adjusted perfectly to mesh over my current bone structure. But I might be tearing my face's skin off. I swear to God, Ripley. Her eyes flashed red midnight, growling out. Oh, you don't come into our house and say that you're going to leave your face on our bathroom floor. That's just... Actually, would you let me keep it? No. I didn't know what I would do with my face after today, but knowing Midnight, I'd rather let Diamante have it. Then you can't just... I pulled up a cloth I knew she'd recognize. It was a dark black cloth very familiar to those in Little Requiem. Mr. Skeleton's henchmen had a habit of wearing this cloth on their faces, so tight that you could make out their bone structure. Except, it wasn't really a mask, as I'd figured out. This cloth is actually a texture-shifting metallic polymer that can mimic skin texture. Yujo had research into face morphing tech as well. I couldn't take any of their actual prototypes, but it was the first thing I managed to decrypt from their files. They used a different warp material, but the premise is the same. I've made a working prototype. I call it reactive weave. The reactive weave cloth was perfectly woven to fit over the skull, immediately taking a shape similar to my own, if my cheeks were sunken in after months of starvation. Turning on the Mesk Shift feature, Link installed in the skull, it began to blur past spectrums until it was a replica of my own face. Blue eyes stared at my head's empty sockets, daylight stuttering as Mirage's face turned slightly green. I don't like that, Ripley. It's freaky. You'd basically become another Tongwellisher. I don't know who that is, but you to the name. I pulled the glove of skin off. I needed to keep my identity secret. I haven't yet figured out how to get it to mimic other people's faces, but I might kinda need it since. I might have made a third identity for myself as Dreadwire's shard operator, the Ripper. Lavender eyes returned, and Mirage's eye quivered. You named Dreadwire's operator as the Ripper? Didn't you and Diamante already use that alias back with Razorpede? Her berating was bad enough. I didn't want to know how worse Diamante would be. Grabbing the razor, Mirage forced herself to look away as my hair fell to the floor on her bathroom. As for why I couldn't do this at Harold or Diamante's place, I didn't exactly want either of them to know about my false face just yet, but I still required someone to watch over me in case the procedure went wrong. The skull was delicate, and I would be removing my entire scalp. Once my head was bald and the hair swept up, I sterilized everything before settling myself comfortably. In a little harness mechanism, I set up in the bathtub so that my arachnidine would have full range. Mirage entered. The syringe is ready in her hand. You have sights on my biomonitor, right? When you see any of the parameters I've highlighted turn red, you inject me with the vial associated with it. It'll counteract the painkillers and sedatives in my body so I can stop the process. I held my anxiety at bay. Even swapping out my spine didn't get me frightened like this. Hooking an intravenous catheter into my brachiocephalic was a small jolt of pain before the drugs flooded my system. My arachne wasn't impacted so far. They grew and contorted until all four of them pointed towards my scalp, like they were a pack of wolves hungering on a lone rabbit. Then, with sharp scalpels, they dug in. Skin peeled off like a layer of a fruit, exposing the gooey underlayer under which a bony plate hibernated. Saw's word. Dust from my skull fell into the drain, and Mirage did everything she could not to vomit. The pain only intensified, the drugs doubling to compensate. My thoughts slimmed, but Scrapyard ordered my arachnidine to fulfill its task. Blood drained into my eyes. My head felt lighter. My brain breathed, only for a moment. A new scalp of metal was on it in a second. A gel substance in their internal cavity, inflating to merge with the meninges of the brain. My arachnes peeled downwards now. Blood dripped off my face. Then skin slipped down, all the way down. Fine incisions were made under my jaw, around my zygomatic arches, my temples and mastoid processes. Like clockwork, metal slid through the gaps, latching onto my bone as the fascia was intercepted by minuscule lasers. It hurt. Alerts went out. My blood was running low and a quick infusion of O-positive blood squeezed out of a bag to my right. My face was heavy like steel, and blood continued to drip, drip, right off my skinless face. The mask went on. It was painful, itchy, rough, and crass. My arachne stitched inorganic and organic together, blending them as the bleeding was frozen over by sprays of healing nanomachines, much like my own Goliath database protocol. Nanoswarm reprogramming is detecting foreign nanomachinery in body. Analyze data. Yay? I couldn't exactly think considering I was just a skull right now, but that had to be good, right? Identified. Syntech MedSpray nanomachines. Grade, bronze lifespan, 5 minutes purpose. These nanomachines can promote blood coagulation and seal torn blood vessels, as well as sterilize any wound to a viral degree. Quantity, approximately 1,000,000 structure analyzed. Replication of this variant is now possible using the Goliath nanoswarm. Pretty sure. That means I can now produce healing nanomachines in my own body, but to make them in the first place meant tearing my own body apart. I'd figure it out later. A few minutes in, my new face was installed, and my arachnidine sunk in. Midnight captured me in her arms. Despite those fierce red eyes, they were wide in terror of a different future. I am never doing this again. But I also brought ribs and a hip. I groaned tiredly in her arms. Not today. Yeah, fair. After washing off all the blood, I'd moved to Elsa's bedroom where I stared at my chrome dome in the mirror. Bald was not a good look on me, especially when the skin I had was partially metallic and gave it a sheen like it had been waxed up. Elsa had just the thing for my baldness. She came back with a large tuft of what looked like multiple wigs torn apart. Imperium Harlequin Weave. She tossed some over to me. Despite the nausea she must have felt while I was performing surgery on myself, she seemed a bit excited at the aspect of giving me new hair. It's what I use. You'll be able to change your hair color between black and white, even alter the texture a bit. Oh, I tousled the hair in my hands. Am I going to have to weave all of this into my hair? Yeah, I paid $20,000 for my hairdo. Elsa flicked her black and white hair into the wind, bought a little extra for extensions, so you'd better like me even more for giving it to you. Thankfully, there wasn't anywhere near enough for me to end up with a, who was it? Rapunzel-length river of hair. At most, it would be a pretty ugly mullet. Weaving the hair into my skull took hours, especially with Elsa and her two personas interrupting to make adjustments. In the end, my hair was a little longer than it used to be, but we cut it down to length until it was a neat crop from the top that flowed backwards. But I could also part it sideways if I wanted. I even tried out turning my hair white, which wasn't a bad look. Honestly, might even use that later on for some covert operations. She sprayed my new hairdo down with some protective spray and handed me a can of it to take home with me before fluffing it up to take in my appearance. I hate that you're a genius sometimes. You know that. She cupped her hands over my cheek. 4 months ago, you could barely hold a gun. Now you stab a blade into your head. I incised a blade through my head, I corrected her. Do I look okay? Nothing too noticeable, but it feels off. In a way that I guess I can only know because I saw you replace your damn skull. She laughed it off, but I was beginning to consider if what I had done was honestly fair to her. Yeah, fuck. Just because I was willing to put that sort of pain on myself didn't mean she had to see it. Hey, Elsa, I'm sorry for... Don't. She shuddered, making the final adjustments in my hair. You needed help with it, and well, if you chose anyone else, I'd be pissed. Real overprotective, aren't you? I laughed into her reflection on the mirror. Why wouldn't I be? You're all mine, Ripley. She slid her hands lower, crossing them over my chest. And well, maybe I'd be yours if you wanted me to. And me. Daylight chimed through. I chuckled. What about midnight? Those red eyes came with the same shade creeping over her cheeks. Midnight only nodded. We'll be each other's, I cemented, turning around to face her directly. How's this new visage of mine doing in your opinion? I like it. Well, it looks the same. Good job, Elsa said as she pivoted her eyes into mine. You were kidding about the ribs, right? No, the 6th of October god. Damn, did stitching metal to your ribs suck. I'd heard from Diamante that it was bad, but the sheer itchiness of the steel armor expanding with my bones, every breath was gnawing at me. At the very least, I'd managed to introduce some artificial musculature to my frontal axial muscles. Flexing my artificial pecs, I was wondering if this was cheating. Then again, I'd based it mostly on designs of what people in the gym were already using. My entire body was cut but not bulging. From front to back, I pretty much lacked any fat, and the artificial musculature was thick enough to act as padding, preventing deep slashes or bullets from poking at my organs. At the very least, no standard or iron-grade tech should be a real issue for my body now. Washing all the blood into the drain of Elsa's bathtub, I noticed the way her eyes trailed up and down on me with a slightly agape mouth. You good? Yeah, just damn. Elsa blushed and turned away. Come to the bedroom. I was flattered, but I'm still sore from surgery, you know that. I've got an ice pack. The 7th of October, looking over the scan of my body. I'd done it once I layered metal over my hips. I'd introduced my grandfather's entire endoskeleton into my body, from the framework of my limbs and the steel joints of my axial skeleton, extended a network of muscle that had trace amounts of live wire flowing through it, not enough to make a considerable difference. Partially because I didn't have enough of the thread-like warp material, and neither did I figure out how to make a fully integrated version of the muscle fibers. My arachnodyne joints were reinforced with a variant higher in concentration, but it was shoddy work at best. I could pull more out of the muscles with further experimentation. Mr. Anderson was helping me with that, And already some of the changes he proposed increased output by 20%. I'd wager I could probably lug around a car if I used my arachnodyne for leverage. I was firmly in the upper echelons of bronze-grade tech now. In terms of my musculoskeletal system, I was 65% inorganic. The only other shardware organ was my liver, and I guess you could count my eyes. The thought of humanity burned within me. How far could I push until I stopped being human? Which, I guess, was the point of implants after all. Tier the fourth was known as evolution, the threshold at which the implant would assimilate into your nervous system entirely. At that tier, your very genome would be distinct from every other human. You'd be a different species, unable to reproduce. Homo ascendens. Then again, kids. I couldn't imagine myself having a child in the life I currently lived in, and my thoughts weren't exactly alone on that. Genetic damage caused by the collapse had meant 40% of the remnants of humanity had been infertile. The rest were likely to produce children with genetic disorders. That was why the cradles had been made in the first place. Moving on from that thought, I stared across my body, finally feeling like a damn tier's second should. Powerful. And I wasn't even done with this week's adjustments. The 8th of October, I'd finally cracked the code on the damn stealth suit. Literally, with Daylight's help, we'd managed a system to let her safely bypass my frame's firewall shielding. But it wasn't exactly foolproof. I had to carry around a WarPC cube containing her in my pocket and connect her with wires into my left claw through which she could act. Without the safety of residing within my frame, she could very easily be damaged or stolen since she was stored in a physical vessel. But within the safety of Elsa's apartment, it was fine to act in this manner. She joked that she felt like a worm sitting in my pocket as I carried her around. Now that I could finally fix up and even modify the stealth suit, I got to working. No more tearing holes through my shirt just to use the arachnodyne. I'd finally have shardware reactive cloth. The 12th of October spending 2 days and 40,000 shardine in parts, I'd adjusted the stealth suit to be quite a bit better than it used to be. Creating an entire new suit would be costly. The price for its photomanipulatory warp material would push a complete reproduction into 180,000 shardine. Thankfully, there was enough in there that I could just repair it. This new suit was slightly bulkier, having integrated plating and stabilizers for my equilibrium. My new muscles could regulate blood flow so that I wouldn't lose consciousness with the G-forces my arachnodyne weighed on me. Another bonus was that I could now feasibly make what was coined in the suit's metadata as reactive weaves. The cloth could seamlessly retract to allow shardware to reconfigure without getting snagged on. With this, I could create new suits that allowed my arachne to expand and contract as it pleased. But any advanced exosuits would be on the drawing board for now. They were expensive. This current suit was incredible, capable of withstanding attacks at the bronze grade, and I was practically immune to most weaponry employed by typical rank-and-file adapters. And my arms were capable of withstanding a weak silver's attack. 2 months after the Shandian raid, I was more than capable of embracing my reputation as a gold mercenary. The suit fit tight but wasn't constricting. The black material contrasted with the faint golden glow of its seams and my mask's signature design. Dreadwire was coming together nicely, and now I had to make the Ripper. But that would take a moment. With Elsa's help, she was about to locate the mark Metal Heavens had wanted me to kill. Before that, however, I had to appear in a music video produced by Los Diablos. Chapter 141. Chapter 8. Dreadwire's AMV excerpt of lyrics from the Devil's Triad song, Web of Dreadlivin' on the Edge. I'm big steppin' with sheds. They bled red, gold in my veins crept in they heads. Got 'em goin' insane. My web's growin' in brains, but I'm just catchin' my bread. I'll swing right by at massa without needin' no cred. Slice the souls right out, leave 'em bleedin' crimson threads. Bring the devil to they heel with a needle of lead. And the heavens can't hold me, I still be killin' in hell. Yeah, heaven or hell. Low-key, scammin' the skell. Catch me if you can. But I ain't the type that's gonna be held. A web of dread's what you're after fall, and my fangs are itchin' to kill. 8:38 p.m., the 12th of October Ripley, looking through the snippet of the song they'd sent. I wasn't sure how to feel about them. On one hand, I tastefully found the lyrics a bit lacking, but the production was solid and the delivery better than I expected. However, I was not expecting the song to be about me, as much as it was, Web of Dread, a bit on the nose, though I couldn't deny that it was certainly cashing in on my name, and was this even legal? I mean, they were using my likeness for the song lyrics. And, well, it wasn't like I could copyright myself since I was a mercenary. Could I? And on another note, this song was pretty much having me call out all the damn gangs in the city. I'd been trying to get my reputation solid with them after my previous encounter had me. Eliminating key figures. This, though, was like lighting a bonfire next to fuel. I kinda like it. Topaz played it back. He was here in Elsa's lounge, demanding to see me off before my video shoot. I mean, it's kinda dogshit in all the right places. But that's why I like it. Perfectly fits you, Ripley. Hey, I motioned to my gun. I'm strapping to kill. Elsa broke into laughter at that, her eyes glazed over as she scanned through the net. All right, Rip. Looks like this isn't an elaborate ruse to cash out on your bounty. Diablos is serious about making this vid. The plan was simple. After some back and forth between Missy, my manager, and the local rap group Devil's Triad, they sent me a map with a few highlighted streets that I was to swing through while they captured the footage for their video. Ah, right, Elsa. Got something for you. I pulled out another mask for her. It was a beautiful curving sheen of lavender and silver with tiny highlights of red and blue chrome, depending on the angle. Was thinking I could? Well, since you were going to be close by anyway, I was thinking I could swing you over to a rooftop. This is to keep your identity hidden in case anyone sees us. Oh, she held up the mask. It was shiny enough to be a mirror, but the reflection was warped, like a mirage. This is really pretty, actually. Right? Figured out how to make metal change color. Well, actually, it's the paint I developed based on the hair you gave me, so you could make it red or blue depending on who's in control at the moment. What's this about hair? Topaz looked me up and down. Oh, now that I look at you, your hair is different. Not that it makes a difference under my mask. I tapped my frame, the bulky extension on top of it spreading to form a black and gold mask over my face. Dreadwire settled in, the ego taking over. Ah, wait, need to pocket this. I took off the necklace with my dad's name on it and stuffed it into one of the pockets of my Dreadwire suit. Elsa wore the mask herself. It fit over her perfectly. Ready, she said, the excitement in her voice palpable as she moved into my arms. We opened the windows of her building, the quiet alley's cameras all defunct at her will. I heard the sound of her breath get louder as she stared down at the expanse. She lived really high up. We won't be going through the pleasure lanes. I tried to relax her. Just focus on staying close. Enjoy the breeze. Right. She held on tighter, and one of my lower arachne limbs extended to cradle her even closer as my arm went under her shoulders. We'll be fine. With that, I took a step out, and my upper two arachne limbs shot out their javelins of livewire, propelling us both up into the alley. She gasped tight, her masked face burrowing into my clavicle as the roads flowed beneath us. With each hook and reel, momentum built and shifted as the lights elongated into streams the quicker we went. Look, it's beautiful. Elsa summoned her courage, facing forward to witness the glorious October night ahead of us. It was noticeably colder now compared to a few months ago, the wind slicing through us, but providing an almost exhilarating pulse with every curve and lift ahead. I made sure to increase the heat being radiated by my shardware, not complaining as she held tighter for warmth against the frigid breeze. The powerful towers of steel and concrete seemed smaller as we rose up their levels, but their magnificence couldn't be easily ignored. Life seemed so simple. It was just me, my girlfriend, and the city's lights beneath us. Nothing but the wind and our passion running free as she found herself in the pleasure of the moment. This is incredible, Ripley. Elsa was captured as lights, sounds, and wind rushed at us. Like adamant guards determined to stop our advance up the city's framework? Everything's so free, I completed. Do you want to try swinging by yourself? She chuckled. I don't have an arachne now, do I? I clasped my right hand's claws deeper into her sleek limbs, the tips extending thin hooks that settled into her seams without damaging the shardware. 5 thin wires pulled out as I removed the rest of my hand from the tips. You don't need to, but I want you to feel how it is. Elsa nodded at me, determined as her grip began to loosen, flipping myself backwards. I let go of her as my arachne slowed down just enough to control both of our momentums. She flew back, a bit clumsy at first, but the golden cords connecting her arm to me twisted her into a pendulum of motion, our attachment keeping her safe as she swung above the city with unbound freedom. There we were, bound by a singular golden cord through which we were free for a singular fraction of a moment. Free from this city, above it. She swung up with stunning grace, my claw tips detaching as my hands stretched out to catch her lithe body in my grip. Her chest rose up and down, and I didn't falter for being so shaken. This city, as dark as it was, the lights that shone through it sang of hope. Above the streets, it was like standing above a maze of constellations, or at least that's how I saw it. But she didn't. Her eyes weren't looking down or forward. They were looking at me through her mask. Her head thumped against my chest, and she rested it there as we continued our traversal. I settled Mirage down on the rooftops of a building nearby to my little video shoot, her mask turning a faint blue as Daylight's excited voice shimmered, though. Can you swing me around too, Rip? Yeah, sure thing, on the way back. I stretched myself as further details came through my optic feed of sketches sent from a Los Diablos middleman. They were poses they wanted me to pull. Easy enough. Elsa took control as she put her hand on my shoulder. The warmth in her metal never failed to soothe me. I'll be keeping a lookout from here if anything happens. Midnight's ready, and Diamante is on standby too. He didn't need to be. I took a step closer to the ledge. Yeah, you're right. Elsa's grip got firmer. I was thinking Ripley. Do you, after your mother is saved? Maybe we don't need to. We're all set Dreadwire. The messages came up to us both, Elsa keeping watch of the transmissions in case of any Trojan horses, though my new gold data shield could probably handle it. I looked back at her. What were you saying? We'll talk later, Ripley. Have fun. I'll take control of the cameras on your route to make sure you're safe. I tapped my mask against hers. I'll miss you. I'll miss you more. I could hear her smile behind the mask, and that was all I needed to have the confidence to step off backwards. My arachne pulsed twin gold harpoons that swung me around the building, arcing out of the alleyways, and into the direct streetlight to make my presence visible for all. The choked traffic of pedestrians and vehicles alike all seemed to stammer at the sight of my flying form. There would be hundreds of pictures of my new suit on the net today. A whole lot of discussion would build up. That was good. I needed people not just discussing Dreadwire, but also his shardware, which also took a different turn today. Over the past month, I'd made adjustments to my limbs and their shells. The plan was for Ripley and Dreadwire to use the same shardware all the time, but to have them appear visually different depending on the alter ego. I vaulted over a building, spotting a drone on the side catching a picture of me as I flipped over a gap with an arachne-empowered leap. As Dreadwire, I was sleek like a blade, a golden razor hidden in black, deadly metal. Ripley's shardware had to almost shrink to become Dreadwire's, condensing its potential into black and gold gauntlets of hellfire and slashing. My claw tips shot out like precise cannon fire, hooking to swing down under a bridge so that I looped upwards. My arachne pointed to a billboard of Syntex-sponsored shard-op clinics. Shooting towards it, I raised my claws along the glowing screen, discordant pixels flashing out as I passed it. In time, a new shard operator would be making their mark. It wouldn't be Ripley Donovic, however. He needed his identity as Harold Anderson's poor, overworked bronze assistant. His shardware was clunky but resourceful. A real smart kid with potential to grow greater, but not outrightly terrifying. The real threat would be whoever I'd make the Riperinto. A third ego. One which would be bringing in a deadlier shade of customers in which I could make my income. I crossed over a busy intersection, cop cars alighting as they saw me pass over them. In seconds, I was around the corner, and they were lost as I slipped between alleyways and streets with calculated precision. Finally came the dreadwire. Sniper at your 7 o'clock. Elsa's voice jerked me, my gold flowing through my suit as its stealth functions activated, a field of refracted light growing along me. Although I said I'd fixed it, I hadn't exactly made it as good as it used to be. The invisibility could only last for a few seconds. But that was enough time to make a move. I spotted the faint glint of a sniper scope pulling away from a rooftop nearby, and I forced my arachne to reposition as the refractory field was disintegrated by my flow of energy towards the two spider legs. The sniper's glint turned back towards me, and the shot rang out. My arm outstretched, I flooded it with gold and tensed meta manipulation. The bullet splattered a spark of red embers as it cracked against my palm. The metal only slightly dented, though if that had hit my suit, it would have likely pierced through me. That was a powerful shot. High bronze-grade ballistic sniper had to be. It was ironic having limbs more sturdy than your armor, but that was hardly something I was distraught over. I was too busy being angry, at first, thinking Los Diablos had betrayed me. Then I saw the colors of the assassin. Black and white, long robes, and a black dragon mask on their face. Muramasa Dynasty. Momentum was in my advantage, and I took no liberty in leaving my landing smooth. My legs let out a burst of kinetic release that sent me at them like a spear, but I didn't go in for the kill just yet. My left arm exploded two thin whip blades that swept through the air as my arachne caught my landing, all of them currently in their heat blade configuration to sear through the sniper rifle in one clean go. Shit, I tried to take out an arm too. The assassin lifted up their arm, and it stretched open to reveal a cannon filled with needle-like blades. Each of them shot forth before my velocity could stop, thin red wires attached to them, some silk-like warp material. Each of the thin blades had a mind of their own, curving out of their predicted trajectories as tiny thrusters maneuvered them to wrap around me and tighten my arachne limbs down. Now that's interesting. I activated the hammer module as the assassin shot towards me with a long dagger. Hammer module, B overclocks T. Beeb overclock the thin silk exploded into frays of blood, like liquid as my arachne easily ripped through them and jabbed out to tear into the dagger-wielding arm of my attacker. Then my second arachne pierced into the other arm, and I lifted my struggling attacker up by their broken limbs. I rose higher with the aid of my lower two arachnidine arms until I was eye level with my assassin, my claws sharp and precise as I pried the mask off them. The assassin was a young woman, her eyes a piercing ruby that seemed on fire at the sight of me. Get your hands off me, you damn plagiarist. Plagiarist. My chuckle was a deep echo under the rumble of my mask. Now, what's the explanation for that? I'm Black Dragon Web Spinner, she growled at me. You and Los Diablos shall pay for stealing from Dragon's breath. This was my role in the city. That production beat was meant to go to us. And there's already songs about me spinning my web in Westcrook. Dragon's breath, I remembered, while researching this. Apparently even Muramasa had a part in the underground music scene with a band sharing that name. By Mazur, what had I dragged myself into? Was Dreadwire now officially going to be known as a figure that involved himself in drama like this? I sighed, staring at her with deeper intent. I don't care. Then I tore her arms off her. They were the most interesting piece of tech I'd seen on a Muramasa crook. I'll be taking this. For a second, I pondered my next move as I saw her eyes quiver in the emotion I named myself after. Dread. She was defenseless unless her legs had a rocket launcher in them, but I was fast. Maybe too fast for my mind to catch up. Her throat was already slashed by new arachnidine blades the moment she hit the floor. With precision, I tore out her bronze bug, pocketing it for myself as I stared coldly upon her twitching corpse. Holy shit! The message from Los Diablos came through my lens. This is going to be the best music video ever! Chapter 142. Chapter 9. Fuck. Mary, kill the 12th of October, 5:48 a.m. Diana. I knew I was dreaming when I saw Anthony smiling, because it had been a month of nothing but his comatose body in that little hospital room. Maybe that was why I didn't want to wake up yet. Into the rank hotel I tried to hide in, far away from my father and the police. Anthony's eyes opened, soulless and devoid of humanity as they bled crimson tears. The silhouette of his body bulged and twisted until a monster screamed at me, commanding my thoughts, my guilt, my fear, my regret. Abruptly, he disappeared, and in his place was Kendrick Rorsch, a man who had tried his damned best to violate me, but in the end was thrust out of the police force. The Rorsch looking at me was dead, a rod of metal jabbed through the side of his head, but moving with crooked limbs staggering towards me. His mouth dripped off his face, exposing wires and a hose as Indra Harmony blossomed out of his maw to grasp at me with her dead grip. The monsters continued fighting me, each once human, each lost. Children who had never even seen the sun before grew grotesque. I'd failed to save them. They clawed at me, but never reached, because I failed to keep them alive. Then I saw the faces of those people who were still alive and around me, and only now could I look away, because I had to protect those who I woke up. Sweat dabbed on my forehead, and my body chilled. This hotel room was discreet. That was the price I paid for the foul musk of rotten floorings and drug-soaked walls that infiltrated my nose the second my mind whipped to reality. It was ironic. I was being paid more than ever now, and my living conditions were far worse. I couldn't care. Here, I couldn't be found by Soul Killer, by my father either. Only Dryder had access to my home whereabouts, and I preferred it that way. Forcing myself off the stiff mattress, I found my uniform and took my piece with a quick shower. Then it was off to work. The Special Intelligence Operation Unit was still located near Great Lake, or the Pleasure Lanes, like my old building. It just so happened that now I had the penthouse view. Broken up into 10 teams of around 30 personnel, a third were on-field specialists. We controlled the top 10 floors of the Central Westbrook District Police Department. We oversaw all precincts, not just the first anymore. But in the technical hierarchy of things, we were still under the management of Lieutenant Annabelle Graja. Under her and the other soulless side of her. In 1 month, I continued to discover what secrets were open here and which were not. Mr. Skeleton was a very common thread of discussion among the CO, Dog Whistler less so, and Soul Killer was a faint whisper only known to Omen and others at his station. Soul Killer wasn't an unknown, however. It seemed like to a degree there was some hidden cooperation between the top brass of the police and that damned scientist, hidden away by Annabelle and the government. It all had to stem back to Juliet Graja's initial investigation. Anthony's mother, but Dryder refused to open up to the topic. All he'd said was, "There's a damn good reason they keep Annabelle, and a part of that is because she maintains the peace between Soul Killer and the police, even when she doesn't know it." The metal part of a pen's clip snapped as my mindless chewing gave into the frustrations. Yet out of instinct, I swallowed the metal. It tasted sweet. A new meta-mutation foreign organic metabolism had gifted me with the ability to gain flavor from various inorganic substances. My body could now digest. Being Tier the Second was weird. Special Investigator Rick Fang Lopez strolled into my office. The wide and hardened man was the exact image you imagined when it came to a special operative. Large and bulky muscles that tested the elasticity of his black and blue uniform, a faint scar under his eye, and a calculating gaze that tested each and every person he looked at. "Associate Ulrich, I brought you cookies." He put down a tray of steaming chocolate chip cookies that filled me up with an appetite. "I saw that your birthday was last weekend, so consider this a late surprise." A handsome smile lifted over him, and a sadder one came from me. "Thank you, Special Investigator, that's very thoughtful." There was more I wanted to say, but I held it back, not wanting to give too much of myself. "Is Trixie done with the skeleton drone? And the Mal? She'll be filling us in on her autopsy report later today. For now, take a break. You've done enough," he said the last bit with a warning, before leaving my office. I took a bite of the cookie, remembering how he'd done the same thing on the day I joined Special Intelligence. At first, I thought he was trying to get favor from me due to my parentage, but the more I understood him, the more I understood all of them. His wife called him out on his bullshit. He'd never try and flatter his way up the ladder. Corporal Alex Bastion Lopez was somehow the most serious figure I'd ever seen, while appearing aloof yet, with a smile half the time. I took heed of Rick's warning. closing up the plethora of screens, drying out my eyeballs, and making my way through the labyrinth. That was the operating floor of Theta Unit of Special Intelligence. I found myself comfortable in the lounge. Bell, the second latest member of the team after me, was stirring up some coffee. He wasn't as daunting as Rick was, but the man was still tall and big, with short blonde hair that swept into free-flying waves. "What's up, Silver Eye?" He saluted me. "Want a cup o' joe?" "Sure," I sighed, keeping myself at a distance. "No sugar, but I'll have Sabrina finished for me." Her bright voice whistling from a couch. "Skimmed milk with a shot of caramel." My voice sank slightly as I met her cheerful gaze. "Yeah, that. Coming right up." Bell confidently began another brew, using some coffee beans that he grew himself. His mutation had something to do with plants since his blood acted like an instant fertilizer. But I couldn't help but find it weird that he could manipulate an organism other than himself. It reminded me of Soul Killer, the Nexus SIM rolled in my fingertips inside my pocket. I found my seat alone, my eyes opening up another stream of case reports and detailed analysis of various crimes committed in the past week. Dreadwire was spotted in the Sandbreak Heights, but other than a few snapshots from street cameras in which a rumor-stirring blur of black and gold, there was little else about Ripley, though I couldn't deny that his appearances built into rumors around the net. Somehow being a mere shadow made him more popular. He'd made one hell of an entrance, and these sporadic sightings were generating lots of interest as an anti-corporate, anti-establishment figure. Some more activity from Muramasa was up and about. What was interesting was that apparently it was the Snake Fangs they were fighting, and they lost. Sean must have rallied some force to get a foot back in the criminal world after June's annihilation of his club. Los Diablos were busy posting up holo flyers and net-bombing various news sites to promote some new music album. Crimson Souls were as mysterious as ever, and Metal Heavens continued being the creepy cult of body-morphing cyborgs they were. The smaller gangs were under more pressure lately. The Swarm's approach meant lots of big changes, and some were beginning to assimilate into the larger gangs. Interflame was all but a puppet of Los Diablos, while the Gorgons bowed their heads down to Muramasa, and none of this mattered. It was Soul Killer and the Uncaged who mattered. These were all just distractions. We were the CO. The motherfucking special intelligence operations who were supposed to deal with all this hidden bullcrap. Hell, I was just distracting myself until Trixie could get us a lead from Skeleton's drone. "Diana? What you looking at?" Sabrina's head popped above me, waving her hand through the screens in my vision. "Just checking up on Intelligence 17's report of Interflame's latest shipment to." "Boring. It's your break, Diana. Come on, let's gossip." Sabrina bounced onto the seat next to me, lounging her feet onto the coffee table. Belle arrived and knocked her feet away, replacing them with a cup of coffee. "Here you go, Sylvie. And as much as I hate to admit it, Brina's right. You're showing all 10 symptoms of burnout." "I'm fine. Really." My tongue got a bit harsher, but thank you for the sentiment. Still adjusting, I guess. Well, you know a good bar crawl is a great way to adjust to new faces. Don't even need to drink. Fuck. I've been sober for years. Belle's smile was charming enough that a year ago I would have taken the offer. But I had better things to focus on now. "I'll think about it." "Ooh," rejected. Sabrina laughed in Belle's face, to which he only shrugged. The blonde girl weighed her head on my shoulder, too close to the point I began feeling uncomfortable. "Why are you even looking up all the old news anyway? Why not take a look at Dreadwire? He's gold like you too. I feel like you're bound to run into him sooner than later." Sabrina sent over an article about Dreadwire from some AbyssNet forum. The theories on him ranged from him being the R0N1N's pupil to many speculating he had the implant from the club attack. Others refuted that claim. Some commenters stated that it was impossible for an adapter to progress that quickly. However, that also brought my name into the forum. I was now publicly confirmed to possess the SIM produced from the Toxin Club's Malignant and at Tier II. And a lot of discourse now fell into what happened to the bug, which was probably what Sabrina wanted me to give input on. I'd heard through the grapevine that she was trying to get a case on Dreadwire. The girl might have a sunny appearance, but she was incredibly sharp with her instincts. It took a lot more effort to fight non-lethally like Sabrina did. I didn't know too much about her. Other than that, she was involved in a high-profile case some years back where she went undercover in Muramasa for more than a year. Something about that experience made her merciful to criminals, empathic. A part of me even felt ashamed. A few months ago, I had been like her, not willing to kill as a first resort until I began to kill too often. Dreadwire's definitely an interesting target, but until we get assigned his case, I don't see why I should look into him, I said. As I mentally closed down multiple tabs of my own research on him, Belle chortled, "That's rich coming from you. Aren't you the one always requesting access to files from Corporal Lopez to build cases?" He'd caught me the cracks, but my defense wasn't so flimsy. Well, they're all still related to our current investigations. Mr. Skeleton isn't exactly a figure whose secrets are told to everyone, Belle hummed, accepting my answer. He took a sip from his own cup of coffee as his gaze flicked between me and Sabrina, thought ultimately whatever thought he had never came out verbally. Sabrina, however, let her intrusive thoughts come out. You too, if you had to play fuck, marry, kill with R0N1N, Dreadwire, and the Iron Devil, who would you choose? My mind went blank. Excuse me. Sabrina scratched her chin as she pondered her own question. I think I would choose to fuck the Iron Devil. He's got that aged man with a broken past vibe. Marry Dreadwire and kill the R0N1N because I want some of that sweet Yujo payout. Belle sighed wistfully. I'm straight, so I'm not answering that. Just gender bend them, you wuss, Sabrina pouted. Fine. Kill the she R0N1N. Marry the Iron Succubus? And damn, now that I think about it, Dreadwire would be hot as a woman, but would also kill me if I said the wrong thing. So, yeah, fuck him, / her. Sabrina's gaze turned to me, my thoughts still turbulent while trying to process the question. What about you? How am I even supposed to answer that? I tried to deflect as much as possible. They're criminals. Eh? Just go on their vibes, Sabrina shrugged. Vibes? Yeah. Sabrina nodded, like it was the obvious answer to life. Like the Iron Devil gives me the old bartender type of feel. You know, the kind of guy that's always existed, and is rough around the edges with a beer belly, but can kick ass when he needs to. Real gruff cuss, he's seen some shit. But can be your charming silver fox when he needs to be. R0N1N, though, is more like that perfect dude who only cares about his ambition and won't let anyone get in his way. But like, in a way that's kinda hot and at the same time a red flag. As for Dreadwire, you seen the early vids of him back from early August? Man's a goofball. The unassuming guy in the back who's hiding what he's really capable of. He'll be all cute puppies 1 second, and a ravenous wolf the next. Or spider, I guess. Wolf spider? That wasn't the most false assessment of Ripley, if I was being honest. Earlier on, he'd always been kind of nervous, yet it was undeniable how fearsome his Dreadwire persona had become. The R0N1N. I'd seen him once, a killing machine in action. The Iron Devil. I'd never met, though I'd read some of his files which dated back to nearly 20 years ago. Wielding an exosuit that could shred into Metal Heaven's front door and walk out with the head of the snake. Juliet had also noted him down as one of the figures in league with Missy, which meant he was against the Uncaged. A good look in my book. But from the research I'd done into him, he was still undeniably linked to criminal activity. I guess, fuck the R0N1N, kill the Iron Devil, and marry Dread. I paused. Dreadwire was Ripley. It felt wrong to say that now, considering that he has a girlfriend and, ooh, both of you want to marry the same guy. Belle teased. Drama. Well, I call dibs on his case. Sabrina nudged me with a teasing edge to her smirk. Though he does look kind of hot, though. Can't fault you. Man has a lot of thirst traps and fan accounts on Hotgram, but no one knows what he looks like. I turned to her, disbelieving in the turn of this conversation. That's the charm. He's winning me over purely on his aura, A man dressed in military gear with 4 extra limbs that Hesser Tanlich knows how to use. She fake swooned, and that let an exasperated chuckle out of me. Belle whistled. Was that a laugh from our indomitable Silver Queen of Gold? I didn't know you had it in you. You two are just stupid, that's all. Yeah, our damn seniors won't stop pointing it out. Sabrina stretched. That's because it's true. A louder, sterner voice tore our attention away to the entrance. Alex Lopez, our corporal, wore her uniform with pristine grace, the curves of her metallic limbs peaking just the right way to leave a threat in every motion she performed. A smile from her sent shivers down me as she faced all 3 of us before she was corporal. She was considered one of the top 10 special investigators in the district. I'll be making sure to take your personal feelings into account should we ever have a case on either of those 3. Sabrina laughed awkwardly. I wouldn't actually fall in love with him or anything, but I kinda still want Dreadwire's case. No conflict of interest here. Well, let's hope you can compartmentalize your feelings. Corporal Lopez chuckled, a slight reprieve of her typically stalwart self that disappeared in an instant as her mouth turned thin and straight. First, investigators, report to Dr. Lumlow's lab. She's ready to share her findings with us. Aye, ma'am, Bell saluted, picking up his things as we all got ready to leave. It was time to know what was hidden on Skeleton's drone. Chapter 143. Chapter 10. Too late Diana Ulrich's psychiatric reevaluation report following her promotion to first-rank Associate Special Investigator. By Dr. Tristan Nimbley. As of the 1st of October, I can confirm that Diana Ulrich is of sound mind and capable of acting within her full capacity of an investigator. However, she appears to be socially detached and is likely to develop depressive behavior. Therefore, she will be reevaluated by the new year. For now, I've suggested to her about setting her post-traumatic stress negator at a threshold of 45%, and am recommending in particular that she should not face cases involving children or kidnappings until reevaluation. 1:34 p.m., the 11th of October. Diana Dr. Beatrice Trixie Lumlow was the head shard operator of Theta Unit, in charge of not only maintaining and producing our equipment, but deciphering and analyzing various contraband that comes up in our on-field assignments. Top of her graduating class, she was a confident and skillful woman, which made me much more worried when I saw her looking at the drone with both frustration and worry in her gaze. You're all here. Great. Our corporal, the level-headed Alex Lopez, approached the drone. What's the status on it? I'm getting to that. Trixie said impatiently. First of all, despite that the drone was entirely intact when Silvereye and Wraith retrieved it, I'm afraid its internal warp code was nuked. Not even fragments left over. A clean wipe that's left no trace of a lead. That explained the frustration. However, upon my analysis of its various physical components, of which included a bomb, Rick Lopez took a step back. And several weapons, however, most discerning was this. She pulled us over to a large table filled with cataloged machine parts, and one of them glowed as the glassy surface highlighted its outline. A nearly imperceptible transceiver according to its structure. At first, I believed it could be how Skeleton was controlling the drone, but it doesn't line up. The architecture of it suggests that its purpose lay within close-range transmission of warp code daemons to neuroframes. However, I found another piece of tech that seemed to be receptive to the transmissions. Where's this receiver? Rick Lopez looked around on the table. It's there. Trixie pointed to a separate table, one where a husk of a human was covered by tarp. It was found within former first investigator Kendrick Warsh's brain, attached to the remnants of his fractured implant. How did it avoid maldegradation? Shouldn't it be nothing but sludge? Corporal Alex's eyes grew wider as she found the receiver, studying it with her own cybernetic eyes. Trixie nodded, frustration bleeding through creased eyebrows. That is the question. The fact remains that Mr. Skeleton was sending signals to the Mal. For what reason? I cannot figure out. The self-destruction of his drone's internal coding has left no clues whatsoever. He's developed a way to safeguard tech from being corrupted by the Mal. Silence covered us at that statement, as we all had our thoughts trying to reason it. For everyone else, it must have been impossible to even consider humanity controlling them all like puppets. But not for me. Not when I'd seen Soul Killer do it. And they were both working together. Just as Soul Killer took an interest in mutations and biology, Skeleton was a voracious consumer of shardware and engineering. If they had access to each other's skills, then their threat multiplied. Machine and mutations brought together for the worst purposes. If both of them had the ability to control leagues of mal that they created based on the Revenant serum, then the fifth swarm could end up being Westbrook's deadliest yet. My father's words from last month repeated in my head, that New California would take part in an orchestrated attempt at a Maltaton's life. Either the infinite last seen on the East Coast, or the typhoon hibernating within the Pacific. Everything the Uncaged was planning, all of their attempts to manipulate the city and Neocore, everything was to manipulate that event. Soul Killer, Skeleton, and Dog Whistler, and their ringleader, Mr. R. Archangel had told me how the Uncaged were more known in Europe and Africa around 50-ish years ago, working under a character calling themselves the Sin Witch I'd suspected was another alias for Mr. R. Everything was so jumbled and complicated that I didn't know where to begin untying this mess. Neocore was supposed to have destroyed them, only for their influence to pop up in this continent as soon as it ended in another. Associate Ulrich. The corporal's sharp gaze flicked to me. It's suspicious, isn't it, that they were using Warsha's body, and I wouldn't be surprised if Skeleton knew we were on Los Diablos' tail. It could have been a message to me. I confirmed the possibility. Trixie, what was the timeline with Warsha's fracturing? Trixie sighed. From what I've been able to gather, shortly after he was removed from our forces, numerous criminal groups were after him. As for now, we can only assume he played some sort of an informant role, or perhaps was a delver for them. Either way, he made enemies, and without the protection of a badge, he might have been desperate. He became an iron-grade Mal, Rick nodded, despite being bronze when he was in our force. His implant was bought personally, so we didn't take it back from him after he had been removed from the force. Trixie continued, either he degenerated his own implant, perhaps selling off his warp code with back-alley extractors to quickly cash in a profit, or he sold his implant and downgraded. Both could have negatively influenced his compatibility. After early September, we don't have any records of him, so he couldn't have been fractured for more than, let's say, 40 days. I drew on that conclusion. How? What's the decomposition looking like for his body? I got some weird stares at that question, but Trixie shrugged, pulling up some charts. After a few seconds, her eyebrows raised, then she began to wave her fingers around those floating screens more frantically. That's strange, she whispered. What's strange? The corporal leaned closer. Upon fracturing, the human body is effectively dead, but the core of a Mal should slow down the decomposition rate by a factor of 50 for an iron. Kendrick's body should only show less than a day's worth of decomposition. But in this case, he's already begun to bloat, indicating at least 2 days of decay. Either his fractured self was stored in a highly warm and humid environment, or he was a Mal for nearly 4 months, which is impossible. Belle's surprised eyes found me. Good catch, Diana. I stayed silent. It was just a way to confirm my hypothesis. Rorsch was turned into a Mal after dying, an impossible feat. Yet, back in Soul Killer's lair, I had seen Storm Spinner's corpse rise up as a fractured. I'll do further testing. Trixie swiped the screens away. As for now, I'm working with Squads Delta and Omega to develop a neurocuff that can bypass Skeleton's data shields on his drones. It'll take a few months depending on how many more of these drones we can analyze, but it's imperative that we gain access to their data. I agree. The corporal nodded. Is that all for now? I wish I could tell you more, but if Skeleton's really selling human-controlled Mals then... Trixie took a deep breath. Then we have our work cut out for us. It would involve State Central at that point, even Neocore. Some of us left soon after, while others like myself and the corporal stayed on to ask further questions. Before I could get to Trixie, however, the corporal stopped me. Associate Ulrich, I'd like to get your personal input in my office. Of course, Corporal Lopez. I followed her back to her office, a room second only to Staff Sergeant Morgan's personal workspace. She relaxed into her chair, offering me a seat opposite her desk. This damn job only gets more difficult. It's no damn secret that Skeleton was targeting you by using Rorschach's body. Do you think you know why? I had a suspicion. The corporal interlocked her fingers and placed them by her mouth as she leaned closer, her eyes sharp and deductive. You once stormed into Little Requiem in pursuit of the late investigator Indra Harmony and Officer Yvette. Now, you know that they don't take police intervention lightly there. And so far, no one pursued you on the matter since it was hushed by your father. But I have to ask, what exactly happened? I tensed, but the main secret I had been keeping for so long was out. Investigator Harmony was keeping watch on me on behalf of Kendrick Rorsch. That's a story long enough on its own. She'd tapped onto a private Neuralink call I was having with Yvette, Officer Ingrid, and through it discovered my gold implant. She then kidnapped her and held her hostage with Metal Heaven's associates of hers. I fought through, and Corporal Lopez nodded, not needing me to explain what came next. You were the sole survivor. I don't need to know how that happened. I want to know how you got out unscathed. It was because Ripley and Mirage had saved my skin, but what she wanted to know was, Skeleton was there. He sent one of his drones out to me. He allowed me safe passage out, as long as I promised him a favor. Corporal Lopez didn't seem surprised. I didn't give him an answer, but either way, he let me through. Maybe this was him targeting me, or maybe it was to remind me that I owe a debt. Corporal Lopez hummed to herself. It could be either of those, or none of them. Mr. Skeleton has been an enigmatic figure ever since he made his waves in Little Requiem's civil war early in the decade, and he's remained as dangerous as ever. He's only gotten more active, and if he's really found a way to manipulate the Mal, or at least fractured shard adapters, then it's worrying. But this seems wrong, doesn't it? It does, I agreed. Skeleton's beyond careful. His approach has never been sloppy, and in the last few weeks, we have confirmed 5 drone sightings beyond Little Requiem. Either he's desperate, or this is all some calculation of his. He could be leading us somewhere he wants us to follow, or perhaps hiding clues that we haven't yet seen. The unmistakable titanium in Rorschach's body was perhaps the biggest one, but I felt trapped with how much I should reveal to her. Then, maybe, I realized that Skeleton wasn't leaving a clue to the police, but to me, Skeleton and Soul Killer were intricately linked, but the exact arrangement of their deal was unknown to me. After all, Dog Whistler had aided my escape, so there was already a degree of conflicting independence among the Uncaged's 3 puppeteers, even if they fell under the same umbrella. Until I knew more about how they worked, I wouldn't get a straight confirmation. But what little understanding I did have was enough to know that the only order all 3 of them followed was that neither me nor Ripley could be killed. Kidnapped and tortured, that was fine, but Mr. R had enough influence to keep them in line, and it likely had to do with the fact that we were source-touched. Perhaps Mr. R needed them, but didn't want them gaining access to implants with a piece of the source derived from the infinite. And the name of the infinite strange power was slowly growing clearer to me. The source shard of change. What do you want me to do? I kept my secrets close to me for now. There were no true allies here at the police force. Resume as normal, but actually that reminds me. That case you were interested in, 4th Precinct dropped it due to a lack of evidence. That was code word to say that there wasn't money to be gained from it. A case involving a mysterious disappearance of children from a low-income area called the New Houston Yards. The only common thread was that they were all orphans. Corporal Lopez officially signed my name onto the case, and one other. You'll be working with Investigator Rockfell. I believe he's familiar with the location. Has family there? Thank you, Corporal. I'll start right away. Before you go, Diana, I froze as she addressed me by name. I understand you've undergone your psychiatric reevaluation and passed it, but for your sake, you should really attend the therapy we're offering you. You've seen your report, yet you still showed an interest in this case. Because, I slowed my breath, it's important to me. Things like this can't wait, or else it'll be too late for them. Chapter 144, Chapter 11. Orphanage Police Report of Missing Children in New Houston Yards, written by Second Investigator Rishab Kali of the 4th Precinct. As of the 10th of October 9, reports have come in from various orphanages around the area over the last 2 months regarding children who went missing. All 9 children were aged 13 to 17 and have been described by witnesses as delinquents who were prone to engaging in minor criminal misdemeanors. Rufus Wickard, head administrator of the Ken and Leon Foundation for Adolescent Rehabilitation, has said recently that a criminal organization known as Steel Tigers has become more active in the area and that he has needed to lock down the dormitory several times following drug usage supplied by the Tigers. During 2 weeks of investigation, we can confirm that the Steel Tigers induct adolescents into their ranks. Therefore, it is likely that the missing children have run away from their orphanages to join the organization. Further details about the 9 missing children and the involvement of the Steel Tigers in New Houston Yards. 8:30 a.m., the 13th of October, Diana. I was busy sitting in the waiting room of the orphanage, the first one I was going to visit today. But this one wasn't in New Houston Yards. Today, I was here to see the only other person I could say I saved from Soul Killer. Olivia teetered down the hall, holding the hand of her caretaker who smiled at me as they approached. Olivia wasn't any normal child. She had an implant and was once possessed by Soul Killer. There was every likelihood that she would develop genetic issues as she grew up. Dryder had done himself well. The Mayfair Institute was an orphanage on paper, but my time here had shown me that most of the children were victims of forced implantation. Sadness crept through me when I had first wandered the halls. Children barely old enough to speak had stumps on their arms, scars from shardware, and irregular spines as they outgrew their neuroframes. Just like Indra Harmony. If only she'd found support in a place like this instead of Kendrick Rorsch, and now they were both dead. It's always a pleasure to have you, Diana. Dr. Moira Gillian shook my hand, Olivia pouncing onto my leg as her bright smile cheered me up. Where have you been? I missed you. Olivia pouted, and I found myself able to smile more easily when she was around. I rustled my hands through her hair. I missed you too, Olivia. I'm sorry for not coming more. I have to go put bad guys in jail. What have you been up to? Moira's been making me read books, the fancy ones on paper. Olivia mimed opening and closing a book. Then she waved one of her fingers at me. Even gave me a cut, but it's gone now. Wow, who knew books were so dangerous? I inspected the finger, Olivia. Like all the other mutants in Soul Killer's company, had a healing mutation that ate at their own warp energy. And just as I always did when I visited Olivia, I honed in on that bronze, ensuring that there was only bronze. I sighed out of relief, happy to know that she was coming through relatively stable, except for one new addition. And what's this poking out of your head? I pointed at a small green bony protrusion nestled in her hair. No, don't look at it. Olivia cupped her head, hiding her new horn. It's so ugly. It's not ugly. I calmed her down, but looked concerned at Moira. She was the expert on child mutations here. Moira gave me a reassuring smile. Olivia's mutation is related to feeling changes in air pressure and sonic vibrations. Alongside that, her scale mutation has been subsided from the medical course I prescribed her, but it prompted a sudden parallel divergence that resulted in her spawning a scaly horn sensitive to minute changes in the air. Oh, I thought parallel divergence was rare. I took a closer, but not privacy, invading look at the small green bud poking out of Olivia's hair. In adults, yes, but children are constantly growing and developing. Trying to suppress their mutations too much can result in their implants developing new variants. It was a common method for, you know who, to discover new mutations. Moira's face got a bit more sullen. But rest assured, Olivia is perfectly healthy and isn't showing signs of any malignant mutations. She's a very strong girl. Don't you think so, Olivia? Very strong, like Diana. Olivia flashed a toothy smile before a sudden thought came to her. Oh, did I tell you about the book I was reading? It's super duper old, like from the very old days. Oh, what is it? It's called X-Men. She brought her hands up in an X pattern. It's about superheroes. Oh, and which superhero are you? Her smile turned into a childlike grumble at that. Salim said I look like Magic with the horn, but she's so mean. I'm a good girl, but Magic's a superhero, right? She is, but I want to be like Storm. She's so cool. She's kind of like you. Olivia picked up my hand, mouthing like a zap was coming out of them. She makes lightning like you do. I can do a lot more than make lightning, you know? I tapped one of the metal hair clips in my hair. A small charge flung into it, and I floated it off my head. Oh, you're like Magneto too, but he's a bad guy. Moira corrected her. He's misunderstood. I'm still working on her media literacy. Well, I'll make sure that Olivia understands that I only ever do good, as long as she promises to be good too. No more punching Salim when he doesn't share his toys. It was one time, Olivia grumbled. He took it from me first. Violence isn't the answer, Olivia. Moira rustled Olivia's hair. I know. I won't punch anyone anymore, but is kicking fine? Number, both Moira and I said at the same time. You want to be a superhero, right? Then use your words. I playfully squeezed her cheeks. Do you use your words? Sometimes? I chuckled, a sad smile slipping through. Then are you a superhero too? Or just sometimes? Olivia teased me, and I let out a faint laugh. I still managed to say what she needed to hear. I'll be one all the time, if that makes you good. I'd said goodbye to Olivia, but hadn't yet left the Mayfair Institute. Deeper in the facility, Dr. Moira was busy showing me her notes, but my lack of a PhD in genetics and warp theory didn't help me much. Her story wasn't something she shared with me, but it was clear that she also had a history with Soul Killer. The various crimson flowers sealed in flasks and vials within this lab told me as much. In fact, lately, I'd been using her as my geneticist over Dr. Faltist. I couldn't trust a pawn of my father's, even if she was insistent on trying to get a greater understanding out of what was once my mutational synergy mutation, a deviant mutation born from the source shard of change, and now birthed into the soul resonance mutation. I still kept that secret close to my chest, simply telling Moira that I did have a way to counteract Soul Killer's corruptive ability, and she respected my wish to keep it a secret. Dryder had found a good ally in her, or her in him. Dryder, too, had his bundle of secrets. From my assessment of the man, I knew he was a former investigator in the 1st Precinct, but all records of a partner to Juliette Grage were under lock and key. Either his information was sealed away, or he had entirely erased his old identity. That was the price you pay when your enemy can steal the souls of those closest to you. I pulled out the SIM of one of Soul Killer's Nexi, which I had yet to absorb. A thud sounded from the far end of the room. A small child with batwing-shaped ears was seated behind a glassy wall, her eyes red and white the moment I pulled out the SIM. The child, only known as L5C, who we called Lucy, was but a small dot in the long line of reasons why Soul Killer had to be stopped. Fear be damned. Dryder had intercepted one of Soul Killer's transfers, which was masked as a child-trafficking ring of Maramasas, actually involving them selling Lucy to a mysterious buyer, Simon Jugosla. Except, this was no ordinary child. Soul Killer's control over his infected required a nexus to be in range. Typically, nexuses were silver grade and capable of controlling up to 100 soulless. Lucy was a silver nexus and disconnected from their gold controller, who was supposedly under the influence of Soul Killer's real titanium self. Somewhere in Westbrook, the real host of Soul Killer was broadcasting their psionic signal out. Or at least, that's what I thought. Turns out, if the host were to do that, it would be very easily picked up by Westbrook's senior psychics, which was why Soul Killer acted on a close-range basis most of the time. Lucy stared at me, and the red in her eyes was like a fire constantly giving way to normalcy. You can't cure her, many have tried. Soul Killer laughed, but the way they stared at the silver bead in my hands, it was like an addict staring to their gateway to another realm. Give that! Now, when my ability to remove Soul Killer's curse was confirmed by Dryder, this was the first place he brought me to. Originally, there were 3 other children here, But Lucy was the only Nexus, and I had something they wanted. In truth, I'd tried removing the Nexus mutation from her several times, but it was far denser than any of Soulkiller's other variants. It was like a chunk of metal that I was trying to tear apart with my unmutated hands. Stagnant and arrogant, Moira sighed, as Lucy banged her head against the glass again. Thank God she doesn't have the newer variant of Soul Death. I've subdued most of her mutations. This time even dulled her with a silver gene limiter. Think you can do it, Diana. Soul Death. The mutation Soul Killer had been researching in the lab I stayed in. If it progressed to 100%, it rapidly dropped compatibility to turn a soulless into a malformed. As far as we knew, there were 2 variants of it. The older strain required a vial of its mutagen to activate the mutation. The newer strain allowed Soul Killer to spontaneously turn any of their puppets into a malformed. I'll try, I responded as I clicked a button. Gas spilled through the confines of Lucy's chamber, her eyes fading to normalcy as she stumbled to the ground unconscious. Then, the door beeped, and I entered through with a gas mask. I grasped the silver Nexus sim, aching to find that tiny yet significant clump of titanium welling within it. It was easy for me to detect titanium energy using soul resonance. This orb was to tell me if the adapter was a host for Soul Killer, and more importantly, to find out if they were a Nexus. As long as I had it on me, I could compare and contrast the vague shifts in each person's soul, a sort of innate understanding to me that came in a feeling of density and motion that was felt but not seen. My fingernail sharpened, and I drew a small cut on Lucy's forehead. Our energies intertwined, but my gold was a raging inferno to her silver's cracking stone, an earth tendency. This was one of the reasons why it was so much more difficult to remove the influence from a silver-grade Nexus. Their mutation carried a tendency unlike those of bronze-grade. Soul Killer, as a titanium, would have 3 tendencies to deal with, and I'd need to learn how to combat each before becoming the ultimate weapon against him. So far, I only had my fire tendency, but would one day awaken a second one, as a gold. My wisps raged past her stony fortress of a soul, crumbling it to sand as I found the dense core of titanium nestled deep in her head. The difference in resistance was colossal. Not only was I attempting to cure a Tier 3 mutation, but it also seemed entirely wary of my attempts to cure it, despite the impenetrable stone it seemed like. The miasmic depths of titanium flowed in a way I could only call stubborn, refusing to break apart or burn to my wrath. I poured more of myself into my attempt, my entire hand glowing as veins of electricity produced light surged beneath my skin. I poured myself, reaching deeper and deeper, commanding the mutation to fade away, until I reached the threshold, the point of myself where my control of external warp energy wasn't enough to balance the overwhelming inferno I sent into her skull. I had to pull back, fearful that any more would cause irreparable damage. For another few minutes, I struggled and seared away at the titanium, breaking it apart ever so slowly, but never entirely. I stepped back, staring at my own hands and desperately wanting to bash them into a wall. I failed, again. I stormed out of the room as Moira came in to ensure there wasn't any extra damage I'd caused. It had happened before. Bleeding, swollen eyes, their mutations going haywire. And to children. I had to be careful. I couldn't let myself lose control, not after everything. She's stable. Moira settled Lucy into her bed. Good job, Diana. It's not a good job until she can be up there. My nails dug into my skin. The pain was the only distraction. I don't get it. Soul Killer's a titanium, Diana. The fact that you can do this much is already more than enough. Moira was still busy running tests, but her words were true to a degree, yet a fire burned through me. I have to do more, and you are, and not just against Soul Killer. Moira came out with collected tissue samples. You're a great influence on Olivia. She wouldn't have recovered half as well. Not mentally, if you weren't there. Please, you've been helping her to see a psychiatrist who's sealed away most of her memories of that lab. I know she's getting help far better than I. I took my seat, wanting to sink into it and forget everything that's happened over the last few months. You should see her as well, Moira's eyes looked at me with an uncertainty I hadn't regularly seen on the woman. She's good at what she does. Not happening. Not with the things that I know. And founder, Olivia, might not remember everything, but she still has nightmares about it. The little girl had messaged me many times throughout the night over the last few weeks, and I did my best to comfort her. That therapist keeps many secrets. Yours isn't top of the list. She knows about Soul Killer. Moira reminded me, there are other secrets than those that I have to keep, like Ripley, Himiko, the Source, the All-Seeing. And I'd had enough of a bad experience the last time someone sent me through a trip into my memories. And you don't tell me anything else about her. She's an ally. That's not enough. Does Drider trust her? To look after these children? Yes. Moira settled, opposite me, with a metal box in her hands. But honestly, not enough to go for more sessions with her after the first time he did. He found his therapy elsewhere. Then my point stands. I looked at the box. The reason I came here on an empty stomach. I hate how wrong this feels. Moira opened it, revealing a collection of metallic quills broken into small pieces. Then she put down another box, this one containing scale-like stone pieces. A third contained a vial of purple-blue liquid. Each of them were excised from the children here. Their wayward mutations and low compatibility meant that, more likely than not, they lacked control over how their altered morphology could affect them. The quills came from Nathan, a 12-year-old boy who was once in Los Diablos captivity, where they used his metallic quills as ammunition for various custom firearms. The scales were sourced by 15-year-old Athena, who was raised to look like a dragon-turned woman for a club. The purple liquid came from 4-year-old Ezra. His eyes leaked the viscous fluid, a heavy metal-based poison that Muramasa used as a hallucinogen for their shard adapters. This was the reason why I needed to take that case. They were the reason. After everything that I've been through, I knew what it was like to be seen as an experiment, to be kept in a damn cage, helpless with nothing but hope that divine intervention would save you. Except I had a cheat. I was powerful and capable and always growing and changing, but these damn children were helpless. I'd walked through entire hallways in this institute, where kids had bent knees and struggled to walk, outgrowths of hair from their eyelashes going down to their knees that would leave them socially ostracized, eyes that weren't used to sunlight and developed films that made them blind. Children who burnt, melted, rusted, froze, shriveled, twisted, or dissolved anything they touched. And many of these children were still out there, permutating a cycle where they were so hurt by the world around them that they found peace in hurting it back. Like Indra Harmony, and maybe to a degree, like me. I don't think I'd ever relished combat as much as I did now. To flaunt my overwhelming power. Founders knew Lillian Rose loved it, and to fight was fact. Soul Killer hadn't given me much choice. I was a soldier now in this hidden war against the city's most nefarious boogeymen. Too many children had their futures stolen from them. But yet, it was our duty to fix this damn city. It was my duty, at least. Moira's and Drider's. Even if it was just the three of us, we would do whatever it takes. And so, I lifted the first quill up to my eyes and bit into it, getting into a tinted car. I wasn't surprised to see a man sleeping in the passenger seat. Nudging him in his shoulder, Drider's eyelids didn't even flinch. So I zapped him. He awoke up in a startle. Fucking hell, Diana. I thought we went over this. We did. I started the car, looking in the mirror to make sure my appearance was no longer that of Diana Jones or Ulrich. You told me not to zap you awake when you're passed out. I disagreed. I liked my old partner more. He groaned, rubbing the grogginess out of his face. Juliet kicked me instead of... His drowsy eyes shook a little, almost as though he was surprised to have mentioned her name. Anthony's mother, Juliet Grosh. He burped, changing topic. So you're leaving the precinct for a bit? A couple of days, heading down to the 4th. I nodded, my eyes flicking ever so often to the mirror as I noticed a few strands of my now black hair bleaching white. A cinder of gold crisped the hair down so everything stayed that charred color. Orphaned children gone missing. Could be... It's not Soul Killer. Drider shook his head. The bastard doesn't work like that. Half the kids in their labs were born there. Other half were sold to him. Doesn't always go around poaching people. Only those who look into him. Drider reached for a bottle, taking a deep gulp. I couldn't care less. There was a reason why I was driving. Where to? Not Los Diablos, they were a bust. Drider sighed. The last stakeout was all but worthless. No signs of a Kaiser clone or soul killer. He weighed his head and neck into the window, eyes drifting away under his drunkenness, the hospital. I stayed silent. Why? You know why. Anthony. I sighed, my heart feeling choked just thinking about him. Where we're going, Drider turned to me, his eyes sharpening. We got to say goodbye every chance we get. Chapter 145. Chapter 12. Bad Actor, A Criminal's Guide to Evading the Law in Westbrook. Written by an anonymous author on a BizNet forum, Blacklist. All right, you chumps, you want to sling drugs or murder someone? I got you, coos. Thankfully, Westbrook might be one of the only places in the world where this shit's borderline legal. And I say that 'cause half of the damn police don't care if they get their money out of it. Everyone's desperate in the city. Natural disasters of both the earthen and man-eating variant have left us poor, overpopulated, and vulnerable. So, here's my list of tips. 1. Scrub your sigil, or hell, get a new one if you can. That's the only way low-ranking investigators will be able to identify you. As for the higher ranks, their tech's more complex. So bribe them, or their bosses. You need money to make money. 2. Do not kill anyone in the police. That will put pressure on you that your pig pals might not be able to relieve. 3. Make friends with a big gang, and I'm not talking small chumps like Interflame or Snakefangs. Crimson Souls, Muramasa, Los Diablos, or Metal Heavens. They have the connections, so connect with them. 4. Lay low after your crime until your case is dropped. It's unlikely someone else will pick it up. 5. If it is picked up, it's either some new recruit who wants to climb the ranks with their naivety or special intelligence operations. If it's the latter, 6. Run. CO operatives are effectively judge, jury, and executioner. Their salary is high enough that they might actually do their damn job too, so bribery won't cut it. Not unless you got millions in your pocket. 7. Learn the damn precincts and which regions they cover. Some are less funded than others, and depending on the nature of your crime, it's easier to do them in specific precincts than others. Here's a summary. 1st Precinct, Pleasure Lanes, Great Lake Lanes, Little Requiem, the great mama of police activity. Everything in West Crook is coordinated from this precinct. Formerly run by Jacob Graja, and now by Annabelle Graja, things have gotten weirder with his daughter running the place. Her father used to keep the peace, even when Little Requiem fell. But with his death has come a chaotic spiral, where neither the police nor the gangs are in control. A good place to commit murder, and equally good to get murdered, oftentimes with no reason. Little Requiem might be open to anyone, but make no mistake, it's a foot into hell. So make sure you can handle the heat, or you will die. 2nd Precinct, Yezua Hills, run by Yujo's puppet of a Lieutenant, Rachi Kurosawa. This precinct is a big corporate playground for them to do their business, though that didn't stop one hell of a raid from happening 2 weeks ago there. But the R0N1N's the very reason why you shouldn't commit crime there. It'll be your execution. 3rd Precinct, Bolivar Gardens. Now you're in Syntex Southern territory. Their mascot, Oliver Simons, is a joke of a lieutenant. Bigger Nepo baby than even Annabelle Grage. If you know good money laundering, or want something shipped off city, then this is your place. Just have someone get you in. 4th Precinct, New Houston Yards, one of the border regions of West Crook with Yellowstone. It's run by a dysfunctional unit held by a warlord calling herself Lieutenant Riley Ponsky. She probably commits more crimes than the pisspot of small gangs constantly warring in the area. Though, it's all a proxy war, or SMN. I dunno. Don't care. Good place for people to go missing, though. 5th Precinct, St. Yorinobu. Can't even say a damn lieutenant runs this place. Cusrabia Man is held by the throat by crimson souls in their fingers. This is their territory, and they have a whole cesspool of rules there. You can read more about it on my blog. Just know that this place is good for getting shipments out of the city, if you can get a nomad tribe on your side, and for transporting goods between here and Yellowstone, if you can pay the price for a little river transport. Oh, and they have a bangin' shard operator in a gym. Click more for information about precincts 6 through 9. 2:39 p.m. the 13th of October. Diana Bell sat into my car like he'd stepped into trash. What the hell is this? You have a first-rank salary and you ride a piece like this. It was one of Drider's customized vehicles he sold to me for a lowball price. It was functional, but not very aesthetic pleasing. My old car crashed. This was the quickest replacement I could get. It's secondhand. What? No insurance payout? He tapped some scab-like formation on the leather, almost belching at its stiffness. Nope, I'd tried. But unfortunately, my company wasn't accepting spontaneous combustion caused by criminals seeking my bounty. Not that I told them that much anyway. Who cares? It's fast. I don't see it. The special investigator looked through every nook and cranny, seemingly growing more and more disgusted with each further look. I revved the car and promptly proved him wrong. A 4-hour drive was cut in 2/3, and Bell had threatened me multiple times to give me a speeding ticket, or prayed that some other officer would, because he was frankly afraid of his life. New Houstan Yards was located along the northern borders of Westcrook, far above the Great Lake that the pleasure lanes were built around. Apparently, in the old world, the lanes used to be called Salt Lake City, which was kind of lazy when I thought about it. It would have been quicker to get to New Houston Yards by monorail, especially since, as a first-rank investigator, I had access to their executive-class rail system, which ran on silver-grade engines. But New Houston Yards wasn't exactly the most developed region, so it didn't have a direct rail station. Being closer to Yellowstone, the earthquake had hit it hard, and like all regions affected by the natural disaster, had become a breeding ground of crime. In a place like that, having a car capable of stopping bullet fire was better than trusting an old rental. The yards were under the eye of the 4th Precinct, and they knew we were coming over. Being in a special operations branch meant we had jurisdiction to act through all of Westcrook, beyond just the 15 million people under the 1st Precinct. We were free to choose the jobs others didn't want. Corporal Lopez had been sure to tell me that, regardless of my status as a first-rank, associate special investigator, they didn't take kindly to outsiders who wanted a piece of their pie. And likely, some members would be involved in the criminal activity and could try to hold our investigation back. As we entered the region of New Houston Yards, it was different from how the pictures on the net described it. They talked about a flowing river cutting through the settlement, tall and wide complexes housing thousands of happy civilians who built this place as a remembrance of a city still claimed by the mall. I wasn't surprised to see that it was nothing like that. Factory buildings of various corporations piled smoke and dust into the air. The buildings were run down, concrete and paint chipping away, and holographic graffiti poured on every wall, some markings indicating gang territory. One, in particular, was most common, a blue tiger made of metal. The few policemen scattered about were rougher, more jaded, and stoic compared to those of the 1st Precinct. Children played in abandoned parking lots beside smoking heaps of trash fire. Almost every adult openly carried a gun, while homeless and drug addicts were gathered around in every hidden alleyway. The general atmosphere of the town was tense. The pleasure lanes and its surrounding areas were also riddled with crime. But there, the money drizzled down from high up, from the rich who came to enjoy a world where they believed they were supreme. Here, it was pilfered from those at their lowest. Place hasn't changed a damn scrap. Bell sighed, his eyes darting as we passed a corner familiar to him, and he pointed at a building which made a poor attempt to look normal in this shithole. Used to go to that school over there. The corporal said you had family here. I didn't know this is where you grew up. I glanced at the man. Hard to believe it? I know. There was a time when I was real close to being one of these guys on the streets. You know my mutation. I'd read all their files, especially the SIM adapters. You can accelerate and modify plant growth with your blood. That's the gist of it. There was a guy around here who called himself a gardener. Just a sorry excuse for an old man who grew whatever psychotic drugs he could in his basement. Never hurt me, but damn, I was making a killing selling my blood to him. I held myself back from asking more, but Belle still felt the need to talk. Turns out it was more potent than I thought. Caused the damn spores to overdose him. He lived, but he was never the same after that. That was around the time I left the place, was just 15. He stared into the derelict streets, and despite how terrible everything was, there was a sentiment in his eyes. That feeling of missing something terrible because you'd grown so comfortable with the horrors. I'd known it when I left the cradle. Maybe even when I left my real father. Who's your family here? I let out, knowing that I was leaving an option for a wound to grow. My aunt tried to get her to come by the first, but she's a stubborn woman. I got that from her. She's a school teacher, a good one at that. If I didn't have someone like her teaching me, then I wouldn't be off better than any of these shitheads. I chuckled. But then he had a strange look of both amusement and offense. For the record, Ulrich. Only I can call these people shitheads. Well, you are one of them. I let it out so casually. I hadn't even had the moment to consider that I couldn't let myself make new friends, new people to care about, to lose to Soul Killer. I stiffened even as he held back his laughter. So you got a mouth on you after all, huh? In silence, I begged myself to forget about the pain in my heart, to focus. I'd lost Yvette. I'd lost Anthony. I'd caused too many people to lose someone close to them, no more. So I shifted the conversation over to the case. These orphanages, you familiar with them? Only one. Had a childhood friend grow up there. I think he works in it, actually. Lost touch a few years ago, when I was a second rank. Belle had a conflicted look on him. Haven't been here in ages? Well, I took a deep breath as I entered a deep tunnel, a scan of red light verifying our identities in the police force. Let's keep it short. Having Belle as my partner on the case turned out to be a very good decision of the corporal. He was an easy man to get along with, a casual charm that worked on anyone from those who begged for money to those who wouldn't spare a dime of their millions. And his familiarity with the area removed a part of that outsider effect the corporal warned us about. The downside was that now everyone thought he was leading the case, which would sting me under normal circumstances. Credit didn't matter. I was here for reasons beyond that. I told myself. There was no denying that my being ignored and his casual query on his favorite bagel place a decade ago, leading to him getting police gossip, were grating on my nerves. You're kidding me. Little Joshua Broggins married a smoke show like her? Belle's mouth was wide open, looking at some pictures on a corporal's laptop. You're one to talk. A corporal whispered just a little too loud for my liking. Hardly expected Victoria's brat to walk into our office with, her. Yeah, there was another reason why I was everyone's greatest attention and fear. At first, I was simply an above-average looking woman in a job where stress runs high and you're looking to relieve it. Now, I was the daughter of Brian Ulrich, a recipient of a gold implant, outranking even my lieutenant in grade. I was pretty much a celebrity to the police, and I being here only spelled danger for them. I attracted attention, which was normal for me. But lately, it was a lot of even worse attention. Something these officers were wise to recognize, especially if they were in the wrong crowd. It was a good thing my several million Shardine bounty had been removed through some magical act of my father's. But the gold in my head couldn't be erased so easily. Does she always have a resting bitch face? I heard another investigator whisper to Belle while I was doing nothing but scouring some of the files he'd sent over to me. This was a bit unfair. I closed the screen of text and decided to take a more proactive role. First, I headed to a nearby archivist who was busy typing away. Hello there. I'm first investigator. What do you fucking? Her eyes met mine, and they seemed to shrink with that oh-so-familiar glance of recognition I was getting nowadays wherever I went in the police force. Oh, what did you want, Miss Ulrich? Files regarding the missing children's cases? The recent ones? She asked with a nervous laugh. My eyes narrowed. How many are there? A raspy voice answered from my side. An eye patch-wearing woman in a decorated uniform staring at me with her cold stare. There are as many as there are children running away from home here. So, a lot. I confidently raised my hand in salute finally. Someone who didn't fear me or want to flirt with me. It's nice to meet you, Lieutenant Ponsky. I wish I could say that I regurgitate that sentiment, but in case you can't tell, you're distractin'. My people. The lieutenant folded her arms. Her hair was buzzed short, and pure black marbles took refuge in her eye sockets, like a void devouring all it captured in their reflection. And I see you brought over a family man here, First Investigator Rockfell. Can I ask you and Associate Ulrich to follow me? Bell Vineyard Rockfell got off from his chat with some investigator, nodding ahead and following into the lieutenant's office. Unlike the high-rise towers of our district, Lieutenant Riley Ponsky dwelled deep within the matrix of the labyrinthine bunker for the 4th Precinct. They didn't even have separate buildings for their various departments. It was all one massive jumbled mess. I couldn't say I blamed them. No one wanted to admit to a lost cause. But they still needed some form of security in New Houston Yards. They had 1/4 of our funding and 1/6 of our manpower. Deep within her windowless room, the lieutenant sat us down as she lit her cigarette, staring at both of us with annoyance, scowling upon her. This case of yours ain't going anywhere. Missing kids? It's a shame. I'll admit it, but more likely than not, they're missing 'cause that's what they want. I get you. Bell reclined his seat. I'll give it to you straight, Diana here. Signed her name up on the case just so I could get some nice spare vacation time back home. I blinked. What? Is that so? The lieutenant sighed her smoke out. Because I'll have you know, a damn gold in this town's gonna cause chaos. Stupid of her to even come here. Her eyes focused on me like a sniper's scope. Ulrich, you might be a hotshot where you come from, but this place ain't a palace. Don't think you're falling down to earth, I completed, unable to quell the fire within me. I lived in a damn bunker for 2 weeks, was captive to Simon Jugoslaw. I've been deeper than the surface of the earth. Thank you very much. She didn't take another drag, the corner of her lip curling up. Ah, now that's something refreshing. But why of all people did you offer yourself to come to this pissfuck for his damn vacation? She lost a bet. Bell crossed his arms behind his head. It was either this or her sea of sigil. I stared at Bell with the most condescending look I could pull on myself. This was his angle. Very well. But for the time being, I'm letting you two stay here and acting your part in the case, only as long as one of my men gets to join up on it as well. The lieutenant balanced the stick of burning ashes on her lips, a safety precaution. That was troubling. Belle's smile was casual and charming. Can't promise you. We won't find ourselves in some kind of crime here, but Diana and I can handle ourselves. Special intelligence, remember. I very much remember, she mumbled through the fading ash. My point stands. Things will get difficult without my man ensuring things. In that case, I crossed my arms. We'll choose who it is. Nope, she stubbed her cigarette on her table, making another one of several hundred scorched imprints onto the wood. His name's Tristan Lockheed. First rank, shard adapter. He'll meet you tomorrow. For now, find someplace good to rest up or... Actually, Belle interrupted, we're a bit sore from our ride. Diana wouldn't stop shutting up about how much she needed to punch something. Any training rooms here fit for us? Her neutral face once more took a deep curl. I might have one available, but there'll be an audience. Belle smiled, matching her sadism. There should be participants. What the hell was that? I whispered to Belle as soon as we were out of earshot from any of the staff. You completely derailed our Cass. Belle hushed me before whispering even quieter. Sorry for the performance. But she was fishy. It's clear she doesn't want that case opened up again, not without her having some ability to control it. I could tell as much. I matched his subtle tone. So you want her to think we're here to slack off? Exactly, but she'll have people watching us. The guy she's sending is likely a red herring to throw us off. Belle eyed those wandering gazes around us. She was right about a few things. You're going to pull a lot of criminal attention onto yourself. There's bound to be police here willing to make an accident happen. You need them to be wary of you. I gathered as much from you mentioning training. I sighed. Could have warned me? Wanted to. but it would only have made things worse. You're not the best actor. I'm a fantastic actor. I took offense to that after all. I'd snuck into the Toxin Club all that time ago, and I got acting lessons. Number, he settled his gaze on me, and I knew he was talking about something deeper. You're not.